What's up, guys? I think we're live. It's the first time I'm doing this, but if there's any issues, let me know. So I'm just going to be hanging out for the next like 3 hours talking to you guys. I figured it was time to do a live stream because it's been a while, and I just passed 5,000 subscribers a little while ago. So as people roll in, they could ask any questions that they want, make any comments that they want, and we'll have a good time. Well, I got one viewer. Welcome, welcome. Make yourself at home. Sure, there will be more people joining shortly. What's up, guys? What's up, man? What's going on? There were a couple people commenting on this yesterday. They were so excited to get this started. Damn right it's Thursday. Which I'm not super excited about, actually, because it's my spring break, so it's almost over. But it was a pretty good week. Got new wheels. Excited about that. I have a video coming out Friday, as you might expect. I got them on the car yesterday, and you should check out my Instagram if you want to see pictures of that. But I'm really excited about them. I think they look pretty awesome. Unfortunately, I didn't have a choice because my Pro Drives were cracked, I guess due to a pothole probably. But your spring break's next week. That's awesome, dude. Hope you enjoy that. I think if I didn't have spring break, I'd be pissed. I always need spring break just when it comes. I'm always like super stressed and annoyed. And then I have spring break, and that gives me the strength to make it through the rest of the semester. So it's always a good time. Plus, it gives me time off. I usually use spring break to work on my car and do stuff like that. Oh, any other plans for the STI? Yes. I actually went to the body shop today to get an estimate. They'll be emailing me that in the next few days. But I'm going to work on getting some things painted. Right now, I'm working on the hood scoop, the roof, and the driver's side fender. Those are the three biggest areas of concern for me. He was looking at the overall condition of the car, and for them to do a proper paint job in the way that I want, it's going to be like 10 grand or so. I know that's crazy expensive, but this shop does the top-notch work. They prep things properly, they use high-quality materials, and they take pretty much every body panel off of the car, take it down to bare metal, and paint it. Aside from that, I did just find out that my my shocks are blown. My suspension, I have Fortunato 500 series coilovers. The driver's side rear is blown. I noticed that when I was installing my wheels. There's oil everywhere. So I ran through the options of having them rebuilt. And Fortunato said that basically because my coils are seized up right now, the height adjustment at least, it's probably going to be like $200 per corner, and they also don't cover shipping. So the rebuild option is a great option for a lot of people, but I think I'm just going to get new ones. They just released their Generation 6 500 series coilovers, so I'm getting new coilovers soon. Aside from that, there might be a few things here or there. I'll be posting on the channel so you guys know what's going on. But that's the two big things that I see coming up in the near future. Let's see, am I in college? Yes, I am in college. I am a junior, and I'm working on my bachelor's in criminal justice, and I'm also working on my associate's degree in logistics. And after I get my bachelor's, I may, depending on my school benefits, how much I have left, I may go for a master's degree. It's something that I would like to do. But honestly, it's really not worth it for me to go into crazy debt trying to get a degree. A degree definitely helps. It's definitely smart to have one. But these days, college is just stupid expensive, and I see so many people going into crazy debt trying to get a degree, and then they get out and they can't get a job just because the market is flooded. So I am in college full time. I'm using my GI Bill from the military, and I'm in the military, in the Air Force, Air National Guard actually, part time. Shopping for your first Subaru, that's awesome. What do you plan on getting, man? Want to buy a Subaru? Which one do you recommend? I recommend getting a Subaru that's in good condition. As far as models, honestly, all models of Subarus are pretty solid. I know there's a lot of people who talk about ringlands and stuff like that, but in my experience, it really hasn't been that bad. I covered a few things in the 10 Things I Hate About My STI video. People hated that video. So there are some things that come up with a Subaru. There's some things that are unique to that, but pretty much anything you go with is going to be solid. If it's your first car, a BRZ isn't a terrible option. As far as I know, they're starting to come down in price a little bit if you buy like a 2013. They are rear-wheel drive, so it depends on if you're in a snowy environment, whether you want that or not. An all-wheel drive car might be better. A WRX and an STI is going to be crazy expensive for insurance. And right now, in my opinion, the STIs are way overpriced. But that's just kind of the market right now. So I would get whatever you want, but they're pretty much all awesome right now. I would recommend just getting something cheap to start with for your first car. I'll admit, we all do dumb stuff with our first car. I'm glad I didn't have my STI for my first car because I would have probably wrapped it around a tree. But my suggestion would be get something that you can afford, that you're not like scratching pennies together to be able to afford. Get something that you could afford fairly comfortably, and save your money up for your next car and make your second or third car the good car that you really want to drop some money into. It's just my opinion. Is that a real gun or a pellet gun behind you? Which one? The black one is airsoft. The desert tan one, or the coyote, is real. Yes. Yeah. The moment you realize your exams are coming up. Yeah. I'm not doing too bad this year, but I'm struggling in a couple classes. Let's just say I have a couple teachers who are a little bit too passionate about some of their subjects, and they get really in depth for things that they shouldn't get in depth about. But thanks. You like my tow hook. I'm glad you like it. I'm very happy with how they turned out. I'm still pretty new to powder coating, so anytime something turns out pretty well, I'm happy with that. What's the rifle behind you? The black one is an airsoft gun. It's from, I forget what company. But the other one is one that I built myself. The receiver is it's from Aero Precision, a lot of the parts, and the rest of it's built by me. It has the bolt carrier group from Bravo Company, so it's kind of a mutt. Show you which one. This one is pretty cool, and I bought this because it is basically it operates exactly like the real steel. I don't have any magazines right now, they're in the next room, but the magazines carry propane and it charges everything, but the actual, the action of it is exactly like the real thing, more or less. People might get pissed that I say that, but if you tear this thing apart, it's very similar to the real steel. This one is one that I built myself. You should check out Aero Precision. A lot of the parts are on there. Some of the controls are ambidextrous. The bolt release and mag release is not ambi. I didn't need that. Troy sights, mag pull. I think this is their STR stock. I don't remember. This is BCM charging handle, and I'm gonna check this real quick. It's clear. Mag pull, front grip, and that's about that. What do you major in? I major in criminal justice is my bachelor's degree, and I'm also working on my associates in logistics. Yes, the Ford Focus RS is ridiculous. It's awesome. It's crazy that they're putting out cars like that, especially from Ford, because when I was growing up, Ford didn't have anything going for it, really. My mom had a Taurus, and because of that Taurus, I kind of started to hate Ford. But Ford definitely redeemed themselves since they brought in the new Mustangs with their retro style. I think in '05 was when they first did that. And then they really revamped everything with the Coyotes in 2013. So the fact that they're dropping out the the STs and especially now the RSs, those are really, really sick. I'm not a huge fan of like hatchbacks or hot hatches. It's just not my personality. But those are great, great options. WRX wagon stock or a 15 WRX, yeah. That comes down to personal preference, really, between years, I think. But yeah, you're gonna pay a good price in insurance. So if anybody's out there looking for a car, I highly recommend you call your insurance company. If you have a specific car in mind, you could provide them with the VIN number. But your insurance, that can be a pain, really. So I would go with something that's affordable because if you get something and you're struggling with it, honestly, and you're barely able to make the payments on it, that is never fun. And that was kind of my situation when I first got my STI. I really struggled with the payments just because the payments I was making was like 16% interest, which was pretty ridiculous. But yeah, that's my suggestion: is get something that you could afford comfortably. Get one that's in good shape. Don't get one that's beat on if you can help it, because Subarus are expensive to repair and maintain. First car is an STI. That is awesome. That's really, really sweet. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford an STI for my first car. I was lucky to have the 3rd gen Eclipse that I had, and I'm very thankful for that. But if I had an STI as the first car, I promise you I would have probably wrapped it around the tree. Because I wrapped actually I didn't wrap my car. I did crash my Eclipse once, just being stupid, hooning around in a parking lot. And that thing was like a brick, so yeah. What do I major in? Criminal justice is my BA, and I'm working on my associates in logistics. I'm already losing my voice. Love how much pride I take in my vehicle. That's awesome. I really do. I try to take care of my car, and I really do love my car. I take a lot of pride in it. I try to make it look as good as I can, which is why I really want to get it painted soon. For anybody who just dropped in, I'm probably going to get the hood scoop, the roof, and the driver's side fender taken care of this summer. I don't have the other money to get it fully repainted right now for a couple reasons. Car parts is a big reason. But yeah, I try to show it off because I am happy to have it. I'm thankful to have it. And, I try to reflect that in my videos. So I'm glad people notice that. What keeps you motivated? That's a tough one, honestly. I don't have any cute slogans like TJ Hunt does or like Evan Shanks does. I wish I could say something like "Be victorious" or "Keep moving forward" or something. Maybe I need to come up with something. And that's not a knock at those guys. I love those guys. I met them 2 years ago, and those guys helped motivate me. A lot of other YouTubers, Dr. M3, Subaru WRX fan, and pretty much all of them. I mean, B is for Build. You look at anybody at where they were like 2, 3, even 4 years ago and where they are now, and they're all approaching very closely, probably 500,000 subs for a lot of those dudes. That dude in blue, met him 2 years ago. Awesome guy. So I guess a lot of other YouTubers motivate me as far as my YouTube channel, and I kind of look at other channels and see how far they've come in such a short time, and that really kind of motivates me. You guys honestly motivate me when I get positive reviews on videos. When I make a random video like the 10 things I hate about my STI, I got a lot of hate on that, but I did get a lot of positive feedback, and that was my first video that kind of went viral. Right now, I think it has about 150,000 views, which is really cool. The last video I made was that went big was the my thoughts on the 2018 WRX and STI. Again, I got a good bit of hate on that one because people didn't like what I say, but I don't really care. But when I see a video like that that just kind of takes off, that one's at like 50,000 views right now, that kind of really motivates me. And I really enjoy doing YouTube. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, talking to you guys, making videos for you guys. So I would say that you guys are a big portion of my motivation. Other than that, it's just something that you have to learn is to motivate yourself. You know, you can't always rely on other people to motivate you. You kind of have to just dig deep and decide that you're going to take control of your own life, that you're going to go out and you're going to put in the hard work and the time to make things happen. And you can't always rely on somebody else to amp you up or motivate you. So sometimes you just kind of have to dig deep and find your own motivation and find, you know, what really drives you personally. And everybody has different motivations. So things that motivate me may not motivate you, and things that motivate you may not do anything for me. So you just kind of have to, you know, figure out what motivates you and kind of roll with that. What do I think of the Subaru 1998 2.5 RS and the swappableness? Yeah, that's a good term, swappableness. I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because I do get a fair amount of questions or comments of people wanting to buy older Subarus, whether it's a GC series Subaru or even like a base Impreza, and they want to swap an STI motor into it. And honestly, I don't know all that much about the technical aspects of it. I'm not sure how much work it takes or how much money it would take to really do that. But it's not easy. I know that the EJ motor in the STI and WRX are essentially the same as what comes in older STIs, or not STIs, but older Subarus, especially Imprezas. But if you've seen a lot of the swaps that I've seen, a lot of them are good, and a lot of the ones that are good cost a lot of money to do, and a lot of time, and a lot of pain and blood and sweat and tears to make them work. I've seen far more that were just Frankenstein nightmares. So it's definitely doable. It's not going to be cheap to do it, but just be prepared for that. I think it's something that's really cool to do. It's something that I would like to do someday. Not my next car. I don't have any project cars planned for right now. I would like to STI swap a GC Subaru, but it's not cheap to do and it's not easy to do. And there's usually electrical gremlins that like to persist. Also, there's a lot of things, you know, you have to realize that a lot of those cars, they weren't meant for the STI engine. So the EJ and the STI has some things that the previous engine didn't have. The ECUs are different, and you know, the previous engine also has some things that the STI engine doesn't have either. So it's doable. It's definitely doable, but it's not super cheap. And that's something that's hard to say. It really comes down to, you know, what shop there is doing the work, or if you're going to do the work. A lot of the work I recommend a professional shop do that has done swaps before, because a lot of times when people are pricing stuff out, pricing options, they will try to factor out the cheapest possible outcome, and they'll say, well, I could do this work or I could do that work, and a lot of times you just can't do that work realistically. So it is doable. It's definitely doable. It's not super cheap, and I would recommend, like, if that's something that you really have a passion for and it's something that you really, really want to do, then go for it. But if you're trying to do it in it as an option to come out cheaper than an STI, it's not really going to be cheaper than an STI. And there's also a number of other things that you have to factor in with, like the transmission and engine mounts and custom exhaust work and a whole bunch of other things that a lot of people just don't think about. What are the specs for the turbo in my STI? I don't know all the specs offhand. It is an 18G turbo from B&R Supercars. B&R primarily refurbishes turbos and rebuilds them. And they also, as far as I know, they make their own. So it is an 18G. It's more of an OEM spec turbo than something in the aftermarket world. And by that, I mean it's a journal bearing turbo. I think it's a 50 trim turbo. I don't remember what the hot side, cold side are. But it is a little bit bigger than the VF39. But it's a great option. It was like $700, which is a steal for the way it performs. I'm very happy with it, and aside from that, a lot of turbos, like the Force Performance, you know, a lot of other brands are like in the thousands of dollars, $1,500. Blausch makes great turbos, but I just didn't need anything that crazy for my daily driver. So I don't know all the specs offhand, but it is a 50 trim if I remember correctly. Yeah, 92 Accord to a 94. Yeah, any car is better on insurance. Yep, insurance is weird like that, and insurance varies greatly between states. When I was in South Carolina, I was paying, I want to say, about $180 a month or so. When I moved up here, it jumped up to like $230 a month. For no reason. Well, basically because more people in Pennsylvania have Subarus, and more people also crash Subarus up here, I guess. So that wasn't cool, but then it dropped back down the following year. So insurance is one of those things that kind of just goes up and down, but you want to try and find something that matches your budget. And a lot of people just overlook insurance completely when they're pricing out new cars. Will you ever super clean your car? Are you referring to like just going ham on everything and making it pristine and absolutely perfect? Yeah, probably. Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is coming up this July, and I am off the whole week. So if you guys don't know anything about it, I highly recommend you check it out because it's a really sick event. But it basically runs, they have events running all week, and then on the last weekend, they have PVGP weekend out at Shenley Park in Pittsburgh. And I have a video of that last year, this past summer, if you guys want to check that out. Hung out with a bunch of awesome guys, Dr. M3, TJ Hunt, Evan Shanks, I know I'm missing people, Ignition Tube was also there, Calvin. So this year for Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, I'm going to enter my car. And it's not like a super prestigious show. I mean, they have some things that are, you know, some events that really are high class and are really showy. But I'm just going to register my car to be on display at the Subaru booth. And there's not really too many requirements for that. It's not like, you know, some crazy car show. But I want my car to look good. I want to clean it up really nice. So I'm going to detail the engine bay. I'm going to be detailing, you know, the rest of the car, wax everything. Hopefully I'll get my car painted, at least, like I said, the hood scoop, the fender, and the roof painted by then so it doesn't look too bad. I'll show you guys a whole lot of detailing stuff. I also want to, I'll probably have my STI steering wheel installed by then. That's the plan. I'll have my suspension installed by then. And I'm also going to show you guys how to clean inside of your wheel wells so that they look nice and black and dark, and they'll really make the wheels pop out. So that's something that I learned from Ammo NYC. If you guys haven't checked out Larry Casillas' channel, check out his channel. It's Ammo NYC on YouTube. I learned a lot of my detailing tips and tricks from him, so I'll give credit where credit is due. Can I put an exhaust on my Subaru without getting it tuned? It depends on the exhaust. If your car is NA and it's not turboed, then there's really no issue with dropping any exhaust on it. If your car is turbocharged, then as long as your exhaust is a catback, meaning you keep the downpipe, if you just do the catback, then you should be good. The issue comes when you try to swap on a 3-inch, let's say a 3-inch exhaust turbo back from the turbo out. Your exhaust creates a certain amount of restriction and resistance on the turbo, and if you get rid of that restriction completely, it can cause issues with a tune. So anything a turbo back and beyond is a recommended that you get a tune for it. But just a catback, the downpipe is still going to be pretty restrictive. So a catback, you do not need a tune, if that's an easy answer. So it depends on what you're doing. But you might not need that. My channel is awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad that people enjoy my channel because honestly, I just kind of do me. I make the videos that I want to make. If you guys have a video request or something like that, I try to do that. But my channel is just something that I enjoy doing. You know, I don't really feel pressured to appease certain people or certain companies or anything like that. And I see a lot of YouTubers, not even in the car world, but just in general, who are so pressured to put out the content that other people want, that, you know, everybody else is doing. And, you know, I enjoy my channel, so I'm glad that other people enjoy my channel as well. Let's be honest, none of us hate our WRX or STI, but it's fun to try and find the flaws and dislike. Yes, yes. I got so much hate on my video, the 10 things I hate about my STI. First of all, it was a tag video, okay? I think it was Wastegate Warriors tagged me, and it was just a thing going around. So tag videos, if anybody is unfamiliar, it's basically a way of YouTubers collabing with each other without physically meeting up and doing a collab. For a lot of us, you know, I mean, a lot of us YouTubers are spread out across the country. I'm here in Pittsburgh. Subaru WRX fan, Doc M3, they're in Pittsburgh. Street Speed 717's over in Harrisburg. Evan Shanks is either in Texas or Arkansas, depending. TJ Hunt's out in Cali. Ignition Tube's up in, I think, Connecticut, Northeast. So tag videos are a great way to collab with other people. So that's really what it was. It's like Wastegate Warriors was like, hey man, I want to do a tag video. I was like, okay, cool. So I had a struggle to come up with 10 things that I didn't like about my car. And I was nitpicking a little bit, which I'll say it is my car and I reserve the right to nitpick. But I don't think it was that bad of a video, but it really pissed off some people, which is hilarious to me. It really is. But yeah, there's part of the reason I made that video was just to show that my car isn't perfect. One of the things that annoys me is when people pass off their car, whether it's an STI or an Evo or whatever it is. So many people on YouTube and especially on Instagram pass off their cars like they're perfect, like they never have issues, and like there's nothing wrong with them. So if I'm ever like griping on my car, it's not even that I hate my car. I just want to make it clear that I do have issues with my car. Some of it is my fault, I'll admit. Some of it just comes from modifying it. Some of it's just the nature of owning a Subaru. But if there's anything that I don't want to do, I don't ever want to pass off my car as it being perfect, immaculate, and like there's no issues, because that's not realistic. And a lot of people, I think, buy into that, or maybe they don't realize, you know, maybe it's their first car or second car, and they don't realize all the, you know, the things that go on behind the scenes. So I want to be transparent with you guys. I want to be honest. Like, if I have issues, I'll let you know. I just think it's kind of deceitful to be, you know, parading around like your car's perfect and it has no issues ever. Which is better, STI or Evo? Reasons. Oh man. Honestly, it comes down to personal preference. I could find probably 10 reasons that an STI is better than an Evo, and I could find 10 reasons why the Evo is better than the STI. When it comes down to it, honestly, it comes down to personal preference. Some people will say the Evo is more durable. I think the engine on the Evo has less issues from the factory than the EJ does from Subaru. And it's just, you know, it's just kind of the nature of the engines. The 4G63 and especially the 4B11 are pretty bulletproof, but I have seen Evos with engines that have blown with, I think one guy had his springs break, you know, his valve springs. All cars have issues, man, like all of them. So one of my pet peeves is like when people act like the STI is perfect and the Evos suck, and people act like the Evo's perfect and the STI suck. They're both brilliant cars, and I don't understand why STI owners can't love Evos and Evo owners can't love STIs. It's a beef that's been going on since day one. But yeah, honestly, I would just say that they're both awesome cars. Um, the EJ series engine, it does have some flaws in it, some inherent flaws with the boxer design. But I'll say this: I have I think 160, 170,000 miles on my car. The original engine lasted until 130,000 miles. It failed, but it was not due to the engine's fault. I was driving on the highway going like 70 miles an hour, and my lower radiator hose split open. I guess it was old, I don't know. And all the coolant drained out, so the engine seized. I was going up a hill too on the highway in the fast lane, so I couldn't pull over. Coolant drained out, and the engine seized up. So that was my OEM short block. No fault of the motor at all. If the coolant hose didn't split open, I probably would have got another 30,000 miles out of that engine, honestly, which is saying a lot, because I had a stage 2 off-the-shelf map from Cobb that I was running on it, and I was probably around 270 horsepower or so to the wheels, ballpark, I'm guessing. So this idea that EJ motors are glass is not really accurate in my experience. The second motor that I had, I replaced that, and I went with an OEM short block because I wasn't planning on making big power. And actually, the OEM short block is actually good for a decent amount of power. There are some that are handling like 400 to 500 wheel horsepower. They aren't necessarily going to last very long, but the fact that it could do it is pretty impressive. So, like I said, the EJ series is actually pretty stout. The second motor that I had, the problem with that is my MAF sensor went bad. I didn't realize it when I was driving, but the MAF sensor went bad, so then my air-fuel ratios went off, completely skewed lean, and that blew up. So that did blow up, yes, but it was my MAF sensor that caused it. So the EJ series engine is actually pretty good in my own experience. I've never had an issue with ringlands. Knock on wood, hopefully. And I know other guys have had issues with them, so I think it really just depends. As far as the Evos, I don't know as much about Evos, but I used to be a huge die-hard Evo fanboy before before I went over to the dark side. When I was like 17, 18, 19, even 20, I was obsessed with Evos. I bought into all the hype. Every review that I saw on the Evo, comparing the Evo to the STI, I basically sided with the Evo, even on Top Gear when Jeremy Clarkson drove both of them. I don't remember what season it was, but he basically drove both of them, said, you know, the Evo's better for the track and the STI's better for the street. And I looked at that and said, yep, the Evo's the better car because it's better for the track. And now that I'm older, a little bit more mature, and my car is my daily driver, I'm glad that I went with an STI. So, I mean, like I said, you could find a million reasons why one car is better than the other, but honestly, they're both really awesome cars. And to say that one sucks is kind of disingenuous. I know I said that in my 10 Things I Hate About the STI video, but that was kind of just to piss off the Evo fanboys. Because it annoys me when people act like the Evo is the best car ever made, and it's 100% better than everything else, and it never has any issues, and that's not the case. Every guy that I've known who's had an Evo has had it up on jack stands just as much as the Subi guys. But they are both honestly brilliant cars. And for the price, well, now you have other options. But for a long time, there was no other option better than the Evo and STI when it comes to horsepower versus money spent. Let's see, I lost my place. What do I think of the 05 Blow-By WRX? Great car. They are awesome. The 05s, as far as I know, are better than the 04s. At least as far as STIs. I don't know if the same holds true for the WRXs. The 05s are great. The 05 to 07, in my opinion, is the best year of WRX and STI. I think both of them are great. After 07, in 08 and on, Subaru started to get a lot more conscious with their money, and they started to trim things back. So, again, every car is individual, so it's kind of hard to say that, you know, all cars, like all 05 WRXs are the best years or whatever, because some are great and other ones have been hooned on, and and thrashed on, and it's a terrible investment. But if you find a good one, that's a pretty good investment in my opinion, if the price is right. Because right now the prices are pretty crazy for some of the WRXs and STIs, and I really don't understand it. Love my videos. Thank you. What coils would you recommend? I don't feel that I'm really an authority on the subject. I've only run one set of coils, and that's Fortune Auto. So I've heard a lot of guys who have run BC coilovers are very happy with those. I am very happy with my Fortune Auto. Tane makes good coilovers, and there's a ton of other higher brand names that are great options. And it really just depends on your budget and what you're using them for. So for me, my car is a daily driver. That's why I went with Fortune Auto. I don't need like top of the line KWs or Tanes or whatever. I just don't need $4,000 coilovers. The Fortune Autos that I have the 500 series, and I've run them for about 4 years or so. I think about 60,000 miles, all daily driven. I haven't tracked them at all, but I do some spirited driving, and I'm very happy with them. They're awesome. I do like that they have like a radial bearing that goes at the top of your struts for the fronts. So whenever you turn your wheel, you don't get a pop. Some cheaper ones, they don't have that bearing there, and the spring binds up and it creates tension, and then it just releases and it will pop whenever you turn. So having a bearing there gets rid of that completely. So I love my Fortune Autos. I love the 500 series. They've been great to me. I just had the rear one fail, my rear driver's side fail. I was installing my wheels and there's like oil all down the strut. So I'll probably be replacing those with the new Generation 6 coils they just came out with. But I could personally recommend Fortune Auto coilovers. I would consider them budget coilovers, but they're not necessarily cheap. They don't have some of the features that nicer ones do. I think like Tane has the threaded area. It's like coated with some like anti-rust coating that's really cool. So they don't have features like that, but they are a great budget coilover, if you would call them that. I wouldn't even call them budget coilovers. I've never, in the past 4 years that I've driven on them, I've never felt like I was driving on budget coilovers. So I really can't say a whole lot because, like I said, I haven't driven like super high-end coilovers. But Fortune Auto is a great option, especially if you're daily driving your car and you're not tracking it, or if you're doing some light track like autocross and stuff like that. Yes, the EJ207 is only made in Japan. I've had a couple people, I forget what video it was. I think it was on my, where I was talking about my thoughts on the new 2018 WRX and STI. I think it was that one. I don't recall. But somebody was like, oh, you should just get the EJ207. I was like, it's not really an option for me. I have a lot of people, no, I shouldn't even say a lot, but I've had some people comment on either my videos or I see them comment on other videos, and they're like, oh, you should just get this car, or just get that car, or this engine option. It's like, that's not an option here in America, unfortunately. But yeah, as far as I know, the EJ207 is only in Japan. I don't know how importable that is. I'm guessing you could import like just the engine and swap that. I'm pretty sure guys have done that. A lot of guys do the twin scroll EJs on their STIs and kind of swap it over to make it like a quasi JDM Subaru. But yeah, that's only option. It's only available in Japan. Go get some water. Yes, yes. I know. I have water right here. My throat is not being kind to me. I think it's just kind of stress, and I'm tired. I've been running like crazy before this past week. Would I ever consider doing a project car, and what would it be? I would love to do a project car, but I'm going to keep it real with you. I have priorities that are different than a lot of other car YouTubers. So I know a lot of guys, actually pretty much everybody that I know, pretty much every YouTuber has been doing a project car right now. I know that's like the thing that's cool. I have other priorities, guys. Right now, I am living at home because I want to save money because rent is stupid expensive, and that's a whole nother topic I could get into. So I'll keep it brief, but I'm not going to rent. Rent is wasted money. I really want to buy my own house someday, so that's kind of what I'm saving up for when my STI isn't sucking money out of my wallet. But I would love to do a project car. It's not really going to happen anytime soon unless I get like 1 million subscribers overnight and suddenly I just have YouTube money pouring in or something like that. It's really not something that I see happening for a few years at least. If I was going to do a project car, that's really hard to say. There's so many great options when it comes to project cars. So many great options right now. I would not do a 240. Everybody's doing a 240. A lot of people are starting to do the 350 build now, thanks to TJ. Miata's a good option because it's cheap, but everybody and their grandfather has built a Miata at this point. So I like being different. A Miata's a great option. It's a great cheap option. It's a fun option. And it's a car that's, it's cheap. So you don't have to have a ton of money into it to have fun. So that is an option. But I also like being different. So I would say it would depend on my budget. If I didn't have hardly any money at all, maybe I would do a Miata. If I did have money for a project car to really get crazy, I would kind of like to buy an NSX and restore it. I think that would be cool. Of course, I would love to buy an R34 Skyline. The R34 is really the only Skyline that I really love. I think all Skylines are sick, but the R34 pulls at my heartstrings. That's the one that I want. That's the one that I love. So I don't think I would really buy into it, an R32 or an R33. Unfortunately, I still have quite a few years to wait for the R34s to be legally importable to the U.S. But yeah, that's my project car, I guess. An NSX maybe. I know that's not a great project car probably. That's an expensive option. But I want to be different. I don't want to do another 240. Those have been done to death. LS swaps have been done to death. Miatas have been done to death. So I'd want to do something that's somewhat original. Do I plan on collabing with someone in the future? Yes. This summer at Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, I'll be hanging out with, unless something comes up, I'll be hanging out with Duck M3. I think T-Rex Chuck is going to be there. Evan Shanks, TJ Hunt are probably going to be there. All the guys, the whole crew, I'll hang out with those guys. I also want to collab with Subaru WRX Fan a lot. We've been talking about collabing since I started my channel, and it just hasn't happened. Our schedules haven't worked out really. I'm busy, he's busy, so trying to get something to line up has been difficult. We had briefly talked about maybe doing like some snow drifting. But it didn't freaking snow, you guys. It snowed like 2 days that it actually laid. And of those 2 days, most of the roads, not that we would drift on roads, but like most of the roads and parking lots had been plowed and salted. So that never happened. We never even had a chance to go out somewhere. So I definitely want to collab with WRX Fan. Good friend of mine, long-term friend of mine. I've known him since like 2nd grade. So I definitely want to collab with him. I think it's dumb that we're both YouTubers. We both live in the same area, and we just haven't been able to collab yet. Street Speed 717 is in Harrisburg. He's like 3 hours from me. That's not too bad. So maybe I could collab with him at some point in the summer. We'll see. Again, he's a busy guy. I'm a busy guy. I'll collab with just about anybody, really. I'm not super picky about who I collab with. But I definitely want to collab with some other people, some other channels, because it's a great way to share other channels, because I've found a number of my channels through collabs that I've seen, and I've known of Evan Shanks for years, but I didn't really subscribe to him. I kind of feel dumb saying this, but I didn't really subscribe to him until I watched, I think it was him and TJ on the Gumball Rally. And I was catching TJ's videos, and then I was like, why am I not subbed to Evan? So I subbed to him. So yeah, I definitely have some people I would like to collab with, but the biggest issue is just getting our schedules to line up. Would it be possible for you to get an STI cop car like those in Wisconsin? Um, I don't know. In Pennsylvania, at least, it's illegal to put any type of lights on your car unless you could have, I believe, red lights if you are a volunteer firefighter, which I am not, and I'm not going to volunteer just to put lights on my car. Um, I don't even have time to be a volunteer firefighter. Other than that, you're allowed to have, I think, amber lights for like construction workers or like, if you're a tow truck driver or something like that. But I think it's blue that is for police. So any blue or red lights, like I said, unless you're like a firefighter or something like that, volunteer, you can't have them on your car at all. So I was kind of obsessed with like undercover lights several years ago when I was like 19. I always thought it would be really sick to put those on my car, but yeah, no plans of that. I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's not really legal to do, and it's expensive, and I don't really have a desire to do it because I have no need for it at all. So yeah, you pay $60. That's if you're paying if you're paying $60 for insurance, that's awesome. I pay a stupid amount of insurance, especially when you're younger. I'm 27 now, so my prices have dropped significantly. But when I first got my STI, I was crying for my insurance. I think my insurance was close to $300 a month. It was ridiculous, and it was almost as much as my car payment. My car payment was insane. I was probably paying close to $700 a month when I bought my STI. So yeah, if you could get good insurance, that's a good deal. Just a lot of people overlook that. Like they'll factor out everything else. They'll factor out their car payment. They'll try to figure out, how cheap they could get a car. Then they're focusing on buying car parts, and they haven't even considered insurance yet. Not to mention, if you're in an accident, you also have your deductible that you have to worry about, and your insurance rates are probably going to go up. So sometimes life happens, and sometimes it's your fault, sometimes it's not, and sometimes even when it's not your fault, insurance doesn't care. They still figure it's your fault for whatever reason, and your rates still go up. You still have your premium to pay. If the other driver isn't insured, you usually still have to pay your deductible. So yeah, factor in insurance, but $60 a month is pretty awesome. You're paying $34 a month, dude. That's ridiculous. I wish, man, if I was paying $34 a month, I don't even know what I would be doing, you guys. I would be so happy. I would have way more money for car parts. I can't complain because my insurance isn't terrible right now, I don't think. But it's stupid expensive. And if you're a guy, oh my god, it's insane. I worked with girls who are like paying like $20 to $30 a month for like a brand new car. And then I tell them what my insurance is, and they just laugh at me. Because being a guy is that, what can I say? We do dumb shit. We do stupid stuff, man. We wrap our cars around poles. We have that testosterone that kicks in, and we want to race the guy next to us. So I guess it's just the nature of it. Yeah, 130 for a 2012 WRX. That's not terrible, but again, that really depends on where you live, and that's why it's so hard to compare insurance rates, because there's 50 different states, and every state is different. Depends on your age bracket, your gender, your driving record, if you have any tickets, anything like that. So even comparing state to state is pretty much impossible. So yeah, Colorado, okay, cool. Still ride horses. I wonder what the insurance is on a horse. It can't be that bad. Just got its 02 WRX. Congratulations, that's really sweet. Yeah, no major issues yet. Best of luck to you. My suggestion is, and it really depends on your budget and what your finances look like, it's just smart to have some money set aside. And that goes for anybody with any car. I mean, people buy new cars and things come up, things happen. So it's always good to have an emergency fund of at least like $500, I would say, is ideal. I'll admit I usually don't have that myself because I don't have a ton of money. So it is difficult to, have a little emergency stash set aside. But being an 02 WRX, hopefully the maintenance was done on it, like the timing belt and all that, but it depends on how it was taken care of. I mean, if you take care of a Subaru and you don't hoon it, they can last a long time. There's a lot of Subarus with over 200,000 miles on them, and they're still going strong. The biggest issue is when people hoon them, when they don't when they don't keep up with the maintenance, when they don't add oil like they're supposed to, because Subarus tend to use oil, especially if you rev them out. But people will slack off on the oil sometimes. People will slack off on some of the other maintenance, the maintenance aspects of it, and that's what really shortens the lifespan of a car. So that's awesome. Congratulations on your new Rex. Hopefully it continues to run well for you. My opinion on a Mini Cooper S, is it a chick car? It really depends on other people's opinions. Personally, I don't think it's a chick car. Anytime I see a Mini Cooper S, or even a base Mini, like I don't consider it to be a chick car. I know a lot of people do, but I think those people, a lot of people are judgmental. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of people, especially in the car community, who are judgmental regardless of what you drive. You could drive a freaking Lamborghini and they'll still be judgmental. So you can't really worry about what other people think. The Cooper RS, or I'm sorry, the Mini Cooper S is a really sweet car, in my opinion. It makes good power. It's lightweight. It's small. So it's a great option. In fact, I know a guy, when I was in Charleston, I knew a guy, I was friends with a guy who had an STI, and he worked at a Mini dealer. And it was actually Hendrick Mini. So he knew a lot about Minis. He saw some of the things that they were building. So a Mini Cooper really isn't a chick car by any means, in my opinion. That's a cool option, honestly. People said that my 3rd gen Eclipse was a chick car. I don't think it was. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't really care. I enjoyed the car. It's a fun car. But there's kind of this mentality in America right now that if you don't drive something that's like super high horsepower or super like angular and aggressive looking, that it's a chick car. And I don't buy that. I don't think a Miata's a chick car. I mean, some girls drive it. Some girls like it because it's cute. But, I mean, girls like Mustangs too. So is a Mustang a chick car? I wouldn't say that, especially if you get like a GT. I don't think it is. But yeah, I wouldn't consider a Cooper S a chick car at all. I think it's a sweet car. You know, and it's so, like I said, it's so lightweight, you don't even have to make a lot of power. It's kind of like a Miata. Like, it's just lightweight, good car. And it's a fun car, which I think a lot of people miss out on. Your motor would have been going, yeah, if the previous owner hadn't ran it with no oil. Something about running motors with no oil that just it just isn't healthy. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. But yeah, when it comes to maintenance, that is like the biggest thing that kills motors, honestly. That and high horsepower. Proper maintenance, you know, like I said, adding oil, staying on with your coolant. Your coolant, if there's no issues, you shouldn't have to add coolant. But that's something to keep an eye on. You know, like I said, your power steering fluid, flush that every once in a while. I'll probably be doing a video on that because I'm due. So as spring kind of gears up and, you know, gets rolling, I'm going to have a lot more probably instructional videos, tutorial videos on maintenance and stuff like that coming out. But yeah, if you maintain all your fluids, your transmission fluids, stuff like that, change your filters, your cabin filter, air filter, clean your MAF sensor periodically with only using MAF sensor cleaner. Other cleaners can destroy it. Please, for the love of God, do not use brake cleaner or carburetor cleaner. That will melt it. But if you keep up with the maintenance and you maintain it properly, they'll last a good long time. And a lot of times people will run with the oil and they'll leave it like at half the level that it should be, so it's not quite full, and they'll say, it's not empty. But that's still not proper. That's like still not where it should be. That's still not ideal. So you're still going to be cutting some time off of the life of your engine. But yeah, like I said, a lot of it comes down to maintenance. The other thing is that people, at least in the performance world and the enthusiast world, people like to build an engine and then run it beyond that. So like they'll build an engine, they'll go with a 400 horsepower rated block, you know, pistons, whatever. For their build will basically be rated for 400 horsepower, and then they'll tune it to like 400 wheel horsepower, and then they wonder why it doesn't last a long time. So it's kind of, you know, you could have power or you could have longevity. It's not usually both. Opinion on the narrow body WRXs 09 to 10. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. I think they're kind of cool. Like, I like all Subarus, really. And the cool thing about Subarus, a lot of people like to get onto Subaru about changing things up, especially, you know, we just saw the 2018s released. A lot of people like to criticize Subaru for changing things up too much or not enough or whatever, but at least we have a lot of options. And I might get hate for this, I don't really care, but like, if you look at the Evo has remained exactly the same from 2008 onward. So if you want an Evo 10, you are getting one design. You don't have an option. So I do like that, you know, Subaru has different options. They have different years. They have the Hawkeyes and the Blob Eyes, even the Bug Eyes a lot of people love. They have hatchback options, and they might not have a hatchback option every year like they don't right now. And they might not have, you know, a sedan option every year. But I think it's really cool that you could kind of pick and choose what design you want, what car you want. If you want a hatchback, get a hatchback. If you don't, then get a sedan. I personally like sedans. That's not to say I'd never get a hatchback, but I think it's really cool that they have different options. So I don't know. Like, I don't really have an opinion on the 09 to 10 WRXs. I think they're cool. Like, I think it's a great option. Nothing about the 08 to 17, but I don't like how Subaru went from the rally look to the family car. Yeah, I think it's personal preference. It's kind of, I feel the same way. I'll agree with that. I agree with, you know, Mitsubishi did the same thing with the Evo 10. And as awesome and aggressive as the Evo 10 looks, I do miss the Evo 8 and 9. I miss the rally car look. That being said, I'm not really sure how much longer that would have lasted anyhow, because it's not really kind of in vogue right now. It's not what's cool. It's not what's hip. Right now, the trend has been to make cars bigger, fatter, heavier, and more quote-unquote luxurious. They're just throwing so much, so many other features into cars right now that, you know, I don't think a rally car look would sell well for most people right now. So I understand why they have changed, but I definitely do miss the rally car look. I'm not really going to blame Subaru or Mitsubishi. Well, Mitsubishi just decided they didn't want to make Evos anymore. They went green and abandoned a whole section of their whole crowd. Yeah, I'm not really going to blame Subaru. Like, I kind of see why they did it, and I see why they are trying to appeal to a wider audience, because Subaru sales are like through the roof. They have been taking off for the last several years, and that's awesome. Like, if Subaru's doing well, then I'm happy. And part of that is making a car that appeals to a wider audience, but at the same time, I feel that the newer cars are missing. They're missing something. They're missing a little bit of character. They're missing a little bit of that rally car heritage, if that is a thing. You know, like, they're still great cars. I would still buy probably a 2016 WRX or STI. I still think they're awesome, but yeah, I definitely miss the rally car look. What do you use to keep your STI smelling great on the inside? Well, honestly, I don't think my STI smells so great. I don't really use any air fresheners. I have one air freshener that I got with the my tuner crate from, I think it was June, or maybe it was July. It was the Evan Shanks tuner crate, and he had like the racing helmet air freshener. I threw that in my car. I don't really. It's something that I don't think about. My car doesn't smell, which is good. If your car smells bad, then there's probably an issue. Maybe you need to clean it out, or maybe you have, you know, mold or something growing in it. But I would say my car smells normal. It does. I mean, it probably smells like me. I don't notice anything, which you really don't smell yourself. It doesn't stink or anything like that. Um, but I don't really. I'm not really big on car fresheners, like air fresheners. It's not that I wouldn't use them. I think they smell great, a lot of them. But it's just something that I don't think about, and I haven't really used. So because I don't think about it, I never really put an air freshener in my car. So it doesn't smell, but it just kind of smells normal, I guess. A few year time, yeah, yeah. STIs are, yeah. That's part of the reason I bought an STI. Well, I bought it because I wanted an STI. I wanted all-wheel drive in the snow. At the time, I was stationed down in Charleston, South Carolina, and I knew I would be traveling home to Pittsburgh in the winter, and I needed all-wheel drive. I didn't want to get stuck anywhere, so that's why I got it. But I also, I got a sedan, which honestly, by the time I'm married and settled down and having kids, I very well may have a different car. Actually, I will have a different car. But I plan on keeping my STI. But back seats for me were important. My first car, for anybody who doesn't know, was a third generation Eclipse. It was a convertible, so it was it was a coupe. Small back seats, and you had to flip the front ones forward to put anything in the back seat or let people in the back seat. I got sick of coupes, and it's kind of funny. Like, I laugh about it all the time because Super WRX fan always talks about how much he loves coupes, and he wants to enjoy his coupe while he can. Before getting a sedan, and when he settles down, he'll get a sedan. I'm kind of the opposite. Like, I'm already beyond having a coupe. I had that Eclipse for like 3 years, and I got sick of it. I missed having back seats. So, yeah, back seats are definitely a good thing to have, especially if you have kids. And Subarus in general are good for that because they rate very high on safety, especially the newer ones. But I definitely would want at least a sedan if you have kids, just for ease of use. I mean, safety, yes, absolutely, but ease of use, man. Don't be struggling to put kids in a backseat in a coupe. Is that a damned steering wheel behind you? I thought you didn't like them. Actually, this is a 2015 STI steering wheel. Funny story with this. This is definitely going in my car at some point. I'm still trying to research the some of the wiring for my cruise control. I actually have my pretty much the circuit boards. I have those back here. So this is the circuit board out of that steering wheel. The left-hand side controls the audio, and the right-hand side controls the cruise control. So the 2015 STIs and WRXs, for that matter, use push buttons. Actually, from 2008 onward, they use a push button, where my car uses the old stock style that hangs down and you push it in and flick it and all that. So basically, I have to look at these circuit boards, and I'm pretty sure I saw a post on Naziok that I dug up from several years ago, where a guy did this. He put a 2008 steering wheel into his 2005. So that was the same way, and he wired everything up to work. So this being a 2015, the circuitry on these boards is different. And he had to modify something. He had to modify, like, he removed, I think, like 3 resistors to make it work. So that's where I am right now. I'm trying to figure out what I have to tweak, if anything, on those circuit boards to get my cruise control to work with my car. I haven't had any luck. I tried calling Subaru, the HQ, and they couldn't tell me anything. They gave me they said that I could look on their website. They have like a tech manual website, basically, where you could, it's like $30 or $35 for, I think, a month of access, and then it just goes up from there. It's really for like technicians who need that data, but it's not. I'm like 99% sure it's not going to be that in depth where it's going to show me what's going on with the circuit boards. My next bet would probably be to try to contact the company that makes those circuit boards for Subaru, but I'm not sure. So I may end up putting my steering wheel in the car in the spring and figuring out that later, which is not what I wanted to do. But right now I haven't had any luck at all trying to figure out what's going on with the circuitry. Nobody could tell me anything. I called up Subaru, like I said, and they also said that I could go to my local dealer and they would be able to tell me more than the headquarters could. And I went to last week. I went to my dealership and I told him what I was doing, and he looked at me like I was a complete freaking idiot. So he did. I forget the guy's name, but he did take down my number, and he said he would call me back when he found out something. But I'm not holding my breath for a phone call, honestly. He'll probably know. I think he probably lost that intentionally. He probably blew it off the counter, let it fall on the floor. The custodian came by, swept it up with all the other dust. So I'm not expecting a phone call, honestly. And I don't blame him. Like, I don't think I would do the same thing. I would at least call back and say, hey, I just don't know. But it's something that's unique, and I knew it was going to be challenging. I knew it was going to be difficult to do. And that's why I chose to do it. I love the 2015 plus steering wheels, and I wanted to be different. I mean, I could have easily bought a damn steering wheel, but I should say it's not that I don't like damn steering wheels. I think they're sweet, but in my opinion, they just cost way too much money. They're like $600-700 for some of them. The GT spec is basically a knockoff of the damned wheel, and that's a little bit cheaper. That's like $500 to $550 or so. But if you're paying $600 for a steering wheel, I mean, I don't know. For me, it's just too much. So with this wheel, I also got the added controls, which, like I said, I still need to figure that out. I'm sure it's doable. It's just a matter of figuring it out. For the audio controls, I will have to get basically like a modular transmitter type deal. There's different companies that make them that allow people. It's basically meant for people who have an aftermarket stereo that they put into their car, because nobody really swaps these wheels, so it wasn't really intended for that. But it would be like if I had a 2015 STI and I went with an aftermarket stereo. There are modules that allow you to retain your steering wheel controls and plug that into an aftermarket stereo, which I do have an aftermarket stereo. I have a Pioneer. I think it's a X930BT, something like that. Love it. Great unit. But I'll be able to plug into that, hopefully. There are 3 pins on my roll connector. Your roll connector sits between your steering wheel and your steering column, and that's what allows you to be able to steer. I believe it was Brian's Mobile. I'm not sure. I believe it was his channel who just tore apart a roll connector recently and was showing what's inside. So that's basically what I have to do. I think I have 3 wires that I can basically tap into to make my audio controls work. So I'm less worried about my audio controls, but it's my cruise control getting that taken care of. So yeah, that is a 15 STI steering wheel. Hopefully that'll go in my car soon. My plan is before Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I definitely need to make some videos. I have a series planned where I want to focus on getting certain things done before Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I'll probably call it like Road to PVGP or something like that. And I'm going to be, showing the different things that I have planned specifically for the Vintage Grand Prix. Getting my car painted is one of them. Getting that wheel into my car is another thing, because I think that would be really cool to have that on display to show that it is doable. Let's see. What is my gauge setup, and have they been durable? I have several gauges. I actually have my car came with the OEM, quote-unquote JDM. It came from Subaru, from the factory, the boost gauge that sits on the steering column. I've had that sitting in a box forever, so I'm going to clean that up a little bit and sell that on Panjo. I couldn't stand it. I love the gauge. It's a great gauge. The only thing that I don't like about it is that it sits in front of part of my gauges where it shows like the temperature outside. So every time I would start my car, I'd have to like peek my head around the gauge to see what the temperature was, which was kind of annoying for me. But a lot of guys don't mind that. A lot of guys like the JDM look. So that the gauge came with my car. I removed that and I replaced it with. Now I think I've talked about this in a couple videos. My 1,000 subscriber video. I know I talk about all the mods that are done to my car, and I think it's towards the end of the video. I talk about the interior of my car. So you can see my gauge setup if you're not familiar with it in that video. I have an AEM wideband that's next to my gauge pod. It's a standalone, and that's tapped into my downpipe, and that's measuring my air-fuel ratio, obviously. I highly recommend that. I also monitor my AFRs on my cob access port. My cob access port I have up all the time. I'm always monitoring things. My boost, my AFR ratio, target boost, my coolant temperature. I always want to make sure that my car is up to temp before I really start getting on it hard. So I monitor my AFRs with my cob access port, but I also have my AEM wideband. Next to my wideband, I have 3 gauges from STRI. They've been great. They're all 60mm gauges, and they are in an ATI triple gauge pod that replaced my clock center gauge pod, or clock pod, whatever. But I have my boost gauge, I have an EGT, exhaust gas temperature gauge, and I have my oil pressure gauge. Now, you could find a bunch of different threads and stuff on what different gauges are best to have. Those are the 3 that I picked because I like knowing what my boost is. I think that's important. And your EGTs, I've never really had an issue with like my EGTs being insanely crazy, but I do like it because it kind of lets me know when to back off. If I'm driving like super spirited, or I'm on the highway and my EGTs, it's showing like 1,000 or so, then I know to like just kind of it makes me aware of it, I should say. And that's another thing that kills engines, is that people drive them too hard. They don't let them. Your engine really shouldn't be overheating, so I don't want to say like you'll let it cool down, but it's important to know what your EGTs are, because the hotter your EGTs are, the more likely it is that your car could possibly run lean, or you could be damaging things. So that's a gauge. And oil pressure, because you always want to make sure that you have proper oil pressure. Without proper oil pressure, you're in for an expensive ride. For me, I've never really had a significant loss in oil pressure, but I do have a friend. I knew a guy who had his engine rebuilt. I don't remember what shop did it. It's not really important, but the shop, for whatever reason, did not replace the oil pickup. He had the factory oil pickup. Anybody who owns Subarus, the factory oil pickup in the EJ motor is garbage. I don't know what Subaru is doing, but I guess it's just the resonance of the engine, but they always crack. And they crack and they'll break off and they won't be sucking up oil. So even though your engine could be full, you could have just topped off your oil, and for whatever reason, your oil pickup will be broken or cracked, and it won't be circulating the proper amount of oil. So it's kind of a peace of mind that I got that gauge. I always want to make sure that I have proper oil pressure, and sometimes I could tell that it's dipping a little bit lower than it should be. And then I'll check my oil. I check my oil pressure, or I'm sorry, my oil level regularly. But there have been some times where, I just had a session of heavy driving where, I was getting on it, and then I noticed my oil pressure is a little bit low. So then it reminds me to check my oil. So that's my setup. Boost is critical. You should definitely know that. Your oil pressure, I think, especially on a Subaru, is very important to know, especially if your car is modified like mine is. And I like knowing my EGTs. You could ask somebody else, and they might tell you 3 different gauges that are important, or 3 different gauges that they would have. But those are the 3 that I have. Those are, in my opinion, the most important. So, yeah. Yeah, you figure insurance will be cheaper next year once you're 25. Yeah, I think my insurance kind of dropped when I was 24. But 24, 25, 26 is when your insurance starts to drop to where it should be, I think. You're not getting completely screwed anymore. I know when I was like 18, my insurance was stupid expensive. My first car, I was paying my insurance on my third generation Eclipse when I got that car. I was like 18, 19. That was almost as much as my insurance is for my STI now. So considering that car was slow as hell and it was two-wheel drive, to me that's kind of hilarious. And it has like a fraction of the horsepower that my car has. Hello from England. That is awesome. That still cracks me up that there's people who watch my channel from all over the world, like England, Sweden. I check out my analytics every once in a while, and there's just people from random countries. Sometimes it's across the pond in the UK. Sometimes it's like Australia, which is freaking sweet. Germany. I think there was somebody from Japan. I think that's just crazy to me. Like, YouTube is so cool. Like, that's so cool that somebody from another country could just be, watching stuff and interacting. So, I'm glad you're here, man. Testosterone kicks in like Boost. Yes. Yes, it kicks in and it kicks in hard. And then you do something really, really stupid, and then it goes away, and you're like, what the hell did I just do? Why did I do that? We don't know why we did it. We just do stuff. It kicks in hard like Boost. Kind of like nitrous, maybe. Minis were the first car to start the drift. I don't know. I don't know what car started the drift trend. I don't know that it was a Mini Cooper. It may have been. I just don't know enough on the subject. But yeah, the drifting's been pretty big for a while now. But I don't see too many Mini Coopers drifting. But I don't follow like racing at all, and that's probably sacrilegious to say. I know people might be mad at me, but I'm a busy guy. Like, I don't follow racing that much. I'm lucky if I watch TJ Hunt's channel or watch him drift or any of the other YouTubers. So in my free time, I usually am watching, other YouTubers, if that. So I don't really keep up with drifting, so I wouldn't know. I have watched drift events, and it's pretty sick, but I couldn't tell you if Mini Coopers are what started that madness or not. Supercharger or turbo? It really depends on, I would say, what car it is, what car you're doing it to, and what you want to do with the car. I would say both are great options, and it just depends on the car. It depends on what you want to do. A supercharger is going to put a little bit of load on the engine, and a lot of people will kind of argue against superchargers and say that it's parasitic, and it does put a load on the engine. It does, but it's really not that significant, and the returns that you get from it, that's well worth it. So, I'm sure a lot of you guys follow David Patterson, that dude in blue. He supercharged his, his Smurf, his Mustang GT 5.0, and for him, that's a great option. I think in his situation, that's a good option for him. There's other cars that a supercharger is a great option. A BRZ is a good option. I know my Eclipse, they made a supercharger kit, and it was like 10 grand, and a lot of people bought that. I couldn't recommend it on the third gen, but it basically, with a supercharger, your power is going to be linear. I should say more linear, because it's going to increase power with your RPMs, and it's going to be a straight line, more or less, as far as how the power is delivered. That's good because then you don't have turbo lag. You're going to be making power from the beginning, and you also don't have the turbo come in and have the turbo spool. If you're a new driver, if you're not experienced with driving higher horsepower cars, that may be a good option. That may be it's going to give you more forgiveness, I guess. Where if you have a turbo, especially a bigger turbo, and it comes in fast and hard, especially in a rear-wheel drive car, sometimes that could throw people off. I know even on my car, I was first driving it. I had it for a couple months, but I really hadn't got into it too much. And one day I was driving and I was making a left-hand turn and it was wet out. And I was accelerating through the corner and I really wasn't prepared for the turbo. I wasn't used to it because I had just got the car. And the turbo spooled up halfway through the corner. I spun around backwards, did a 180, and I looked like a huge freaking dumbass. I looked like such an asshole. People were mad. People were honking at me. People were pissed. People thought I did it on purpose. So a turbo will come in a little bit later usually, and it kicks a little bit harder depending on turbo size and a whole bunch of other factors. But I wouldn't say that a supercharger is better than a turbo or a turbo is better than a supercharger. It really just depends on your end goal. And a huge factor, I think probably the biggest factor, is it depends on what car you're putting it into. There are some cars that are, some cars respond better to a supercharger than a turbo, but you also have to think of the logistics of how everything is packed in the engine bay. Some cars don't have room for a turbocharger, or it's more difficult to run a turbo in certain cars. So just based on the amount of space that you have, a supercharger might fit better. There might be a company that makes a supercharger. That was the case for the 3rd gen Eclipse. I think it was RIP superchargers. They made a supercharger option tied into the serpentine belt, and it was plug and play. It was like 10 grand or something ridiculous, and then you still had to get your car tuned, and it still wasn't fast. But it was a plug and play option. There were some guys that were on the forums that I remember who did custom turbo setups on their Eclipses, but that's a complete custom fabrication for that car. So a lot of it, I think, comes down to what car you're running, what kind of power you want to make, whether you want it to be linear and have power from the beginning, or if you like a turbo. A lot of guys like turbo spool. I love when my turbo kicks in. So it really just depends. It depends on what car you're putting it into. It depends on your personality and what you're going to do with that car. So that's really hard to say, but I think they both have really good applications when used properly. My thoughts on Evos, and would I ever get one? I would love to get an Evo. And I've said this previously, I used to be a huge, just a die-hard Evo fanboy, and I kind of cringe when I think about it. Evos were as dear to me as R34 Skylines. I've always loved Evos. They've been amazing cars. And before I even had my first car, I would be stalking the Evo forums. I think I still have probably a membership on Evo M or something. I haven't logged in years. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know what my username was. I've always loved Evos. Evos are amazing cars. I would love to get an Evo. That's another. I wouldn't call it a project car. I don't really have an interest in doing another, turbo 4-banger for a project car. I've spent enough money on my STI as it is. But I would definitely love to have an Evo. I would probably want an Evo 9 MR. And I know that's probably not, the best option as far as performance, but that was like my dream car. I always thought that looked the best. I love the way the Evo 9s looked. I love the front bumper on the 9s rather than the Evo 8s. I like the Evo 10s too, but the Evo 9 MR was like my baby. That was like the car that I was going to get. I wanted to get it in graphite gray, either graphite gray or white, and I was going to do a whole bunch of carbon fiber accents. And I don't know, I just kind of grew out of that. I went to basic training, and I fell in love with an STI. Every day we had to basically march to the dining facility, and there was this white hatchback STI. I think it was an '08 or maybe an '09. I don't recall. It had a carbon fiber hood, carbon fiber fenders, an NVIDIA exhaust, and I don't know what else it had done to it. But that car was, oh man, the boxer engine got me. I didn't even like Subarus before that point. I shouldn't say that. Like, I always liked Subarus. I appreciated them, but it was never really my thing. And I don't know what happened. Like, I just went turned full on to Subarus. So yeah, I would still love to get an Evo. It'd probably be an Evo 9. Evo 10s are sweet. But yeah, Evos are great cars. Like, just for the record, if in any of my videos, future or past, I'm saying that Evos suck, it's honestly just to rustle the feathers of diehard Evo fanboys, because there are so many fanboys, not just of Evos, but Evos, STIs, Hondas, you name it, whatever car. Every car has their huge diehard, fanboy crowd. So I kind of like screwing with people, because people get so pissed off. If you look at my 10 things I hate about my STI video, I pissed off so many people with that video. I had people pissed off that I was talking bad about my STI. I had people pissed off because I said Evos suck. I had so many people pissed off everywhere. So if I do it, it's kind of just in a, tongue-in-cheek, kind of just screwing with people. But Evos are great cars, and I would love to get one. I would definitely love to have an Evo. Just not even as a project car, just as a second car. It wouldn't be my primary car. It would probably be like a track car. But I would love to build an Evo. That would be a sweet build. Do you plan on installing a Subaru vape vent, the JDM flip-up roof scoop? You know what's really crazy, man, is I see people vaping in their cars, and it's just a freaking huge cloud of probably toxic gases for all we know. A lot of people say that vaping isn't toxic, but honestly, we just don't know. It's so new that there haven't been enough studies done for us to know, whether vaping is actually hazardous or not. I think the FDA says it isn't, but what do they know? Because they've said a lot of things weren't hazardous in the past, and they've been proven to cause nothing but cancer. No, I don't really plan on doing the roof scoop. I know a lot of guys do it. It's kind of cool. It's kind of JDM, but it's not really my thing. If I had another STI, if I had like a second STI or maybe a GC build or something, which I would love to build, like a 2.5 RS or something like that, I would probably do it to that. But my car, I'm a little bit more. I don't know. I just like the streamlined look of an uninterrupted roof. It's just not something that I would do on this car. And honestly, I don't think I would use it that much. In the summer, I do have my windows open a lot, but I don't know. I just wouldn't use it. I don't think it's not something that I'm really interested in doing on this particular car. But if I get another Subaru in the future at some point, there's a pretty good chance, if it's a 2007 or earlier Subaru, there's a pretty good chance I would do the roof scoop. I always thought it would be cool to do the like the WRC, the little camera mount that they have on WRC cars. I think you can buy those. You probably have to get them from a UK company. There's a lot of WRC replica parts floating out around there. I think that would be cool. I think that would be really sick to do like a WRC build. WRC wide body. I'm not a huge fan of wide bodies, but for a WRC look, that would be really cool. Do that. Do the roof scoop. Do the the WRC kind of camera mount thing setup. And so yeah, I don't really plan it for this car though. Have you considered drifting? No, honestly, I haven't. It's something that I would like to do. I think it would be really cool to do. It's expensive. I don't have the money to do it, and I just don't have the passion for it. I don't have the desire to learn, at least right now. I mean, it would be cool to worry about further down the road, but if you look at any of the guys who do drifting, they're all sponsored. And to the best of my knowledge, even TJ Hunt's getting, he's sponsored by Ambit. He gets wheels from them, and he gets, I think, tires as well. drifting is an expensive sport. First of all, I would have to buy a drift car because you can't. I shouldn't say you can't drift an STI. It's difficult to drift all-wheel drive, nearly impossible. I would probably have to modify it, convert it to rear-wheel drive only, which I'm not going to do. My car is my daily driver, and that's my baby. That's the only car that I have right now, so I want to take care of it. So I would have to get a purpose-built drift car, or at least a car that I could build into a drift car. I would have to get a sponsorship for wheels and tires, because I don't have that kind of money. Maybe if I win $1 million or something, then yeah, I could afford it, but I don't have money for drift tires. I don't know of any drift tracks around here. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. Drifting is a lot bigger, I think, on the West Coast and down in the South, like in Florida and maybe even Texas. It's not too big in the East Coast, at least Northeast. Other than that, it's just not in my budget right now. I mean, I have other things, other priorities. I think it's sick. I wouldn't mind learning. If somebody gave me like a free drifting course and said, hey, here you go, we're going to teach you how to drift, I'd be on board for that. That'd be sick. But it's not something that I really have a desire to really get into right now. Oh my God, yes. Third gen Eclipse Spider. Please tell me it was purple like in Too Fast, Too Furious. Oh my God. Okay. So Too Fast and Too Furious was out when I had my Eclipse. I got my Eclipse, let me think, 2008, maybe? 2008, I think, was when I got it. Maybe late 2007, something like that. Too Fast, Too Furious was already out. I was young, okay? I was like 17, 18. I didn't realize how, I'll say this, how dumb Fast and Furious was. I'll follow that up. I love Fast and Furious, especially the first and second film. I just put a video out talking about that recently, talking about, you know, the newer Fast and Furious, how I feel like they've kind of lost track of the heart of the series. But no, it wasn't purple. But I didn't want to put chrome rims on it either. I knew better than that. I didn't want to put the freaking 20-inch Giovanni rims or whatever the hell he's running. Oh my God. I'm sorry, that Eclipse is it's such a stereotype in and of itself. They had to give Tyrese the pimped out third gen Eclipse with chrome huge wheels, convertible, and they made it sound like a Subaru. So no, it wasn't purple. I was looking at the time, obviously it was my first car. I was very limited on funds, but the body kit that was on the car, I always liked that. I forget what company makes it, honestly. And I think there's another company, like Wings West or something, made a similar style for the 2003 style, like his was. So I did want to put I wouldn't even call it a body kit. It was more of a lip kit. I knew better than to put a body kit on it. And there's a lot of body kits out for the third gen, or at least there was, that just did not look right on that car. I think there actually was, I think it was a Bomex kit that was the same body kit that was on the Supra in the first Fast and Furious. They made that same kit for the third gen Eclipse, and I think they made that same kit for some Honda Civics too. And it was just it did not look good. It looks sick on a Supra. Looks awful on an Eclipse. But, man, I'm not going to lie. I was young then, and I thought his Eclipse was kind of cool. I didn't even think it was, super cool. I was just excited that it was an Eclipse. And it was like, hey, that's my car. That's really cool that it's in a movie, you know? But, oh, man. Too Fast, Too Furious. If we could only go back. Recommendation on headers. Unequal length or equal length. That really depends. I'll say this. If you're going to build a race car, like a legitimate track car, then equal length is probably the way to go. If you're looking for upwards of 500 wheel horsepower, equal length has advantage over unequal length. If you're looking for less than that, if you're looking for 400, 450 wheel horsepower, it really doesn't matter. There's people who probably, oh, sweet. What's up, Chuck? T-Rex Chuck's in the house. But for the unequal length, they do have some disadvantages, but those only really come out when you're running high horsepower numbers, like beyond 400 wheel horsepower or so. I'm making, right now my car is tuned down to about, I think, 300 wheel horsepower or so. I need to get it retuned, and whenever Cobb decides to release their flex fuel for the GD series STIs, I'm going with flex fuel. So I'll probably make 450 on flex fuel, maybe, we'll see. I need to keep in mind my build. My build's only really rated for about 400 horsepower, so we'll see. But I'm good on equal length headers. I have Tomei unequal length headers. They were like $700, and they came with the up pipe, which is catless, and I think that's a great deal. If anybody's curious, I'm very happy with mine. I love unequal length. You keep the Subaru rumble, and they are a little bit more torquey in the low end of the power band. Equal length have a little bit more top end power, but it's not that much, honestly. Like I said, until you start getting into like real high numbers, and a lot of times you lose the Subi rumble. They still sound good, in my opinion, some of them. But for me, I don't know, like that's the whole reason to buy a Subaru is for the boxer rumble. That's at least half of the reason. So if I was going to, just me personally, if I was going to buy equal length headers for my car, I would just buy an Evo and call it a day, honestly. But honestly, they're both the same. There's a lot of hype out there against unequal length headers. A lot of people say, oh, you need to run equal length. You need to run this. You need to run that. This is better. You know, equal length's better, whatever. But it's really not if you're not running high horsepower numbers. Like I said, like above 500 horsepower to the wheels or so. It just doesn't matter. It's fine. Catted or catless downpipe. Number one, I would check with your like your local authorities or you know, your Department of Transportation. Different states have different regulations. In Pennsylvania, where I live, we have to pass emissions every year with our inspection. Some guys, as far as I know, some guys know a shop that will pass them anyhow. You know, we'll just write off whatever, fudge the numbers, which isn't right. I don't condone that, but people do it. Other than that, people also sometimes, if they don't have a shop that they know that will do that, they will swap out downpipes every year, which is a huge pain in the ass. They'll run catless all year round. When inspection comes up, they'll swap it out to like their OEM downpipe, and then they'll run that to the, you know, for the inspection so that they pass, and then they'll swap back to a catless. To me, that's way too much hassle. I personally went with a high flow catted downpipe, and honestly, again, it's kind of like with the unequal headers. Until you're making like super high horsepower, it's not really a disadvantage. You might gain a couple horsepower by running a catless downpipe versus a high flow catted downpipe, but it's really not, I don't know, like I don't really see it for most guys. Most guys are running daily drivers, so it's, to me, it would just be worth it to run a high flow catted downpipe. The other thing is with catless, you get some noxious fumes, and I don't think I'm being a little girl or being a bitch, you know, for saying that, but like I do worry about my health. I don't want to be smelling like noxious fumes all day, every time I drive my car. If you're running E85, you're not going to have to worry about that as much. But me personally, I like that my car doesn't smell as bad. I have been in some cars with catless downpipes, and it's pretty strong. It can be. Yeah, again, it comes down to personal preference, but I don't feel, again, that's something that's like kind of hyped, and you know, a lot of people will try to push a catless downpipe and say, oh, well, this is better, you get more performance, and a lot of times they'll use graphs to try and make their point, and it's not really that accurate, honestly. It's very easy to lie with statistics. So I would get whichever one you want. If it's a daily driver, I would just go catted, honestly. If you're building an all-out race car, go catless. Like, if it's going to be on the track, like, that's different. You know, that's a different philosophy of use. That's a different whole purpose for the car. So, yeah. But don't feel that a high flow cat downpipe is really robbing that much power, because for 90% of people who are building Subarus, it's not going to matter. Dang, it's 1:50 a.m. Well, I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're hanging out. Maybe you should get to bed, but that's crazy. It's 8:40 here on the East Coast, and I think it's like 4:40 or something on the West Coast. I tried to pick a time that would fit for most people, you know, so it's not too late for the East Coast guys, and the West Coast guys are, you know, I don't know, getting off work, getting off school, whatever. My opinion on the Forester STI, the old school Forester STI. That's a pretty sweet build. That's an awesome option from Subaru. Unfortunately, I feel like those days of Subaru have kind of gone. Maybe we'll have kind of a renaissance in a couple years where they'll start doing stuff like that again. But right now, I feel like Subaru is watering a lot of stuff down in an effort to appeal to a much wider market. And I don't really blame them for that. I mean, like, as an enthusiast, it's kind of like, oh, like, why aren't you doing this, or why aren't you doing that? You know, why aren't you giving us more STI options? Why no BRZ STI? Like, but honestly, I get it. I get what Subaru's doing. At the end of the day, it comes down to making money and increasing sales, and they're gonna, I feel like, water down a lot of options. They're gonna trim out some options as well. So the older Forester STI is freaking sick. I think that's awesome. That's an awesome SUV, you know, option. That you have power, but you also have the safety of a Subaru, and it's all in an SUV package. So I think that's really sick. I am a fan. I'm really not a big fan of SUVs in general. Not to say I'll never get one. Maybe I will. But I think that's a pretty sweet option. It's cool to see you know, SUVs that do make power. My thoughts of the Camaro and Mustang being sold with 4-cylinder engines. Man, that's a tough one. Unfortunately, I think that's the reality that we have to live with right now. And I'll say this, look, I'm not getting into politics. I'm not going to try and get into it. I don't want to argue about politics. I want to keep my channel about cars as much as possible. But unfortunately, the government has been mandating all these ridiculous, in my opinion, ridiculous emissions requirements. And that's not to say that all emissions are terrible. I think that trying to keep emissions low is good. I think that you know, pushing companies to be inventive and come out with new options and new technologies is good. That's why the emissions regulations that we have right now are part of the reason that we are even seeing, you know, the Focus RS, the Fiesta RS, all these other turbocharged little, you know, hot hatches, cars that make awesome horsepower for these ridiculously small engines. And I know Mitsubishi's kind of worked on that as well. So on one hand, I really get that. Like, you know, the emissions help with spurring innovation and you know, new technologies. But at the same time, I do think that they are stifling. I don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. He doesn't believe in climate change, so it's possible, I suppose, that he could pass an executive order or pass a bill that says, you know what, no more emissions crap, everybody could run whatever. And I know car guys, regardless of where you stand on politics, are going to be happy about that. You know, that we don't have to worry about emissions or whatever. I guess that's a possibility. I don't know. Maybe that's wishful thinking. So I will say I think that we're in better hands now, as far as, at least in this one narrow aspect, than if, Hillary Clinton became our president, because she has always been very, she's big on climate change, and I think she would pass a lot more, regulations and stuff that would continue to produce more four-cylinder Camaros and Mustangs. So to get back to the, to get off my my soapbox, to get back to that, I think it's a necessity, unfortunately. I mean, I guess they could just not offer that, but they're trying to sell as many cars as they can with the emissions regulations that are in place. So it's kind of unfortunate. I think it's kind of sacrilegious. But at the same time, like, I get it. Companies are being forced to adapt with new regulations and ever stricter regulations. So I think we're just going to see more of that. We're going to see more small engines in traditionally big cars. I can't really speak on the Camaro. I know the EcoBoost Mustangs are capable of making decent power. I know WRX Fan had his EcoBoost, and I think he had a few issues with it that started to come up a little bit. I'm not sure that where Ford is with their technology and their their production of the EcoBoost Mustangs. But hopefully that technology will continue to grow and get better. And that goes along with, now we're seeing like supercars, hypercars with little small engines, So, and the same with like the Ford GT, the new one, that has an engine that a lot of people, I guess, are surprised by. And I think we're just going to see a lot more turbocharged stuff. So I think we're kind of, forced to deal with that now. In the future, I don't know what's going to happen with that. If regulations change, things might go back to the way they were, kind of like how it was in the 80s, which it's before some people's time, before my time, but in the 80s there was like a huge push towards imports and tiny engines and everything, and then as oil prices dropped, it kind of went back to people driving big cars again. Even in the 2000s, look at how many people bought Escalades and freaking Hummers, and even the Hummer, like the H1s, like the OG Hummers, people were rolling around in those with 8 miles per gallon. So I think that's a sign of it's a sign of the times that we have, 4-banger Camaros and stuff like that right now. But we'll see. Check you later, Boostin'. Any plans for some local meet and greets? It honestly depends on my schedule. Right now, I don't have anything planned. Last week, I once in a while will go to the Naziok meet, the Subaru meet out at QSL, Quaker Steak and Lube, in Robinson. I went to that like once. I went to it once last year, and there was once like 3 or 4 years ago when I was in town visiting. It's only once a month, and last week, unfortunately, I had a ton of homework to get done before spring break. I also try to make it to Cars and Coffee. Pittsburgh Cars and Coffee has a Facebook page, so check them out if you're interested, if you're local in the area. I'll try to make it to that, but again, I work a lot, so I'm lucky if I can make one meet a month. I don't have any of my own meets planned. I don't feel like I'm big enough at this point to be making my own meets. There might be like 1 or 2 people that show up. So maybe someday, maybe, at some point I'll be big and I could make my own meets. But a lot of it just comes down to my schedule and not being able to do that. I do plan on being at Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix in July. Anybody who's local, check that out. I should be there, and there should be a subscriber hangout, like meet and greet type of a deal afterwards. I'll probably be at that as well. So that's the only real car meet I see on the horizon. As far as car meets, like I said, Cars and Coffee, I'll try to give you guys a heads up when I'm going. But I'll try to make those once those start up as well. Project WRX here. He has a pretty sweet channel as well. Anyone here a subscriber to your channel? Yeah, any of you guys subscribe to Project WRX? He has a pretty cool channel that he's started up. I think I shouted him out a while ago. I think we did a tag video if I remember right. But I'm all about helping smaller channels if I can. And that doesn't mean like I'm just going to help everybody and shout out absolutely everybody. But if you have a cool channel, if I like your content, if I think you have potential, not that I'm the expert, not that I really have the authority to be, judging other people and saying that they have a good channel or not. But if I like your content and everything, I might shout you out, but I'm not necessarily going to do that. So when I do that, I just do it for certain channels sometimes. But I want to help grow the Subaru community, help grow the car community on YouTube, because there's a lot of younger guys who are looking to get into the car club in YouTube, and you just kind of have to do it. You just should go for it. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of opportunities to be different and be unique and still bring something new to the YouTube car community. So I encourage that. I encourage younger people, newer people, just starting up their own channels. There's a good chance that you have a car that other people don't. There's a good chance that you'll have a perspective that other people don't. And I don't want to say I really struggled with it, but I thought about the same thing. When I wanted to start my channel, I was like, man, I got to get into YouTube. I've been wanting to start a YouTube channel since like 2012, and I didn't have time with my job, and in 2015 I finally had time to do it, so I just went ahead and jumped in. And people might not like my channel. People might think I'm just ripping off of other channels. I try to be as different as I can and bring unique content, but a lot of people have told me that they do appreciate my channel, that I cover a field that other people haven't, that I kind of fit in a special niche that isn't covered by some other YouTubers. So just to say that, never think that you can't fit into YouTube or something. If you're small, come on in, man. It's a great time. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of different opportunities in YouTube, especially in the car community, to do whatever. Can't believe I got you to talk about vape. Yeah. Yeah, man, I think it's not even that much of, vaping being a Subaru thing. I know that's kind of stereotypical right now, and a lot of people say it is. I think it's just a generational thing that, like, vaping is now the cool thing, and a lot of people who want to be, a lot of hipsters and are vaping, so that's what it is. I see a lot of guys with Civics vaping, too. I'm not a fan of vaping. I don't smoke. I don't smoke drugs, first of all. I don't smoke weed. I wouldn't if I could, but I can't anyhow. I have a serious job. So I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke cigarettes. I never have. I've had asthma since I was like a kid. I, for the most part, have grown out of that, but I still don't like smoke. I think it freaking smells. Vaping smells better than smoking, but I'm still not a fan. Again, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, I couldn't tell you if it causes health problems or not, but that's one of the things that I kind of want to step back from and, just kind of wait and see where it goes. Because they said the same thing about Teflon. They came out with non-stick pans, and Teflon was great, and everybody's like, yeah, Teflon is the best invention ever. Nothing sticks to it. And now we find out years later that Teflon actually can release chemicals at certain temperatures, or if it starts breaking down, you're actually ingesting that, and it can cause cancer. So I'm good with vaping. First of all, until they find out for sure, probably won't be for 20 years, whether it actually causes cancer or some other medical issues. But even if I could, even if it was perfectly 100% safe, I don't know. It's really not my thing. I don't need to be smoking anything, really. I just don't care. Shadow asks, have you rebuilt your engine? If not, any plans to? Yes, I've rebuilt my... Oh, man. I've rebuilt my engine twice now. Both failures were not the engine's fault. The first failure, I was driving on the highway, and the lower radiator hose split open and drained all the coolant out, so my engine seized up, unfortunately. I replaced that with an OEM short block because I wasn't planning on making that much power. And that engine lasted me about 1.5 years or so. And eventually what happened with that is my MAF sensor went bad. I was driving on the highway again, and my MAF sensor went bad, so my engine leaned out and it literally exploded. So both failures that I had were not the engine's fault. Right now, I have a Stage 1 block from More Performance. They built everything. I believe they use an all-wheel driving tuning core, like the actual short block. I think it's from all-wheel drive tuning. But they assembled everything else. They refinished my heads. They sent that out to get refinished. So I have my OEM heads, nothing crazy. And everything else. I have an 18G turbo. I have bigger injectors. All my mods are on my wheel well page. So if you go search wheel well, search HawkeyeSTiGuy. I have a brand page on there. All the mods are done to that are done to my car are on there. I do need to update my wheels because I just put on brand new ones. But my engine is built. It's a Stage 1 build. It's good for about 400 horsepower. And that's really all I plan on doing. 400 to the wheels is plenty of power. You know, a lot of people get into the numbers, but 400 is plenty for a daily driver. So I don't really have plans to build it more than it is. If it blows up again, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to talk about that. We'll see. But that's where I am right now. I'm perfectly happy with it. It meets my needs. It's great for a daily driver. So yes, it is built with a Stage 1 block. Oh, sweet. So somebody subbed to project. That's cool. Let's see what else. Can't wait for the new wheels. Yeah, I actually posted a picture on my Instagram. So if you go on Instagram at HawkeyeSTiGuy, I also have a Twitter. I try to post everything on Twitter that I post on Instagram, but I'm not a real fan of Twitter. I think it kind of sucks. I don't know. Maybe it's just not my thing. But Instagram, I post like pictures there way more than I post on YouTube, because with YouTube, I have to edit a video, you know, film it, edit it, upload it, and do a whole bunch of stuff. So I try to put out one video a week if I can, at least if I'm free, like I'll be off school in the summer and I'll have more time. I could probably put out like 2 videos a week, but beyond that, you're pretty much stuck to 1 video a week. But my Instagram, I put up stuff. I try to put stuff up at least a few times a week. So there is a picture now on my Instagram of my new wheels. I will be doing a video. I'll have it uploaded tomorrow, hopefully by 3 p.m. We'll see, of my new wheels on the car. They are the Enkei Reijin wheels, 18 by 8.5, and I'm freaking excited. I just put on the Michelin Pilot Sport 4S tires, 245/40 ZR18s. Holy shit. I drove those today. They're still being broken in a little bit. But holy freaking crap. The grip on those tires is ridiculous. And I'm comparing those to the previous setup that I had. They were Bridgestone Potenza RE760 Sports. Those were in 255s. My 245 PS4Ss are more grippy by far than my 255 Potenzas were. So I'm going to release a review on the PS4S tires once I get some more drive time on them, some more miles on them. But I drove them today and I was blown away. It's freaking amazing. And they're really cheap, actually. For the tire that you're getting, they're like $200 a tire, which is a pretty good deal. But yeah, I will have a video out tomorrow with my new wheels. I love my new wheels. I think they look sick. I'm not a huge fan of like bright wheels, silver wheels traditionally, but I'm excited about my new Enkeis. I love them. I've gotten a lot of comments on them already. Tomei's the ones you wanted. Yeah, Tomei is a good company. I highly recommend, if you're getting headers, I highly recommend Tomei for a budget option. Killer Bee makes some ridiculously sick racing options. Their headers are like $1,500, I think. If you're going to go build like a race car, I would go with those. There are some other options out there. I cannot recommend Perrin. I'm not trying to bash Perrin, but I have seen people have issues with them cracking. I can't speak to that personally. I never bought Perrin headers. But Tomei is solid. Tomei is very solid. I've had those for, I want to say, about 4 years now or so. I had them put on the car the same time that I had my engine rebuilt the first time. So it's been like 3 or 4 years. The slip joints, started leaking, which happens pretty much with all slip joints. So I had to get those welded. Other than that, it's been flawless, solid, no cracks, no issues. I love them. And the slip joints are really just there so that they could mass produce a header that will fit all Subarus, fit all the different cars. But once you get it to your car and it's specific to yours, you could weld them up with no problem. So I do recommend Tomei. I think it's like $700 for the headers and up pipe, so it's a great budget option. GT Spec also makes headers, but GT Spec is a knockoff company. And that's not to say that like nothing they put out can be good, but for the money, I think Tomei is going to be a good bet. That's going to go a lot farther for the dollars that you spend, and you're not going to have to replace them. Car Guy 11's here. What's up, man? Yeah, the Michelin. I'm speechless. Like I have nothing that I could even say about the Pilot Sport 4S's right now. They are amazing. I love them. The sizes that they have right now are somewhat limited because they just released them, and as far as I understand, they have to kind of retool some of their machines to make them. Engineering Explained had a video that he did a couple months ago, I think, talking about how they're built differently than some other tires, and they're built to be more rigid. I haven't had them to the track, but I was doing some spirited driving earlier today, and I was dumbfounded. I've taken a couple corners at like 10 miles an hour faster than I was able to with my Bridgestone Potenzas. So they're pretty awesome. I'm very excited about them. That being said, I mean, I drive a Subaru, so it's not like I drive like a Z06 or something super crazy. So maybe with a higher horsepower car, I would expect them to grip equally good with a high horsepower car. But I could only speak for my own experience at this point. But on my car, it's pretty incredible. They just grip, and grip some more. And they're very predictable. Without getting off topic, I had BFG KDW2s, which were similar to the tires that Ken Block used in his first Gymkhana video. He may have used them in his Gymkhana 2 as well, but the first one, he had KDWs. BFG came out with KDW2s, and I had those. When those tires had some heat in them, when they were warm or hot, they gripped nicely. But if they were cold, like if you stopped at the store to get something and then you went to drive, you better watch out. I will be talking in the future about different tires and comparing them to the PS4S's, but the PS4S's are very predictable, and that is a huge benefit to tires. I think that's a huge mark that a lot of people miss. I'd rather have a car or have a tire that slips a little bit if it's predictable, rather than have a tire that grips and then just lets go. But with the PS4S's, man, they grip and grip and grip, and I love it. Will I ever collab with WRX Fan? Definitely. WRX Fan's a pretty good friend of mine. It just comes down to our schedules, getting those to line up. We've been trying to line up our schedules for like a year, and it's not going well. We're both very busy guys. So I definitely, if I have like one goal for this summer, I definitely want to collab with WRX Fan. That's a huge thing that needs to happen soon. I'm not sure what kind of collab we would do, but it's something that I want to do and he wants to do, and I think that would be really cool. Have we talked about the Civic Type R yet? No. I don't know anything about the Type R, other than what I've seen in the press release photos. I think it looks sweet. I don't know anything about performance. I don't know anything about the engine or anything about that. I really don't know that much about it, honestly. I usually go to Subaru WRX Fan for all my breaking car news, but sometimes I don't even have time to check out his videos and keep up with that. So I'm not really sure about it. It looks sweet to me. It looks like a great option. I mean, Civics have always been sweet. Even the SIs are a great option in my opinion. So I don't know. I'm kind of excited to see the Type R. I think it's sweet, but I can't really say much beyond that. I just don't know. I just don't know that much about it. Can you tell us more about your time in the Air Force, time in service, AFSC? Yeah. I'm not really going to get into where I've been as far as like deployments or anything. I was stationed at Charleston Air Force Base, Charleston, South Carolina, for 4.5 years. Well, let me start here, okay? I enlisted for 6 years, and I served 4.5 years active duty, and then I transitioned, I palace chased into the Air National Guard, and I've been in the Air Guard for the past 2 years. So I've been in for about 6.5 years now. I'm a supply troop. Not that I picked it. I wanted to be a cop. I wanted to be security forces. I thought at the time, here's my thinking, okay? At the time, I was into law enforcement, and I still am. That's why I'm a criminal justice major. But I wanted to be a cop, so I wanted to join the Air Force, and I figured, hey, I'll just be an Air Force cop. And I wanted to go in as a cop, so I went in open general. My recruiters swore up and down, yeah, you put down cop on your dream sheet and you're going to get it. For anybody not familiar with the military, you basically get a dream sheet for several things. You get to select your job. You should select your base too, which all of these things, it's basically if it works for the Air Force. If what you want to do works for the Air Force or any other branch, then they'll probably give it to you. But if not, then they don't really care and they'll put you wherever they want to. So I wanted to be a cop, so I put that on my dream sheet, which it's an open general career field. I didn't get it. I got supply instead. I didn't really want to do anything else, honestly. You know, they said, hey, I could be a mechanic or I could do this or do that. I didn't really have any desire to do anything else. Obviously, of course, I wanted to be a pilot, but I didn't have the college education for it. You have to be you have to have a college education to be an officer. You need to be an officer to be a pilot. On top of that, you also have to pass like an eye test. Your eyes have to be 20/20 and a whole bunch of other things. So I didn't qualify to be an officer or a pilot. But I went in open general thinking I was going to be security forces. I ended up with supply. In hindsight, I'm happy about that. It allowed me to get a base that I wanted. It allowed me to be able to move back home to Pittsburgh, which I probably wouldn't have been able to do as security forces. It would depend on if there was an opening, and it probably wouldn't have. There probably wouldn't have been an opening. But yeah. As far as bases I've been to, it was Charleston. People go to Charleston and they never leave, man. Never. Other people PCS and they leave right away, but I was stuck there for the whole time, pretty much. The whole 4.5 years, and now I'm in Pittsburgh. So I don't regret it at all. I had a blast. I'm still enjoying the guard life. I'm enjoying being a full-time student. So let's see. Are you going to put HIDs on? And if so, if you don't already have them, will you make a video? The STIs already came with HID headlights, so I've always had them. I love that I have them. I love that they're from the factory. OEM HIDs are always better, in my opinion, than the aftermarket ones. I've seen so many aftermarket retrofit units that have issues, and that's not saying that there aren't good options out there. I really haven't shopped around because I have them in my car, obviously. But yeah, my car fortunately came with them from the factory, and I love them. And I also love that the STI, at least the 06s, I don't know what years it ran exactly, at least 06, 07 I'm pretty sure has them. You could point your headlights up and down a little bit. So I leave them like all the way up, and I hardly ever even use my high beams. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the more Subi channels, the better. There's a lot of Subaru channels, and there's so many Subaru channels, but everybody does something different, you know? It's like Evan Shanks. A lot of people say like, well, he has a Subaru channel. Well, right now he's like selling his STI. He has his Lexus, which is blown up, unfortunately. And he has his Project Miata, which is cool. But you know, just like that, like a quote-unquote Subaru channel can change. Smurf and WRX. I've been watching that dude for years. Smurf and WRX is now, he still has his Subi, but he has a freaking GTR as well. TJ Hunt, he has a BRZ. Guess what? He also has a GTR, and that's awesome. I think that's really cool that you know, all those guys are successful and they're able to you know, attain their goals and reach their dreams. I think that's sick. But there's always room for more Subaru channels. There's always room for more whatever car channel. You know, things change, people change, or interests change. Honestly, I have my STI right now, and I love being a Subaru channel. Like I said, I have goals. I want to settle down, get a house, and other things first. But if I buy a different project car, if I buy something else, then my content is going to reflect that. So there's always room for more Subaru channels. There's always room for more car channels. Which gas stations do I prefer? It's a pretty good question. See, people have a brand they stick to. Yeah. I'll say this. I don't go to cheap gas stations. It's important. I think it's good for any car to get good gas, especially if you're running a like an STI or something that's a little bit more powerful, even from the factory, something that's turboed or supercharged. You definitely want to run good gas. If you're built, it's a necessity to get good gas. I stay away from Giant Eagle, and I think different Giant Eagle locations get their gas from different sources, but I'm not a fan of Giant Eagle. My mom has stopped going to Giant Eagle. She used to always go there and use like their fuel perks or whatever. She stopped doing that when she got her WRX. Sometimes you just have like, I don't know, it just makes the engine knock. It just sucks. I stay away from there. I stay away from any little like shanty, little roadside gas station. There's some bigger ones and there's some smaller ones. My mentality there is the bigger gas stations are going to have more fuel flowing through them, so it's going to be fresher. You don't want to be putting gas in your car that's been sitting there for like months and months. Also, they have more fuel coming in and out, so you know, I don't know. It seems to me like it would be better fuel, more or less. I prefer BP is really the only good gas station around me. I would go to BP. I don't know much about Sheetz. I don't go there too much, but it's a little further from me. I know Sheetz offers E85, so once I get tuned for that, Cobb, whenever you come out with your flex fuel, let me know. Whenever I go flex fuel, I'll probably have to go to Sheetz for E85, but BP is the one around me. That's the gas station that I trust most. I'll put it that way. When I was living in Charleston, South Carolina, there was a Shell gas station right down the street from me, and I only bought Shell. I tried Hess. When I first got my car, I put in the cheapest stuff. I would always put in the premium, but I would go to like Hess or wherever. I just didn't care. Not really a fan of Hess. I know that's not everywhere, but when I was in South Carolina, I ran Shell. I always ran Shell V-Power 93 octane. Fortunately, on the East Coast, we do have access to 93, which is awesome. But I try to run the companies that are known to have good gas, which is like BP and especially Shell. But I would go somewhere reputable. Don't go to... Pretty much if they're trying to sell gas for like super cheap, you know, or have like fuel perks. We have Shop and Save around here. It's like a supermarket or a grocery store. Giant Eagle's a grocery store. I try to stay away from those places. They don't really give a damn about their gas, really. So they get their gas that is as cheap as they possibly can, and they don't really have that many additives or, you know, good additives in them that help them, you know, combust properly and stuff like that. So I try to stay away from that. Vape Nation would be proud of the car mod. Yeah, sorry, Vape Nation. Let's see. Tedward's here. What's up, man? Would I ever run that corn juice? Yes. I'm waiting on Cobb, man. I'm waiting on Cobb. Basically, you have a couple options when it comes to E85. You could either run like straight, you could get a tune for E85, or you could get a flex fuel tune for E85. So to run flex fuel, you have to have that option. So a lot of newer cars have that option from the factory. Cobb has released flex fuel for the 08 to 14, I think WRX and STIs. They have yet to release it for the GD series STIs, which is what I need. So, oh, dude, TJ Hunt's here. What's up, man? So I'm waiting for Cobb to release their flex fuel. I'm waiting on that, man. I could get a tune for E85, but the problem is that E85, it really varies in the quality of it or the percentage of E85 content, the ethanol content that you're getting. So you're not always getting 85% ethanol. It can vary pretty much from 70% to 80%, 85%. So, a lot of guys who ran E85 prior to flex fuel, they would have to get several different tunes. And that's basically what the tuner will do. They'll tune for 70% ethanol, 80% ethanol, 90%, whatever. And you basically have to look through. You have to have a monitor, first of all, like a Zytronics monitor, or they have some test strip paper that you could use at the gas station and detect what the actual content is of ethanol. And then you have to tune, run the tune that's appropriate for that. So it's always changing, and that's not ideal. So flex fuel does all that. It's basically a computer that figures all that out for you. So you get a flex fuel tune and you put E85 in your car, and it does all the work. It does all the the brain power. It figures out what the proper ratio is, and it tunes your car according to that. So I could get an E85 tune right now, but it's not ideal. I'd just rather run a flex fuel setup once Cobb releases it. And they haven't done it for the STI yet. I'm waiting on that, man. That's what I'm waiting for. I know there's some companies out in Cali that have already screwed around with the E85 flex fuel for the STIs, but I'm on the East Coast, so it's not like I could just drive over there and get a custom tune made or something like that. Cyber Systems Operator, that's pretty sick, dude. That's pretty sick. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool jobs. Yeah, I'm a staff. I just got promoted like last September. Was it September? I don't even remember. I think I actually got my promotion paperwork in like September. I guess. I don't know. I don't remember, man. It's all a blur to me. I'm so busy with school and work and everything else and YouTube. I think it was September that I got promoted, so that was really cool. And I actually have my vision board right over here, inspired by TJ Hunt. That needs updated because that's like a year and a half old. So I need to take some things off and replace some things. And that's all it was really meant to do. It's things that I want to focus on, but life changes and you have to be able to adapt. So things always are changing. So don't be surprised if you see a video on that in the future. Would I collab with a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old in the future if they built a... Yeah. I'll collab with anybody, dude. Like, I'm not... I try not to be, like, elitist. I try not to have that attitude that, like, I'm better than anybody, or, oh, I wouldn't collab with that person or this person. I'll collab with whoever, man. Like, I'm all game. I'm not going to collab with, like, random sketchy people. I'm not going to collab with somebody who's, like, an asshole. But I'll collab with anybody. So, yeah. If you put out good content, like, I don't care if you're not 21 or whatever, like, I'd collab with you. I'd collab with whoever. Again, it comes down to getting the schedule worked out, getting the location worked out. I'm in Pittsburgh. I'm not really traveling anywhere. But yeah, I'll collab with whoever. Let's see, gotta run. Yeah, see you, Toadward. What's up, man? Glad he's here. That's really cool to see a lot of different people here, too. That's really cool. My opinion on Subaru paint, mine is chipping like crazy, and it annoys me. Subaru paint is notorious for being soft. It likes to get pitted, it likes to get scratched, it likes to get chipped. I don't know why. I guess it's just whatever paint Subaru used. I'm trying to think. As far as advice, Ammo NYC, check out Larry's channel because he has a ton of touch-up options and tips and tricks when it comes to touching up paint and paint matching and stuff like that. So maybe that will help you if you already have chips. Also, I would recommend, if it's in your budget, to get a clear bra. XPEL film is probably the best stuff that's out there right now. Whenever I get my car repainted someday, I definitely want to run XPEL film over like everything. Street Speed 717 has a couple vids on XPEL. I think Rob Dom has a video on XPEL. XPEL's some awesome stuff. So if you have a Subaru and you want to take care of your paint, I would have it detailed, have it polished or compounded, whichever you need. and then I would cover it with Expel. Expel isn't cheap, but if you do it right, if it's applied right, it'll last a long time, and it will definitely protect your paint. So it's a great investment. If you already have chips, there's not a whole lot you could do. You could try to cover them up a little bit, but sometimes you're just limited in your options. And that's kind of where I am with my car. My paint is so jacked up, I just don't care, and that's terrible. It's just bad right now. So I have chips in several areas that I do need to clean up, but I just haven't gotten around to it. But there's not a whole lot that you can do sometimes. But yeah, like I said, Expel film's probably the best way to prevent them. Or if you wrap your car, I know a lot of guys are into wrapping right now. Wrapping's pretty sweet. And that is also a great option. As far as protecting your paint, if you want to wrap your car, if you're looking for a color change or something like that. Oh, dude, yeah. Fios Productions, what's up, man? Just got the Hawkeye back with a new IAG block. IAG is sick. IAG is a great company as well. All-wheel drive tuning's great. IAG is equally as good, if not better. Not to get into like a whole pissing match between companies, but IAG is amazing. IAG actually, I have my fuel lines from them, and I have my fuel rails from Radium Engineering, another awesome company. But I think my fuel lines are from IAG, and they're quality. They do some awesome quality work. In fact, I saw a video not too long ago on YouTube of an IAG block. I don't know what block it was. It might have been like a tier 3 block or whatever. But they had an 06 STI running like 600 wheel horsepower. I think it was on a stock block, actually. I don't recall. But it was pretty sick. IAG does some awesome work. Yeah, man, if you're ever out in PA, like, I'll do a collab with you. Like I said, man, the biggest issue with me is location and schedule. Other than that, like, I'll collab with whoever. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't look down my nose and say, like, oh, I'm not going to collab with this person or that person. That's not to say that I will collab with absolutely everybody. I mean, if I have, like, a personal disagreement with somebody, or if they're asking me to do something that I don't agree with, then obviously that's going to be an issue. But I'm not going to rule people out just for no reason. I'll collab with whoever, really. Man, that sucks you're losing connection, dude. But, yeah. Channel's growing fast. Channel's growing fast. And, yeah, that's a stage 2 block. That's pretty sick. I think mine is like a stage 1. I didn't need a stage 2, and I didn't want to put in the money for a stage 2. If my engine blows again, which, as I said previously, none of it was the fault of the engine, but, yeah, if I rebuild it again, I'll probably just build it like bulletproof completely. I don't know, like stage 3, stage 4, whatever they have, closed deck. Why not? Crawford maybe. We'll see. But yeah, stage 2 is pretty solid. What are my thoughts about putting Cadillac Brembos on WRXs and BRZs? Honestly, that's a freaking sweet option. I saw Blake's Garage did that a little while ago, if I'm not mistaken. He put Cadillac Brembos on his WRX. As long as the company doing it, I think there's a company that makes a bracket, like an adapter bracket, to make it fit. I think that's a sweet option. That's really cool. You need to make sure that it's a quality adapter kit, because honestly, your brakes are your life, and if they fail, then you're gonna probably die. But I don't see an issue with it. I think that's really cool. Most Brembos are the same across different cars, and the only difference is how they're mounted, or where they're mounted, like the location, the position, the clock on the rotor. See you later, dude. But yeah, I think that's a really sweet option. I know that Innovative Tuning has a kit, or at least they did have a kit, because I was looking at this when I was rebuilding my Brembos. I'm still looking, now I'm starting to look at the new STI, the 2018 STI 6-pot Brembos. I might upgrade to those at some point. We'll see how much they cost and all that stuff, but it should be doable. But Innovative Tuning has an option where they take, I think it's the 6-pot, not Brembos, I don't even know what brand offhand, but 6-pot calibers from a Corvette, and they mount them on an STI, which is really sick. It's like a $1,500 option to upgrade to 6-pot calibers, which is freaking sick. So I think that's an awesome option. I don't frown upon it. I think that's smart. That's smart. They're basically the same Brembos, you know, and all you need is an adapter to make them work. So I'm not a big fan of like doing, you know, like random sketchy stuff. But if it's a solid company doing it and, you know, making the parts for it, making the adapters, then rock on, man. More power to you. I think that's pretty sweet. Let's see. Yeah. So Fios is saying he's got some cams and stuff. That's cool. I don't have cams on mine. I didn't need it. I don't feel that it's necessary for mine. I think it's cool. It's a sweet option. I would have cammed mine if it wasn't my daily driver, but my car is my daily driver. So yeah, I just went with the basic stage 1 block. It's been working great for me so far. So I have no complaints. But yeah, that's a pretty sweet option. I've seen some really sick cammed Subarus out there, and they sound really sick when they're cammed out, so that's awesome. This stream is long. Yeah. Hey, man, I'm just here hanging out. Like, if you want to hang out and talk, I'm here to talk, dude. I set aside at least 3 hours. So I have nothing going on. This is my Thursday night. It's spring break. I have no homework to do. I have nothing else to worry about. I do have a video I need to finish editing, but don't worry, I'll crank that out tonight or tomorrow morning, and you'll have that tomorrow, where I'm talking about, you know, my wheels, and I'm basically go over several prep options for making sure that your wheels and your tires look nice and they staying nice for a long time. So I think you guys are going to enjoy that. I'll crank that out tomorrow. But other than that, dude, I'm just here. I'm hanging out. So looks like there's 5 people here. That's cool. I know we had like up to 20 something earlier. You want to hang out and talk? That's cool, man. That's really what this is about. So I just want to hang out, talk to you guys, because I always make videos and I always put out videos, but and I love, you know, interacting in the comment section, but there's always a delay, and it's not the same as actually interacting. So if you guys like this stream, you know, I could definitely do more live streams. I definitely will do more live streams. Let's put it that way. But this is my first time, so sorry if it's a little bit laggy or sketchy or whatever. But I did try to get a good camera. I have a Logitech C920, which is 1080p. So I'm just hanging out with you guys. Would I collab with someone if they sold crack as a hobby? I'm asking for a friend. I hope you are asking for a friend. No, I won't even go anywhere near anybody who has drugs. I won't go anywhere near anybody who smokes weed. I'm not going to lose my career over drugs. Even weed, like I know that now a lot of people view weed as being, it's a lot more socially acceptable, and a lot of people say it doesn't have any negative side effects. I don't buy that, and again, I'm not trying to get into like a whole political thing, but I think there's a lot of research that has yet to be done on marijuana, so we don't even know. Basically, I think it can cause some side effects, but I won't even associate with people like that. I won't be at a party if people are smoking weed. I won't be eating any brownies that have weed in them. I'm not losing my freaking career. I'm not flushing 6.5 years down the drain of a good, solid, promising career for drugs. So no, I wouldn't even go anywhere near somebody who even looked like they had any kind of crack or cocaine or weed or anything on them. So no. Yeah, I didn't take your comment as complaining, man. It is long, I know. That's how I wanted it to be, just a free hangout. You know, sometimes people are at work till a certain time or whatever, or they're busy, so people could come and go as they want. I'm planning on this at 3 hours. My voice has been gone since like 15 minutes into this stream, if you haven't noticed. Um, but we have another 30 minutes, and I might even hang out past that. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, CTSV brake swaps. I don't know anything about that company in particular. I do know that Blake's Garage is an awesome channel. If you guys haven't checked him out, he did it on his car, on his WRX, and I don't know what company he used. It's probably that same one. If you get legitimate Brembos, if you don't get cheap knockoffs or some fake Chinese quote-unquote Brembos, I don't see an issue. And as I said, as long as the bracket is solid and it's engineered properly to work, and it's just not like hacked together in somebody's garage, I think that's a really sweet option. I think that's really cool that a lot of cars have that option of, you know, taking other brakes and swapping them, and it's actually fairly common. There's a lot of cars out there where you could buy Brembos made for one car that are a direct swap or close to a direct swap for another car. And if you buy aftermarket, like big brake kits, they're stupid expensive, man. They start at like a grand easy, $2,000, $3,000 for a big brake kit. And you could do the same thing for like less than $500 if you could source those brakes from like a Mercedes or a Cadillac or something like that. So that's really sick. Do I plan on coming up to Canada? No, not really. I don't have any reason to go up there. I don't have friends up there. I don't have family up there. I do have friends in New York, in Buffalo, New York, so sometimes I'll travel up there. But I don't know. I don't really see myself going to Canada. I just don't have a reason to go. And it's nothing against Canada. It's nothing personal. It's just, you know, it's the same way with like the Midwest or the West Coast. I do want to go to the West Coast, though. I shouldn't say that. But the Midwest, like, I probably wouldn't go to Kansas either. It's just, I don't have any reason to go there so much. Do a video of a POV on your STI. Yeah, I could do that. I don't have anything planned as of right now, but that's something that I definitely could do. I think there's like 1 or 2 videos where I did that or something similar, and it was more or less to show my gauges or something like that. I don't really recall. But yeah, some people like that, and I could definitely do that again. I do have some videos where I show some dash cam footage as I'm driving, which is kind of similar but not quite the same. But I could do some POV driving. Honestly, I'll be honest, like I don't find driving my car is like that exciting. So to me, driving is kind of boring. But I could definitely do that. I could roll that in. I do have a video that I've been wanting to do for some time, which could definitely be a POV video. In Allegheny County, which is the county Pittsburgh is in, we have this, it's a belt system, and it's like different roads that make a ring around the city, basically. And there's these road signs that, you know, let you know what belt you're on. So I've been wanting to do that since like last summer, and I never did it. And in the winter, it's cold and crappy, and the roads are bad, so I didn't do it. But I plan on doing that. Hopefully, I'll do that this summer. So I could definitely do that in like a POV style of a video, or at least have like a smaller video, like a picture-in-picture that's a POV style or something like that. Yeah. Parts from an American car on a Japanese car. I don't really see. I think that's a good thing. If it's meant to work together, or if there's, you know, like I said, like a bracket or something like that that's built specifically to adapt it without major issues. Parts are parts, basically. And, you know, it really depends on what car you have and, you know, basically how the part was made and all that stuff. But if you could do it and do it safely, and there's a company that's actually put in the engineering and the research and development to make it work and work fine, then I don't see an issue with it. I think that's pretty sweet. That creates a lot more options out there, and that's awesome, because I love JDM parts. You know, Japanese parts are sick. But man, a lot of them are just stupid expensive. So in my opinion, the more options, the better. Why don't you do more car reviews? A couple reasons. First of all, I'll be honest, I think car reviews are done to death, man. And I could give you my opinion on a car, but I am not Matt Farah. I'm not TJ Hunt. I'm not Evan Shanks. I could list the cars that I've driven on one hand, probably. I have my STI. I have my 3rd gen Eclipse that I drove. My mom's 2015 WRX. She had a 3.6R Legacy, which was not a bad car. That's as far as quote-unquote performance cars go, if you even want to call them that. I drove my mom's Taurus when she had one. My grandfather's Crown Vic. I drove a handful of rental cars. So I do plan on reviewing my STI, or at least giving you the good and the bad as I drive it. And the same with her WRX. There are some things, both good and bad, that I like about it and don't like. So I could see reviewing those 2 cars. Beyond that, I don't feel that I'm really, I don't feel that I'm really qualified to give an opinion on certain cars, because to drive a car for a couple minutes and just talk about it, I don't feel that that's accurate. Even David Patterson, he's driven enough cars to know a good car when he drives one, or he could give a review and talk about what he likes or doesn't like. And Matt Farah has driven thousands of cars, so I don't do more reviews, partially because I don't feel that I'm qualified to do it. But another huge part of that is I don't have any cars to review. And also, I should say my schedule. My schedule is pretty hectic always. So even if somebody offered to do a car, lend me their car or something, it would be a struggle to get a schedule to line up. But for me, it basically boils down to that. I just don't feel that I'm really qualified to do a car review, and I feel like everybody else has done car reviews. There's so many car reviews out there, and there's so many good car reviews. And I don't want to be like another guy like, hey guys, this is a Honda 2000 or whatever, an S2K, and yeah, it's fast and it's cool and it's fun. Okay guys, I'm in a Miata, and yep, it's a Miata. I mean, if I have something that I feel that I can contribute to it, then I'd totally do it. But I don't want to be just another car reviewer. And even if you look at a lot of the channels, they've kind of gotten away from car reviews, because I feel like car reviews, there's just so many car reviews out there, and there's so many cars that have been done already. If I get something brand new that's just coming out, I'll definitely review that. I would jump on that. But there's just so many older cars that have been reviewed to death. So I don't feel like I have that much, new insight to offer. But if it's offered to me, if somebody says, hey, I'll lend you this car, yeah, I'd probably take it for a spin and at least give my impression on it. Yeah, Regine, man, I watched a video from Enki the other day, and I think he pronounced it Regine. I'm not good at pronunciations. I'll be honest, I suck at Spanish. I couldn't even imagine trying to learn Japanese. I couldn't learn any other language. I'm good at American, and that's about it. So my pronunciations are probably off on probably 90% of the parts that are on my car. And I apologize for that. I don't intentionally mispronounce things, but when it comes to weird stuff like that, man, give me numbers. Give me numbers and letters, and I can pronounce that. Beyond that, I'm gone. Is it normal for your 2006 STI front wheels to get a load of brake dust, or do I need different pads? That's pretty typical. On any car, your front brakes do the majority of the braking, so they are going to have a lot more brake dust than your rears do. I do know that the OEM pads for the STI are terrible as far as brake dust goes. I run Hawk pads. I have Hawk HPS 5.0 pads, and I love them. They produce probably half the amount of dust as the OEM pads, if not slightly less. All pads are going to produce brake dust, but aftermarket pads, especially Hawk pads, can produce significantly less brake dust. I've also run the HPS pads. The 5.0s are the updated version, as far as I know. I've also run the HPS version, and those were good as well. Those gave off a lot less brake dust than OEM. OEM is terrible. I hated them. The performance on them is okay, but as far as brake dust, man, you have to wash your wheels like every other day. It's ridiculous. Let's see. Yeah, a road trip would be pretty sweet, and meet up on a track. That would be cool. I never go to tracks. I need to go to one. I know my mom wants to do like a track day, like a driver's course or something like that. Like she got her WRX. I trained her. I taught her how to drive stick on that WRX, and she's had it for about a year at this point. I think a little bit more, maybe a year and a half. I think. I don't even remember, man. I think it's been like a year and a half or so. She got her WRX. She got her WRX right before my engine blew up. So right before I started this channel. So back in like 2015, summer 2015, she got her WRX. So now she's starting to get better at driving stick. She's starting to really get comfortable with it and understand when to shift, what she's doing. So she wants to do a track day. So yeah, going around and meeting up at a track, I think that would be pretty cool. Why won't Subaru make the BRZ STI? I think it comes down to money. And it's not like I don't want to single out Subaru because a lot of companies are like this, but you have to see. We look at companies and we look at Subaru and Mitsubishi and all these other companies, Ford now and Dodge, whatever. We look at these companies from a car enthusiast perspective. And we look at it and we say, well, if they made the Subaru, the BRZ STI, it would sell like crazy. And it probably would. There are a large number of people who would die to have an STI version of the BRZ. But you kind of have to flip that around and look at it from their perspective. A lot of companies are, their CEOs, they're heads of the different departments of development of everywhere. They're all kind of old and stodgy in a lot of cases. It seems like, Ford has kind of broken away with that, and we see that with the new Fiesta RS and the Focus RS, and even the STs are pretty sick. So some companies are starting to break away from that a little bit, but other companies are kind of old and stodgy, and they like numbers. They like being safe. They like doing things that they know work, and putting out an STI BRZ is a gamble. That's going to cost them a good bit more money to produce, and they could definitely sell it for more. But I feel like they're not sure if they're going to get a good return on their investment, and I feel like they're just not interested in doing that. Right now, they're trying to sell cars that apply to or at least appeal to a much wider market, and the BRZ STI is not a car that would do that. Us as an enthusiast, we would love that. We would freaking die, of course. But their average customer is not going to care. The average Subaru buyer doesn't even know what an STI is. They don't even know what a WRX is. Most of the people, at least around here in the Northeast, I'm in Pittsburgh, most of the people around here drive Foresters, Legacies, and base Imprezas. They have no inclination when it comes to performance or anything like that. A lot of people who buy BRZs, I see a lot of modded BRZs and FRSs, but I also see a lot of little old ladies driving them. I see a lot of teenage girls, college girls driving them, so I think they just don't have any desire to make one. They're really not backed into a place where they have to be radical or try something new or crazy, so they're just playing it safe. They're just keeping the status quo, being normal, being average. And they're putting out some really cool stuff as well, but I don't think they are going to put out something that drastic because they don't have to. They're thinking like older people, basically, is what it boils down to. Yeah, I mean, I would review pretty much whatever car if I felt it was interesting. I would definitely review whatever. I wouldn't really discriminate against certain cars. I had thought about doing like a joke review, reviewing my grandmother's Ford 500, because that thing is a friggin' boat and it sucks and it's slow. I don't even know if she would let me do that, if she would want me driving it around. Yeah, I mean, I'll review whatever. I especially like different cars. But I will say this: if I ever do review videos, I'll review my STI. I could review my mom's WRX. But if I ever do reviews, I want to do a different style. A lot of reviews are where the reviewer takes a car. Sometimes the owner is in the car, sometimes not. And the person reviewing it, whoever has the YouTube channel, they'll drive it around, they'll give their impressions, right? And they'll say, hey, I like this, I don't like that, whatever. I think that's really cool. If I did a review, I would want the driver's input, the owner's input, because as somebody who owns a car, there's so much more below the surface that you don't see that I wouldn't pick up on if I was the only person doing the review, if I was the only person talking about it and driving it. You know, each of us puts so much blood, sweat, and tears and passion into our cars, and you know, whether our cars are heavily modified or lightly modified, it's our car, and it's our love, it's our passion, it's what we love to do, it's what we do. So I would, if I ever do car reviews, or when I do, I definitely want to incorporate the owner in it. I think that would be really cool to hear their perspective on why they chose certain modifications, or you know, what the car means to them, any future modifications they have planned, stuff like that. So kind of like my channel is on a much smaller scale in each individual review. Like, I'd want to hear the owner's take on their own car, because those are the people who are passionate about it. So I could drive whatever car, and I could you know, give a fair, honest review, but there's a very real chance that I will miss so much of the passion that they have put into their car, and the modifications that they did, and why they did those modifications. So that's kind of the angle that I think I would take if I were to review a car. Let's see. I lost my place. A useful tip for somebody learning to drive manual. And would I do a video on driving manual? I could definitely make a video on driving manual. I haven't yet, because I do feel that I'm pretty good at teaching people doing it, how to do it. I feel like I explain myself well. That may just be me. I may be completely terrible at it. I've taught 2 people how to drive. I taught my mom how to drive stick, and I taught my buddy, Eddie, when I was in South Carolina. I didn't even talk him into buying a WRX. He actually bought a Hawkeye WRX because he fell in love with my car. And he's not even a car guy at all, but he ended up buying one, which is kind of funny. I taught him how to drive stick on that car. So I do feel like I can teach, you know, how to drive stick, and I will make a video at some point, but honestly, it might be a year, it might be 2 years. I feel like everybody and their grandmother has made a video on how to drive stick. In fact, I first started watching videos on how to drive stick several years ago, probably like 5 years ago. There was a channel, a dude had a Mini Cooper. Speaking of Mini Coopers being chick cars, they're not chick cars. The channel name was Soggy Rice, and I don't remember the guy's name. Asian guy, I think he was Filipino, but he had awesome videos on how to drive stick, and that's a large portion of where I learned how to drive stick. So I probably will make a video talking about how to drive stick in the future, but right now I just feel like everybody has done it. It's completely flooded. Everybody's teaching everybody how to drive stick. So I'm definitely not a bandwagon guy. I like to be different. I like to be kind of individual. And I feel like driving stick is basically the same. So while you could watch different videos and learn from slightly different perspectives, it's more or less the same. So I don't really have a desire to be, you know, doing another video on driving a stick. Okay, guys, this is how you drive stick, and you got to put it in first, and put it in your clutch, and do this and do that. I'll probably make one at some point, but right now I feel like that market's kind of been flooded recently. My thoughts on Hondas. Hondas are awesome cars. The first car I wanted was a Honda Civic. I thought Honda Civics were really cool. I wanted a Honda Civic. Then I saw the Del Sol, and when I was just browsing around for my first car, basically window shopping online, I saw the Del Sol, and I thought that was cool. I didn't see one in person. Okay, I didn't see one in person, so in the pictures it looked cool. I never realized how freaking dinky those cars are. I still think they're great cars, but I'm glad I didn't get that. But I was looking at a like I think it was a 6-speed Del Sol. But Hondas overall are freaking awesome. Civics are great. Accords are pretty great. I don't know of anybody who's had a Honda that's been broken down like all the time. Hondas do have problems, like all cars have problems, but as long as you maintain it, they'll run for a good, solid, long time. I can't really speak on the newer Hondas. I know that the Hondas put out in like the 90s and even the early 2000s are pretty bulletproof. I don't know if Honda has changed anything in the way they build their Hondas or anything, like the Civics or Accords or whatever. So I can't really comment on long-term drivability or reliability of the newer models, of their later models, but Hondas are pretty solid as far as I know. It would be awesome to meet me in person. That's pretty cool, dude. I would say my biggest experience, I don't even know. I'm kind of speechless. My favorite experience, let's put it that way. My favorite YouTube experience from starting my channel was last summer at Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. It was awesome hanging out with all the cool guys, Dr. M3, Ignition Tube, meeting T-Rex Chuck, Evan Shanks, whoever, I don't even know. A ton of dudes were there. It was cool hanging out at PVGP, checking out all the cars and all that stuff. But the subscriber meet afterwards was awesome. There were so many people there. And getting to meet subscribers, getting to meet you guys was like the coolest thing ever. And I feel like I was nobody. Like even now, I only have 5,000 subscribers, which some people look at and that's like a big thing. But to me, that's still very small, especially when you look at a lot of the other channels that are out there. So I'm really excited about this year at the subscriber meet. But meeting you guys is awesome. I mean, that's really cool. I always love meeting fans. And it really dumbfounds me that I even have fans, really. I mean, I'm just a guy who makes videos about his Subaru. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not special. I don't even have that much knowledge as far as Subarus. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there who know way more than I do. There's guys out there who could rebuild their engines by themselves. I can't do any of that. So it's really cool to meet you guys and hang out. That's definitely one of the highlights, one of the most positive things about YouTube. I love meeting you guys and hanging out, and I love doing live streams and talking to you guys. Any merch coming out? HawkeyeSTiGuy t-shirts. Nothing planned. I know a lot of guys are running merch right now. A lot of the bigger ones can do it, and they're getting money off of it, so it's worth it for them. It's a worthwhile investment. With 5,000 subscribers, I don't know, how much I would actually be able to sell. I don't even know that I could break even if I were to sell shirts right now. And a lot of people say they would buy shirts or they would buy decals or whatever, but a lot of times people get cold feet when it actually comes to putting down the money. So I obviously don't want to end, I don't want to be upside down on anything. I don't want to lose any money on t-shirts or any other venture. I would do it to try and break even. I wouldn't try and make like some crazy profit off of it. But for right now, no, I don't have anything planned really. Maybe when my channel gets bigger, that would be cool. I can't design anything. I'm terrible at graphic design. I'm terrible at drawing things. So when it comes to designing shirts, I'm not the guy who could really do that. Maybe if I link up with somebody who's good at graphic design and they design some sweet shirts, that would be cool. But again, I would probably need more subscribers before I even seriously considered about making any type of merchandise. Or if I could get a deal with somebody, like with a t-shirt company or something like that. But for right now, I honestly don't think there's that much of a huge market for HawkeyeSTiGuy t-shirts. And I don't even know what I would put on the t-shirt. So is it an option? Yeah, probably in the future. As of for right now, probably not. Yeah, let's see. if you want to make a review, be sure to bring a good vibe, a Pontiac vibe. Yeah, the Pontiac vibe. Oh wow, wasn't that a quirky car? There were so many weird, quirky cars that came out in the early 2000s, man. The Vibe was one of them that was like kind of It's funny because I feel like Pontiac wanted it. They kind of marketed the Vibe to be like cool and hipster, and their whole marketing campaign was like, "This car is cool and hipster, and if you want to be cool, you should buy a Vibe." And what's funny is everybody that I know who bought a Vibe was like the cool hipster type. So the Pontiac Vibe is definitely a pretty interesting car. It's just one of those period cars that it really. You don't even have to know anything. If you look at a Pontiac Vibe, you could probably guess what years it was built in. It's just one of those things that would not be around today, but that's pretty cool. On a tight budget, would I recommend an '04 STI or save up and get an '06? I would recommend saving your money. The '04 STIs are bare bones. They don't well. I should say there's so many '04 STIs that they've been around for so long that most of the guys have modified them, have hooned on them, as all STIs. To the best of my knowledge, the '04 STI never came with a radio from the factory. I could be completely wrong on that. But the '04 STIs were a little bit more bare bones than some of the other ones. They're kind of a weird... I don't know. I don't want to say like a bastard child, but the '04 STIs are a real weird kind of year. I think they have the 5x100 wheels. They are 17 by 8s, 17 by 7.5, I believe, where the '05 and newer had 17 by 8-inch wheels. There are several other things, especially when you get into performance parts, that are unique to the '04 year. They're different than '05 and newer. So I would just wait. And that's not to say that they're bad cars. They're still great cars. But when it comes to modifying them, I think you're going to have slightly less options when it comes to parts. There's a lot of parts that only fit on an '04 STI that will not fit in '05 or newer. So I would definitely wait and get an '06 if that's really what you want. I will say that I think right now the STIs are ridiculously overpriced. I see a lot of them selling for like close to 20 grand, used with like 100,000 miles on them or more. Some of them haven't even had the timing belt changed yet and stuff like that. But I would definitely save up. Like my advice to you and to anybody else looking to get into an STI is whenever you're trying to factor out the price, don't go with the minimum. Don't try and penny pinch and say, well, because I've been there, you guys. I've so been there where I was trying to price out different cars and see if I could afford it. And, you tend to inflate how much money you're making, and you tend to deflate or underestimate how much your car would actually cost. And oftentimes you don't factor in the maintenance cost of gas and stuff like that. So I would say if just be aware of how much cars actually cost. Be considerate of the maintenance. Be considerate of the gas. Plan for something to happen. Plan for your timing belt to fail, or your engine to blow up for whatever reason. I've blown up 2 engines, and I didn't plan for either of them, and I didn't have any money in my savings for either of them. So things will come up, and I've seen a lot of guys who get cars, not just STIs, but whatever car they get, and they don't have any emergency savings for it. They don't have a plan. So they have a car that they could barely afford, and then it only takes like one accident, one incident, one thing to change. Maybe they lose their job, or maybe they have to take a pay cut, or maybe they just get sick and they aren't working for a certain period of time, and they don't have that income, and that they're so close to that line that just kind of flips it over, and then they have to sell the car that they love, rather than them saving up and getting a car that they can afford and where they're clear in the green. A lot of people like to toe that line on what they can afford. So honestly, I would save up, man. Save up for an '06 if that's really what you want, and just be prepared in the future. You're going to have a hell of a lot more fun if you save up for an '06 STI. You get the car that you want, and then you have some money in savings, so you're not like biting your nails about everything going wrong, rather than trying to skimp together to get an '04 STI and then something coming up, and then you're upside down on your car. So I definitely recommend saving. STIs are fun, but it's not a car worth going into debt over, honestly. Do I like Integras? Integras are sick. Integras, I've never driven one personally, but it was one car that I was looking at for my first car. I considered Honda Civics. I considered Integras as well. Integras are pretty cool. I think they're pretty solid. As far as I know, they're reliable. They're a fun car too. You can still screw around with them. You can modify a few things, tweak them a little bit. So yeah, I think an Integra is a pretty cool project car. I think Engineering Explained, I haven't kept up. I don't know if he still has his Integra, but I know he has had one that I think he has kind of a project car that he's working on. So you might want to check out his channel. But Integras, as far as I know, are pretty solid. I also follow Eric the Car Guy. I know he had an Integra at one point, and he was doing a lot of work on that. He was a Honda Acura tech, so he had a lot of videos on repairs and stuff for Integras. So Integras are cool as far as I know. Like I would rock one. Like that's pretty cool. Let's see, yeah. So Daniel says 94 Accord, 326,000 miles and still going. Just normal maintenance. Exactly. Like if you take care of it, man, a lot of cars will run for a very long time. But that's the key, is taking care of it. And that's on everything. That's making sure it has enough oil, making sure everything else is solid. So yeah, Hondas are like that. They'll run forever. Subarus, if you don't modify them, they'll run a good long time. Once you start modifying a Subaru, all bets are off, pretty much. So that will significantly shorten the life of the car. But yeah, it's all about how you take care of your car. And I would argue that the maintenance you do on your car and how you take care of it, that all plays in much more than what car you buy. And that also goes into like the gas that you put into it. If you put in the cheap bottom of the barrel 87 octane garbage that they sell to you at the gas station, your engine's not going to last quite as long. It's going to have to work harder. It's not going to burn as clean. Every once in a while, run some good fuel cleaner through there. I think B5 is what I used before, and it's amazing stuff. Run some good fuel cleaner through there, maintain it properly, and your car will run a good long time. Let's see. Am I going to get a project car in the future, like track or drifting? I don't really plan on it now. And I say that because I would like to get a project car eventually, but eventually to me is like in probably at least 2 to 3 years. And I don't even know that a project car would be the next car that I get. In fact, it would probably not. So right now I have my STI. That's my daily driver. I would like to get a second car that would take over as my daily driver. I love having my STI. Like, I love driving it. It's a lot of fun, but I put a lot of miles on it fast. So I kind of want to be able to save that car and preserve it rather than just drive the wheels off of it. I would like to get another car at some point that would take over as my daily driver. That's solid, dependable, that I don't have to worry about. That maybe it's a little bit modified, but I don't have to worry about like my STI. My STI is pretty built, and it's kind of rough for a daily driver. I enjoy daily driving it. It's not like that, but it's not a car that I want to drive every day and put miles on every day. So I would definitely get something else. After I get that car, then I could consider a project car. But in the meantime, in between that all happening, there is a very real possibility that I would buy a house. I'll say this, I'm not going to be living at home and having a project car and an STI. No, I'm not going to do that. My priorities, I know they're not cool. A lot of car guys are just all obsessed about cars, but I want to get my own damn house. I want to get my own house with a garage, maybe a 2-car garage, hopefully, we'll see. Which is difficult to do because I'm in school right now. But yeah, I want to get my own house, settle down, probably get married at some point, and then after all that happens, then I could consider project cars. So it's not really on my radar right now as far as doing anything soon. So I'll definitely do a project car at some point, but it might be 2-3 years down the road, honestly. I have other priorities that I need to take care of. So yeah, you're from Pittsburgh. That's cool, man. Favorite roads to cruise on? Man, that's kind of hard. I did a lot more cruising when I was in South Carolina. But I am in the Robinson area. Robinson, Moon Township. Sometimes I'll cruise through the city, like downtown, which is a nightmare. It's always a nightmare. Last time I cruised downtown, I think I went down a wrong way because they were doing construction. Sometimes I like cruising on 51, going out towards like like South Hills Village Mall or by Century 3 Mall. I'll take a 51 south and just cruise. That road's a little bit sketchy and it's narrow and the drivers suck. But if you get a day where there's not much traffic, I like cruising there. Aside from that, I usually just get lost on some back road. I have GPS, so I could always figure out where I'm going. But I'll just take back roads and just cruise because they're everywhere in Pittsburgh. So I'd say those are the roads that I enjoy most. Where it's a road that I haven't really traveled before, or I haven't traveled much, and it's just a windy back road that I don't really care where I'm going. I'm not paying attention to where I'm going. I'll figure out where I'm going whenever I get there, and just cruise on that. So other than that, I really can't say. There's not really too many like landmark roads that I could reference, that I could say that I cruise on. But yeah, I mean, I just find random roads that I could that I could cruise on, and I just cruise on those. I know that's not really a great answer, but I don't really care what roads I'm on. I'll take any roads. I don't cruise on interstate too much. I'm not a fan of like highway driving, constant highway driving so much. It can be relaxing, but I like back roads and stuff like that. Yeah. Fortunately, Colin, I never totaled a car. I did crash my Eclipse once, actually twice, maybe 3 times. It's all coming back to me. One time I crashed into a wall doing something stupid. I was quote unquote drifting in a parking lot, right? It was raining out and it was wet. They just had, this is behind a Catholic school, mind you, close to me. And they had just paved the parking lot like that summer, and it was raining. So I was just learning to drive, more or less. I mean, like, I knew how to drive, but it was my first car. And I was like 18, 19 at the time. And I was working at the mall. And this had to be, I don't know, winter maybe? Because they had a floor set. I worked at Aeropostale way back in the day. And they had a floor set. So they changed over their whole setup, right? Like all the clothes that are out on display, change all that stuff over. I got off work at like 1 a.m. And I was bored. It was a nice day out. It was kind of cold, kind of chilly. But it got warmer and it was all wet, right? So I'm like, okay, let me go to this parking lot and because you could quote unquote drift, okay? Rip the e-brake, kick the back end out a little bit. Mind you, it's a front-wheel drive car, so it's not anything too crazy you could do. Well, I was doing that, and then I came around like a pole, back end kicked out, and I went backwards, slid backwards, and then the front end, the heavy-ass front end of my freaking Eclipse just whipped right around and boom, right into a cinder block wall. So I crashed. That was my fault. There was another time I was driving, and it was complete ice out. All the roads were iced over. And I was coming down a hill, and it wasn't my fault. I wasn't trying to Tokyo drift. And my car just started fishtailing. And with that car, once you start fishtailing, you're done. One thing that I love about my STI is I can regain control if I start fishtailing a little bit by counter steering and toying with the throttle and stuff like that. That Eclipse there was no chance of bringing it around. So I started fishtailing a little bit, and I wiped out. There were 3 mailboxes together, and I wiped out all 3 of them, put a huge dent in my fender. Other than that, there was another time where it was icy, and I was crawling. I wasn't even driving fast, and I was just on a sheet of ice, and I slid all the way through an intersection and bumped another guy's car, and he was real cool about it. He was nice about it. You know, he understood, like, it was just a sheet of ice. But yeah, fortunately, I never totaled any cars. Totaling a car sucked. I do know people who have totaled cars. Sometimes they totaled cars doing dumb stuff. I know a guy who totaled a car. He totaled his Evo. He just bought an Evo. I think it was an 08. 08 Evo, built from the bottom up, and he got it for like 13 grand, 12 grand, something like that, like a steal. Awesome car. And he was driving a lot faster than he should have been in the rain, around the bend, with friends in his car, and wrapped it around a friggin' tree. So I haven't totaled my STI. I haven't totaled any cars, fortunately, and I have no plans to at all. Let's see. We're planning to get a Subaru Impreza R Sport 2007. Are they okay? I'm not real sure, honestly. We don't have the R Sport in the US. We have the base Impreza, the 2.5i. I think we have like a PZEV model, which is the partially zero emissions, whatever. And then we have the WRX and STI. I can say, at least from my experience, all the Subarus that are at least available in the US market are pretty solid. So if you're looking at getting one, I'm pretty sure it's probably solid. I can't really speak to that particular model. But as far as I know, Subarus are pretty stout. They're pretty solid as long as you take care of them. So I wouldn't worry about that. If that's what you want to get and that's in your price range and everything, like, go for it, man. Good luck. Video topics for a car channel, like video ideas. I have a whole list. I don't even have the list with me right now. I have a whole list of different videos that I want to do. I can't really, that's hard for me to say. Everybody has their own personality. Everybody has their own, their own ideas, their own cars. So half of my ideas are specific to Subarus and are specific to my STI and things like that. There are some general things that I want to do, that focus on a wider, knowledge base, a wider, it'll appeal to more people. More people will be able to relate to it, even if they don't have a Subaru. And that's kind of what my detailing videos are about. Some of my install videos are specific to Subarus. Most of them are. Some are, also they'll apply to other cars as well. But, yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you want to do, and I know that's really not helpful, but I think it's just, it comes down to you coming up with your own ideas and creating your own topics and your own things. Maybe you'll see a video here or there, and then you'll kind of spin off of that, and don't copy them exactly, but maybe that will inspire you to do, your own video in a way that it'll help you, or it'll help you produce more content and stuff like that. I really can't say. I don't know, because like I said, everybody's different. So what you do is going to be completely different than what I do. What I do, I try to be different from other people. Some of my videos are a little bit similar in some ways, but I also try to be very different from a lot of other car YouTubers, because copying people doesn't help. I think that's the biggest turnoff, is when I come across a channel and I see that they blatantly just completely 100% ripped off of somebody else. And there's a difference between chiming in on something, maybe one YouTuber talks about something and then I talk about something because they talked about it, or maybe they talk about something and it's a coincidence that I talk about the same things, a week later or something like that. Because that has happened in the past with various YouTubers, where they will make a video and then somebody else makes a video talking about a similar thing, and then people are all pissed off, like, hey, you just copied off of so-and-so. And it's like, dude, they didn't even know they made that video. So I don't know. That's kind of hard to say. I think it's something that you kind of have to just figure out what works for you. Figure out who your audience is. Figure out who you're making videos for. figure out what your channel is going to be about, and then run from there. There are a lot of videos I want to do coming up to continue with my detailing. I need to clean my engine bay, so I'll probably have a video like that coming out talking about different things to clean your engine bay, do's and don'ts and stuff like that. But that's just one video. I mean, you could do other videos that people have done, and if you do it in your own way, then it's really not copying. But a lot of my video ideas are just kind of random, and I don't even know. Like, I just come up with them, based on other things that I've seen or whatever. So that's really kind of hard to tell. I think that's something that you kind of just have to figure out on your own. That's almost like asking how to be successful. Everybody's successful in their own way, man. So you kind of just have to figure out what works for you and what's going to work for your channel and run with it. What's it like as a military personnel? I'm going to say, first of all, I can only speak from my own experience. Some people join the military and they love it and they make a career out of it. Some people join the military and they love it and they only serve for 6 years or maybe 10 years. Other people join the military and they hate it, and they hate the military, or they hate the branch that they were in, or whatever. Personally, I've had a good time. I've had a great experience. I've had a great career. I enjoy it. I actually miss active duty sometimes. I love being in school. I love using my GI Bill. The school benefits are awesome. But sometimes I miss my old job. The military is something that's very hard to explain to somebody who hasn't been in the military. And I don't want that to sound like I'm condescending or talking down to people like, oh, you just don't understand. I hate when people do that, so I don't intend to come off as that way at all. But it's just one of those experiences that's very difficult to put into words. Good and bad. There's good that happens, and there's things that kind of suck with it. There's your typical quote-unquote military BS that is always going on regardless. But it's a job. I mean, it's, for some people it's just a job. For some people it's a calling. Some people it's a career. It's really hard to put into words. I've been blessed with my own experience. I've had a great experience. I met a lot of awesome people along the way. I haven't had any major incidents. I've never had any paperwork. I'm fortunate. I feel blessed that I've had the career that I have had so far. I've been in for like 6.5 years, and I plan to serve 20 and retire. But it's a very unique experience. It's definitely something that's different. It's not for everybody, and not everybody is. I should say the military is not for everybody in the respect that. Some people are not cut out to be in the military. It's the way it is. It's fine. But also the military isn't always a good fit for some people. Some people are just better off with doing something else. And that's part of the reason that I transitioned to the Guard. Active duty wasn't working for me. I wanted to go to school. And when I was active, I was way too busy to go to school. And I was working crazy hours. So I transitioned to the Guard, and that has worked out better for me, at least for now. So it's one of those things that, like, everybody's going to have a different experience. Some people have great experiences. Some people get screwed, man. That's kind of how it goes. Like, some people just get screwed, whether it's the branch they join or the job they have, or maybe they just have a bad attitude. Maybe it's them. Maybe it's the military. But I can't say anything. I've had a great experience. It's definitely not like anything else, any other job that I've ever known about. The camaraderie is awesome. The opportunities to travel are pretty good. And you learn a lot, and you learn a lot fast. And just the experience, the amount of experience you will gain through the military is crazy. And it also helps you on the civilian side. After you get out, or after you separate, a lot of employers look for people who are military because they know that military people are disciplined, and they'll show up to work when they're supposed to. They have a good work ethic, and a lot of times they'll have experience that you don't get in the civilian world. And that's not to say that civilians aren't good at those things, but it's almost a guarantee with somebody who's military. Their odds of finding somebody who's a good, solid, hard worker who knows a lot goes up a lot. So a lot of employers value military experience. So I've enjoyed it. I've had a blast. I don't regret any of it. I don't regret it for a second. You know, what keeps you motivated to keep up with YouTube? That's an excellent question. I would say what keeps me motivated is the fact that last year I didn't keep up with YouTube. So I know some of you guys probably followed my channel from like day one, but for anybody who hasn't followed my channel for all that long, last spring was crazy for me. I am in school full time. I'm also in the Guard part time. And last spring I was in a different school, and that semester was horrible for me. I was so ridiculously busy. I didn't have time to keep up with YouTube. And looking back, I mean, at least at the time, I felt that I didn't have time to keep up with YouTube. Looking back, I probably could have put in a little bit extra effort, a little bit more effort. I got discouraged, I'll say that. I was still new to YouTube, and I still consider myself pretty new. But I got discouraged, and I couldn't keep up with everything, and I just got stressed out, and I didn't keep up with it. In fact, I'm not going to lie, like this past 2 weeks, last week I was fine, but like the week before, I just was in a slump. Like emotionally, kind of physically, I was just kind of tired. Like I didn't feel like doing anything. And I kind of didn't feel like putting out a video, you know, and there's a lot of days where I don't feel like putting out a video. But to go back to last semester, I didn't keep up with it. I kind of felt like that, and I let that get to me, and I let the stress get to me, and I just kind of gave up on it. And I didn't even intend to. I just stopped putting out videos. There was a point where I didn't get to put out a video in the week that I had planned. So I was like, okay, I'll put out a video next week. Well, next week became the following week, and before I knew it, it was a month. And then it was freaking 3 months. And then I didn't put out a video for 3 months, and I was like, what the hell am I doing, you know? And through that experience, my channel is just now regaining from that experience. This past summer, you know, my channel started to pick up from not making videos back in like January and February of last year. And that was a huge setback. If I didn't stop making videos, I think my channel would be even bigger than it is right now. But I made that decision. I kind of let the stress get to me, and I didn't keep putting out videos like I probably should have. So that's one thing that kind of motivates me, is I see how detrimental that was to my channel, even back then when I was that small, and I don't want that to happen again. And now I know there's a lot more people who follow my channel, and it's you guys who really kind of keep me motivated and keep me going. You know, another thing I guess that keeps me motivated is with that experience, I learned, when I started YouTube, I jumped all into it. I started in the summer of 2015, and my first video was at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix in 2015 with the subscriber meet. And since then, up until the time that I had stopped making videos, you know, it was just go, go, go. I was always making videos, and I enjoyed it. And like I said, the stress got to me, and school was crazy, just crazy busy. I had 4 classes, and I even dropped one because it was crazy. And even with 3 classes, I had a hell of a time juggling school, YouTube, and work. And I just kind of gave up on it. I kind of quit on it. But it was through that experience that I realized that I really enjoyed YouTube. It gave me time off to miss it. Previously, like I said, I was cranking out videos, so I was just in the moment and I was enjoying it. But it was that time away, those like 2 or 3 months that I didn't make videos, where spring came around and it was nice out, and it was like, damn, like I kind of screwed up. You know, I need to get back into it, and that's what kind of motivated me. That's something that I really, that's the point I would say that I really realized that I genuinely enjoyed YouTube, and I missed making videos. I missed seeing you guys comment. I missed interacting with you guys. So I would say you guys, my subscribers, are mostly what keeps me motivated. If I didn't have any subscribers, if I didn't have any people watching my content, if I didn't have people, who were happy with the videos that I was putting out or whatever, I probably wouldn't be doing YouTube. I probably would have packed up and gone home by now. But yeah, the subscribers are what keeps me going more than anything. Why did I choose an STI even though I used to be an Evo fan? I'm not really sure. It's just something that changed in my personality, maybe. I would say that, like, I matured. Like, I joke about that. Like, oh, I matured. I used to be an Evo fanboy, but now I matured, and I'm somehow smarter and wiser because I bought an STI, which is a complete joke. It's just a personality thing. I always was in love with the Evos because of how much you could change on them. And even now, if you look at the Evos versus the STIs, the Evo is the car that they had sick body kits for, any number of body kits, and I still love Evo body kits. I still think they're a lot better. There's a lot, I'm more happy with Evo body kits than some of the STI body kits. Not that there aren't good ones for the Subaru, but some look kind of goofy. Evos you could look sick, just make to look sick, and I think that's one thing that really drew me in. I like the all-wheel drive. At the time, I was a Mitsubishi fan. I had my 3rd generation Eclipse, which that Eclipse is part of the reason I didn't buy an Evo, which I'll talk about in a second. But I was a Mitsubishi fan. I loved the Evos. I was kind of going through a quote-unquote racer phase, and I don't mean that in like a negative sense, but at the time I was enthralled by the Evo because of everything that you could change on it, cosmetically. Performance-wise, I knew you could change a lot, and I knew you could modify Subarus as well. But cosmetically, you could change freaking everything and just make it look sick. I wanted to go with the JDM rear bumper. I think the JDM front bumper, or I don't even remember what. I had everything planned out, you guys. Like, I had thousands of dollars in just cosmetic parts, probably 5 to 10 grand in just cosmetics that I wanted to drop on an Evo. So I always was attracted to the Evo. I always liked it because of just how much you can change, just how much you can modify on those cars. But I appreciate the STIs because you don't have to change that much. The STIs, you could add like my car, you could add a front lip. I have Perrin wing stiffies. The 06 Hawkeyes have the rear roof vane, the extra spoiler, and it has the hood scoop. And it's like, that's all you need to do to make it look aggressive and make it look cool. Where I always felt that the Evos always look cool, but I feel like they were just a spin-off of the Lancer, which, I mean, you could say the same about the STIs, but I guess it was just a change in my mentality, a change in my heart, that it's just something that changed, that I was always attracted to Evos because you could change absolutely everything, and then I kind of, I don't know, matured, for lack of a better term, and I kind of came around to Subarus. I fell in love with the Subaru Rumble, which was a huge thing. And, I kind of realized that with an STI, you don't have to change everything to make it look good. And I kind of went with more of a minimalist approach, which I really like. Also, I have Subaru WRX fan, like him and I have been friends since ever. So maybe him always going on and on about how great the STI was kind of wore on me, kind of, brought me over to the Subaru side. I don't know. Also, Ken Block's videos, I'm not going to lie. Gymkhana 1, Gymkhana 2 were sick. I love all the Gymkhanas, but man, those were both freaking, just incredible. There is a video of him, I forget what it is, the Mountain Lab video, where he's launching his damn STI off of freaking, like, I think it was in the Alps or somewhere. I don't remember, but he was launching his freaking car, his STI, off of snow ramps alongside snowboarders. I've never seen Evos do that, and it might just be because nobody like Ken Block had an Evo, was driving an Evo, but that also contributed as well. So I don't know. It's just something that my personality changed, I guess. And it's not to say that I don't like Evos. It's just, I don't know, just something changed. I don't know how else to describe it. It's kind of weird. How many speeding tickets do you have on your record? I don't know. And that's because speeding tickets drop off after like 2 to 3 years. I've been pulled for speeding a few times, not that much. Um, I did usually when I get pulled for speeding. Actually, in Pennsylvania, we're pretty lucky. At least where I live in Pittsburgh, the cops are pretty chill. Cops are chill about tint. They're chill about exhaust. They're chill about modifications. Cops are pretty chill. But I got a couple speeding tickets. I think I had one speeding ticket in my Eclipse, which is funny because that car wasn't fast at all. That car was super slow, actually. I remember it too because I was driving and I got around like there were like 3 semi-trucks in both lanes blocking up everything. So I got between them and then I took off. And when I say took off, okay, it was like 50 miles an hour. I was probably going maybe 55. That car was pretty fast for what it was, but it was 0 to 60 in like 7 seconds. It had the what is the 6G72, the V6 engine. It still wasn't fast. Cop pulls me over, and I'll never forget. He walks up to me. He's like, "Your Mitsubishi has lots of power." And he said it like that, like, "Your Mitsubishi has lots of power," but it was his accent. "Mitsubishi has lots of power, huh?" And I was like, I was just trying to keep a straight face. I was like, no, like, I knew it was slow as hell. I knew it was slow, right? So I was trying not to laugh because my car is so slow, and this dude, I had the top down, of course, and it was a red Eclipse, and this dude probably thinks it's like some sporty car, right? And I was like, dude, not at all. So I think I got a ticket for that. Other than that, I had a ticket. I passed the cop on the highway. This dude was driving slow. He was 60. He was going like barely 60. Everybody else in traffic was going 70. I was following the rest of traffic. Whoop, whoop. No, dude pulled me over for that. I was like, yeah, right. Like, dude singled me out, I guess, because everybody else was going the same exact speed, but he saw my car and pulled me. So I got a ticket for that. I don't think I have any other speeding tickets. I think I did get a quote-unquote reckless driving ticket, which was BS. Several years ago when I was enlisting in the military, I was already in the delayed entry program, and when you're trying to get into the military, if you have any legal cases or anything like that pending, they will put your whole file on hold. So I couldn't even fight the ticket. If I was going to fight the ticket, it would have delayed me for who knows how long. So I just had to take the ticket. But he got me for quote-unquote reckless driving because my tires screeched, because my tires chirped. In the meantime, I was driving over damn bumps in the freaking garbage-ass road, and my tires chirped, and then he thought I was like driving fast and crazy. And he was an asshole. I am pro-cop. I think most cops are honest, good, awesome people, just trying to do their job. But that guy was a freaking douchebag. But that's the only tickets that I know of. I might have a couple on my record or something like that, but I don't really get pulled for speeding or anything else very much. Surprisingly, because my car is a huge cop magnet, but I've been pretty lucky with that. Camera tips for a noob, noob doing videos. Learn from others. I learned what I have just from watching different channels, different successful channels. TJ Hunt, David Patterson. I kind of see what works for other people and what doesn't. Yeah, doing a camera tip, like if you're doing it in car, it's kind of tricky to do, especially if you have like a DSLR. You have to mount it on your passenger side windshield and mount it upside down and then flip the video in post. I don't even use my DSLR for in-car video anymore. I just use my GoPro because a GoPro is way easier. The video quality isn't quite as good, but it's not worth it, in my opinion, to screw around with the DSLR. I've tried both. The DSLR is a pain in the ass to mount, and it likes to move around sometimes. And my DSLR, it always gets really hot on my dash, especially in the summertime from the sun. And my DSLR will shut off if it gets too hot, as will most. So it will just cut off. So you'll be in the middle of, driving, doing a vlog, and it just cuts off, which sucks. GoPros don't have that issue. as far as any other type of videos, like if you're doing like a tutorial or something, use a tripod. Obviously, tripods are cool. It's kind of hard to set them up sometimes, especially if you're working in a tight area, like when I was doing my brakes, or anything like that. Sometimes you're in a weird angle, and it's hard to see in there yourself, much less get a camera in there. But just do the best that you can. Your content and your audio are important, or I would say more important than video. People like to see good, crisp, good, good angles, nice angles, stuff like that, high quality video. But your audio is important, and yeah, I mean, people get it. Like, if you put out good content, people are going to be much more forgiving on certain camera angles and stuff like that. But I would search YouTube if you want more tips. I know there's a lot of channels that aren't even car channels that have tips for filming and doing vlogs and stuff like that. I did a good amount of research on that type of stuff whenever I was starting out. So I definitely recommend just searching YouTube, searching different forums and stuff like that for camera tips. Yeah, don't feel bad if you crash. It was a learning curve. It's definitely a learning curve. When you start driving, man, you do dumb stuff. Everybody does dumb stuff. And sometimes, even when you're trying to drive well and you're doing the best that you can, sometimes you just don't know what you're doing. You're not experienced at it. You're a new driver. So a lot of times people, when they're new drivers, maybe they start to skid or fishtail or whatever, or they'll be on snow or ice and they'll hit their brakes. And if you're on ice, you can't do that. And if you're on snow, you shouldn't hit your brakes either, because you could also lose control. Or if, like I said, if they start fishtailing, they won't correct it enough, or they'll oversteer and they'll overcorrect. And that's a big problem. And then people, you'll overcorrect and then the car flings the other way. So a lot of driving just comes down to experience. And, that's just something that you have to learn over time and as you get older. So things happen. How did I come up with the name Aurora? Well, I knew I was starting a YouTube channel at that point. This goes back, I picked the name Aurora back in, I want to say like 2015, maybe January or so, when I decided on it. I was watching a lot of David Patterson's videos at the time, and he was always doing awesome car reviews. Jasmine, Nessa, so many reviews. And every car that, I shouldn't say every single car, but a lot of the cars on there had their own personality and they had a name to them. And that's something that I wanted to do. I've never really been a fan of naming cars. And even now, I usually just refer to it as my STI. I don't always call her Aurora. I'm just not big on naming things, but I definitely wanted to have something that made my car a little bit different, a little bit, a little bit more unique. I always wanted a personalized plate, and I was never sure what I would get on it. So I guess I just picked Aurora because basically my method was trying to find a name that I liked, and a name that would fit on a license plate. And in Pennsylvania, you have to have 7 characters. In I think California and some other ones, like some other states like New York, you could have more. What's up, Sheldon? But so it had to be a name that I liked, and it had to be 7 characters long. So I went through a ton of different names, and I didn't want to copy off of anybody. And I was just running through stuff, man. I'll admit, I was running through like names of freaking Disney princesses because, you had Jasmine and there's some other cool ones, some other cool names that I think sound good for a car. But I didn't find anything. And then I eventually came across Aurora. And I don't even remember how I came across that name. I guess because I was thinking like Aurora Borealis, like the Northern Lights. And I thought about it and I was like, yeah, like I kind of like that, and there's kind of a symmetry to it. And I like the sound of it. So lo and behold, it fits on my plate. And Aurora with an O is actually already taken for PA, but I used a 0 instead. So I was able to get that on my plate, and I guess that's where it came from. So a little bit of inspiration from David Patterson's channel, but it's something that I've wanted to do for a while, and I just I just I just decided on that name, I guess. It's something that I don't know. I just came up with and I like, so it stuck. But I definitely wanted to have something other than like my own, other than my license plate that I had before, which my license plate is on my wall right now from my when I bought the car, or I should say when I registered it in Pennsylvania. But I wanted something that I could show off my car and take pictures, and you know, just I feel like the plate adds so much personality to a car. When I was in South Carolina, there was a gray, a CGM STI, owned by a middle-aged guy, and his plate said trauma on it, and I always thought that was kind of cool. Maybe a little bit overdramatic, but I always thought that was really cool, and it just adds so much personality to the car. And you know, you could take pictures and you could take video, and it's not like somebody's going to be copying down your plate or something like that. I mean, maybe they will. Maybe they'll still try and track me down. Whatever. I don't care. But it's more of a novelty. Like it's just something that's cool. So yeah, Justin just got off work. That's awesome, man. Fortunately, it's spring break for me, man. So I'm just hanging out, and I've already gone like 40 minutes past my 3-hour mark, which is freaking crazy. That's awesome that you guys are hanging out so long. Yeah, I hate how Evo or 5-speed for non-MRs. Yeah, and then they made the Evo 10 MR an auto. Exactly. And this is one of my argues against the Evo. And just I love Evos. I think they're awesome cars. I probably would buy an MR just because I've always loved them. But anytime a lot of Evo fanboys will bash the STIs for the EJ motor and say that the EJ motor sucks, and you know, it's weak. Oh, ringlands are going to blow and all that other stuff. Which, okay, a lot of it is valid argument. Like, I get where you're coming from, but a lot of people who criticize the STI completely forget that the 6-speed in the MRs are like glass. There are guys who've blown the 6-speed transmissions on stock power. So Mitsubishi got something wrong on the 6-speed transmissions. That's just something to consider with an Evo. And then people will say, "Oh, well, you should just buy a GSR, you know, and just get the 5-speed." But that's not an advantage, dude. that's not something to be proud of. If you want a GSR, then hell yeah, rock a GSR. But you shouldn't have to buy a 5-speed because the 6-speed blows up. So that's just something that you know, is kind of, I feel like it's something wrong with the Evo that people just don't want to talk about, or that they overlook, is the 6 speeds. I would still get an MR just because I like that, and I would probably just know that it's going to blow up, and then I would rebuild it, I guess. I don't know. And then, yeah, in the Evo 10, they kind of changed it to an auto, which the twin clutch is not too bad as far as I know, but I'm not a real fan of autos. I don't think they're quite where they need to be. There are some hypercars right now, like supercars, hypercars that are using twin clutches and stuff like that are autos that are sick. I hear the new Corvette auto is pretty sick as far as its performance, but even the Evo 10s I think are kind of laggy a little bit, and a lot of other, I don't know, like lower end, middle end cars, production cars are kind of laggy when it comes to you know, using automatics. They're just not quite there yet. What's the difference between the STI and the WRX Subaru? Well, that depends now on what year you're talking about. The 04 to 2014 WRX and STI are separate from the 15 and newer. So let's talk about those years from basically more or less from 2004 to 2014. Both the WRX and STI had EJ series motors. You know, they change a little bit between years and stuff like that. There's a lot of specifics that you could get into, but I'm just going to take a broad brush stroke over everything. They both have EJ motors. The turbo's in the same location. With the STI, you're going to get a little bit of a bigger turbo. You're going to get a bigger intercooler. The STIs have all aluminum intercoolers, where the WRXs had the center of it was aluminum, but the end caps were plastic, and so that's a difference. The intake manifold on some of the WRXs, I believe, is plastic on the newer ones. The older ones were metal as well, but the STIs, the intake manifold was red, and the STIs, or the WRXs, were silver. Other than that, it's a lot of little things that people don't consider. And a lot of people say, well, I'll just buy a WRX because it's cheaper, and then I'll build it, and I'll have an STI. But there's a lot of smaller things that people don't consider. For example, the axles on an STI are thicker and bigger than the WRX. The STI has a 114.3 by 5 lug pattern, where the WRX has 5 by 100s. So STI wheels, in most cases, won't fit a WRX. Like I said, the axles are bigger, so you're paying more for an STI, but you're also getting beefier axles. You're getting a lot of other things that are beefier. At least on the 06s. I don't know what years they changed, because Subaru was always changing stuff and modifying it, but I know my car has the aluminum lower control arms. I don't know that those were standard on the WRXs. There's a lot of other little things. So it's a lot of little things. I wouldn't say there was anything like too crazy between the WRX and STI, at least for 2004 through 2014. That's a difference. It really just depends on what you want. In my opinion, if you want an STI, go for an STI. You're not going to save that much on a WRX. And once you go past like 350 wheel horsepower, you're probably going to blow up the transmission. More performance makes blast plates, which definitely help with that issue. But a lot of guys who have WRXs that I know who went for big horsepower being like over 350. Even at 400 wheel horsepower, a lot of guys start blowing transmissions. And then if they launch them hard, they'll start breaking axles. So that's something to consider. Other than that, they're not that much different, but there are some key differences. For the 2015 Plus, the biggest difference is the engine. The STI still have the EJ series, which a lot of people are pissed off about because it's like 12 years old at this point. And the WRX has the new F820s. The F820 is a great motor as far as I've seen. I don't think it's quite been cracked by a lot of tuners. And that's not to say that they can't make good power on it. They can. But I don't think it's been... it's not as well known as the EJ series as far as the in and outs and what it's actually capable of yet, because it is so new. So the biggest difference with the newer ones is the engine. If you're looking at 15 plus, I would say probably go with a WRX. I think a WRX is probably a better deal than an STI right now, unless you just want to have an STI. Then rock an STI. Like, get whatever car you want. But those are the basic differences. There's not anything too drastic between either the WRX or STI. You know, as I said, the newer ones, the engine's different. But other than that, they're both great cars, and you should just get whatever fits you. Some people, you know, a WRX is a better buy for them. It's a better fit for their needs. And other people just want an STI, or an STI is a better fit for their needs. So it really just depends. But they're both awesome cars. Let's see. What do you do in the military? Yeah, I'm in the Air Force. I'm a supply troop. So... I mean, supply is a pretty broad term, but I deal with aircraft parts usually. Right now I work QA, like quality assurance, making sure that people do their jobs correctly and are trained proficiently. But yeah, that's what I do. Air Force. Actually, it's the Air National Guard now, technically, officially. But yeah, Air Force, Air Guard, same thing. So yeah, I'm a supply troop, box kicker, UPS, if you want to call it that. Yeah, Aurora, I didn't think of that. I didn't even think of that, but that's a pretty cool option too. Yeah, Jasmine's an Evo. Yeah, Jasmine is ridiculous. I've been following David Patterson since he was at 2,000 subscribers. So you want to talk about OG? I've seen. I can't say I've seen all of his reviews. Sometimes he cranks out so many of them I just can't keep up. But yeah, I've been following Jasmine for a minute. Jasmine's freaking ridiculous, and I have no intention of building Aurora to the point of Jasmine or Nessa. That's way too much money for me. That's maybe a different car I'll take to that level, but I don't think I would use it. Let's see. Yeah. What do I recommend for audio because the camera doesn't have a port for an external mic? Using an external mic is the easiest way to pick up good audio, but yeah, sometimes cameras don't have an external mic. I would recommend a separate audio recorder. I have started using a Tascam DR05, and I've been very happy with that. And that's just a separate digital recorder. It runs off of batteries, and it has a micro SD card. So all my audio is now separate. So I record video with my camera, and I get the audio from that as well. But I also will have a standalone audio feed. And whenever you edit that, it's kind of an extra pain in the ass because you have to take an extra step and sync your video to your audio, which if you use the internal audio, you don't have to do that. But yeah, I would recommend a Tascam, or there is, I think, a Zoom H1. I think a lot of people use and are happy with. But yeah, I would definitely use a separate standalone digital audio recorder. That's a good option. So that's, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different options. I think mine was around $100 or so. It wasn't crazy expensive or anything like that. But that's probably your best option to get good quality audio. It kind of sucks because, like I said, you have to sync it up and stuff, and then it's like another thing that you have to screw around with and you have to carry around. But it does produce pretty good audio. I got mine several months ago, and I've been pretty happy with it for the most part. I should give my input on the new Illinois plate. I don't know anything about the new Illinois plate at all. Let me look that up real quick. I don't know anything about it. I'm not in Illinois, so yeah. I know that PA just changed the statute or whatever. Oh yeah, that plate looks, I don't know. I think it looks okay. I mean, a lot of license plates look kind of goofy to begin with. I think it's kind of cool. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's kind of cool. PA just changed the thing where we're required to have like our registration stickers on our license plates. So I might be removing mine from my license plate shortly. But yeah, I think the Illinois plate is kind of cool. It just depends on personal preference. I mean, I personally like the Pennsylvania plate as well. I know a lot of people don't like that. Some people run the Dare plate. So it just comes down to personal preference, I think. But I think it's pretty cool. I don't know. I don't have high expectations for people making license plates or designing them. It's never really, I don't know. I haven't seen too many license plates that really wow me and say like, wow, that's like a really cool plate. But yeah, thanks, Shadow. I try to keep up. I try to put out videos when I can. I try to make content that I think people will enjoy, and I try to make content that I enjoy and that I actually know what I'm talking about. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm trying to break into a little bit more vlogs and talk about stuff because I know a lot of my content is very heavy on installs and stuff like that. And then just recently I had just a string of vlogs and stuff like that, basically because I didn't have time to get into the installs and stuff like that. But I try to be entertaining, so it's good to see that feedback. What's up, Terrell? Yeah, Terrell, I need to come back to Charleston, man. It's been a while. Um, he's a dude from Charleston. He's part of the car scene down there. I haven't been to Charleston in about a year and a half or so. I was down there last December, I think. Not this past December, but the year before. So it's been a minute. He's got a sick Evo 10. Really sick. So I know I rag on Evos, but Evos are sick. I do like them. I like Evo 10s too. Let's see. Yeah, Evos don't get as good gas mileage, and the 5-speed doesn't help. Yeah. Pretty much any modified car is going to get garbage gas mileage. I don't even know what mine is. I don't even keep track of my gas mileage. I just put gas in it when it's thirsty. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I drove. My buddy Eddie he bought a 2007 WRX TR. I believe it was TR, and it's the 5-speed, obviously. And I drove that. I drove that home from the salesman, and I taught him how to drive stick on that car. And I didn't mind a 5-speed that much, but you are going to use more gas. You're going to be at a higher RPM. I like shifting. I like my 6-speed. I love my 6-speed actually. And a lot of people complain, like I guess a lot of people don't like shifting that much, but for me, it's not a big deal. And I don't know, a 5-speed, the gears are just spread out a little bit too much, more than I would like. And it seemed like I didn't have enough torque in any specific gear. It seems like they were just stretched out a little bit too much for my liking. So I much prefer a 6-speed transmission. And yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to personal preference. Some people don't like shifting, but if you don't like shifting, like, why are you buying an STI or an Evo? Yeah, I'm glad you think it's chill, man. That's the kind of the game of this. Like, I just want to hang out with you guys and talk, see what's up. Because I make videos, and I try to interact with you guys in the comment section and, you know, on my Instagram and stuff like that. But there's always a delay, and it's not quite the same. It's just hanging out and talking about stuff. And there's a lot of things that I just enjoy talking about, so, you know, but I wouldn't necessarily make a video on it. And a lot of you guys have questions that I wouldn't even think to make a video on, so I'm kind of glad that I could do this live stream. And I'll probably do more in the future at some point. Let's see. What is my next car? That is a tough question. My next car is a house. I would like to buy a house. Honestly, I have my STI, and that's my daily driver right now. I would like to retire that in the next few years. I plan on keeping it. I don't ever plan on selling it. I would never get my money out of it. I would like to get a house. That's kind of a priority for me before I get another car. But my next car would be, I don't know. That's really hard to say. I want something that's fuel efficient, that's affordable, that isn't going to break the bank. Because this is my toy. My STI is like my baby. That's, you know, the car that I've built. That's the car that I like to take out and have fun and really get on it. I want a car that's cheap to insure, cheap to maintain. I don't want a car that I don't want a car that costs half as much as my STI does. Let's put it that way. I want a car that's fairly cheap to maintain, that's solid, that runs. And that's kind of quiet. Like I have my toy. I love my STI, but I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I don't know if my next car would be a Subaru. Probably not, because I would probably just get tempted to modify it. I don't know that I would go with something really boring. Like I don't see myself in like an Accord or a Civic or something. I don't know. It's really just kind of early to say. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Something affordable, reliable, and cheap on maintenance, and good on gas. That's what I would want. Yeah, you subbed to David at 6K. That's crazy, man. I mean, I've been subbed to, like I said, since like 2K, and he just blew up. And it's like, before I knew it, he was 10K, 20K, 25K, 50K, 100K, and now he's at like 600 something. I lost count. Same way with David Patterson. WRX fans starting to get up there. Evan Shanks is getting up there. There's a lot of channels. Engineering Explained. I've been subbed to him since ever, dude. Ever. like years. I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you. The whiteboard that he uses now, he wasn't even using that when I subbed. And so I've been subscribed to him since ever too. It's just, that's one thing that like motivates me, going back to motivation. It's just seeing normal, everyday, average guys do what they want to do, make the videos they want to make, hang out with people, talk to people, just enjoy cars, and then their channels blow up and they get traction and they take off. You know, TJ Hunt's an inspiration, and I know a lot of people don't like him for whatever reason. And other people like him, and that's great. But if you look at his stuff, like when he hit 5,000 subs, you know, he did like a live stream, and from there he kind of elevated to about 20K pretty quickly. And then from 20K, he was freaking gone, just gone. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that big. I don't know if I want to get that big, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's like so many good YouTubers that started out small that just, I mean, like I said, when I saw David Patterson, like when I first watched his videos, his stuff was always awesome. But when I subscribed to him, I was like, okay, like who's this David? So, I mean, there's like 9 people watching right now. That's cool. We're having good one-on-one time with you guys. If I had a crap ton more people, it wouldn't be this chill, you know? Then you get the haters coming along, and you have my car from some of the crap road from, you know, snow, salt, and all that crap from flinging up and hitting my car and stuff like that. But I think they're great. Like I said, there are other options, but I don't think you'll be disappointed with Rally Armor Mud Flaps. I love them. I've had them on for 2 seasons now. I take them off in the summer. They're just not my style in the summer. I like changing things up, but I'm very happy with mine. I think they're awesome. Yeah. How's the steering wheel going? It's right here. Still. And I touched on this at the beginning of the stream, which we're like 4 hours in right now. But this is the circuitry, the circuit boards for my steering wheel. One side controls the audio controls, the other side controls my cruise control. And I have had no luck finding anybody who could tell me how to modify the cruise control to work in my car. I tried calling Subaru headquarters, and they gave me a site that I could go on, and I had to pay like $35 to use it for like 3 days or something. It was basically just a source for all their tech manuals. I already have the tech manuals for a 2015 STI and for my 06 as well. But those circuit boards aren't going to be on a tech manual. It's not really a serviceable part in that respect. So that was a dead end. They also suggested that I go talk to my dealership and ask them questions because they would know, and I knew they wouldn't. So I went to the dealership last week, and I told the guy what I was doing. I go in there. I was like, yeah, I'm going to swap his 2015 STI steering wheel into a 2006. He's like, that won't work. I was like, why wouldn't it work? Well, I don't know, that won't work. So it is doable. I'm pretty sure it's doable. I don't think Subaru changed the splines on the steering wheel. That would make no sense at all. So I'm sure the steering wheel will fit. The only thing that I'm worried about now, or trying to work out, I should say, is trying to figure out the circuit boards, because I saw a guy do a swap where he put an 08 STI steering wheel into his 2005, and he had to modify the circuit boards. I think he removed a couple of the resistors. There's like a whole write-up on Naziok, but that doesn't apply to the 2015 STI steering wheel. That's only good to the 2014s. So I'm kind of on my own when it comes to figuring out the circuit boards. But yeah, I'll have that wheel in my car, assuming it fits, which it should, before Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. And I was hoping to have my cruise control working. I really want to do it like once and just be done with it, but I don't know that that's an option for me, unfortunately. I might just have to put it in the car and worry about cruise control and stuff like that later. But yeah, it's where it was when I bought the wheel. It hasn't gone anywhere too much. I'm just waiting on more information, which nobody really has. I might try to contact the company that actually makes these circuit boards for Subaru. Maybe they could give me like a schematic or something like that. But yeah, I realize it's something that nobody would really know how to do. I knew it was going to be a challenge when I started it, and that's kind of why I chose to do that. I very easily could have selected a 2014 STI steering wheel and done the swap with no problem. There's a guide on how to do that, but I wanted to be different. I wanted, I wanted to try something unique, something that really hasn't been done before. And honestly, I like the 2015 STI steering wheel much more than the previous models. So yeah, it's where it was a couple months ago. Yeah, the direct injection on the F820. The F820 is definitely a newer engine. It has a lot more modern, current things going on with it. I think the EJs are fine. I know a lot of people say the EJ is a 12-year-old motor and it sucks. I think the EJs are fine. I don't think that it's that bad of a motor. I know people talk about ringlands and this and that with the EJs, but I really don't think they're that bad. The F820 is pretty sweet. The F820 is, I think it has more potential than an EJ. Like I said, I don't think that tuners have quite cracked it, and they could make good power with it, but I don't think they know all the ins and outs of it as they do with the EJ yet. But the F820 has potential. Rumor has it that in the next, the next release, the 2018 STI, rumor has it that, or I'm sorry, not the 2018, the 2020 STI, rumor has it that they're going to have a FA25 or something to that effect, where they're going to discontinue the EJ or, have some other new option for that car. So I don't know. We'll see. That's still a couple years out. And I'm sure Subaru's working on something, but the F820 is a good option. It's as good as the EJ, if not better. The EJ, the only advantage the EJ has at this point right now, I think, is there's more parts available for it, and a lot more tuners are familiar with it than they are with the F820s yet. But the F820 is pretty sweet. Yeah, going back to the plate, yeah, license plate, man. I don't know. It's what it is. Sometimes, and that goes with license plates, cars, whatever. Sometimes they look different in person. Sometimes they look good, in concept, but in reality they don't. Other times they look great in reality and not good in pictures. So we'll see. I don't live in Illinois, so I'm happy with my plate. I like the PA plates, but yeah. Some cars even have the 7-speeds. Yeah. Emissions, man. This is going back to my regulations, which I already talked about, but they're trying to crack down on that is any way that they can, and adding more gears makes your car more fuel efficient. It's almost like Fast and Furious. They always joked about how many shifts there were in the Fast and Furious movies, and now that's kind of how real life is treating us. They just keep adding more and more gears, and if I'm not mistaken, I think there's some cars with even more than 7 gears now. Some of the automatics maybe, but it's just funny because when I was growing up, the automatics were 4 speeds. Like, that was it. You had 4 speeds and maybe overdrive, and sticks were always 5 gears or 5 speeds, maybe 6, and now it's just like they just keep adding more gears. So okay, cool. Yeah, Terrell. I don't know when I'm coming down, man. It comes down to money. I don't got money to travel, dude, and time. When I come down, I'll definitely hit you up. I'll hit up the whole Subaru crew, the whole Charleston car scene, whatever. I'll probably hit up Charleston Cars and Coffee for sure. Maybe the Rice Bowl if that thing's still going on. It's probably been shut down probably 20 times. But yeah, I have a place. Charleston has a place in my heart. Let's put it that way. I have a lot of friends down in Charleston. Charleston's an awesome place to be. The car scene down there isn't quite as crazy as some other places, but Charleston's a pretty cool place. Rent or mortgage? Neither. Buy cash. if you're balling like that. I would mortgage. I refuse to rent anything if I can afford it, if I can help it, I should say. When I was in Charleston, I had to rent an apartment for about 2.5 years. I actually rented 2 different apartments. My first lease was like for 2 years, and the second one was for about 6 months or so before I actually moved home. And in those 2.5 years that I was renting, I spent $25,000 on rent that I'm never getting back. So with a mortgage, if you buy a home and you have a mortgage, yes, you still have a monthly payment, and there's a lot of things rolled into that. But at the end of the day, you are building equity. You are actually putting money into something that is going to yield a return. So after let's just say, you have a house for 30 years, you pay off your mortgage, you then own that house. So even if you paid into that house $200,000, $300,000, whatever it is, you own that house. You could turn around and sell that house. And if the market is good, a lot of times you could make a profit. If you fix the house up and you keep it, updated and everything, you could sell it for more than you paid in a lot of cases. With rent, you don't own crap. You can't do anything when you rent. And that's not to say that you shouldn't rent. There are cases where maybe renting is more beneficial. Like I said, when I lived in Charleston, it would be cool to have bought a house, but I didn't know. I could have left at any time with very little notice. And that's the issue that some guys run into, especially military people. They have to pick up and leave, and then they have a house that they have to worry about, and they're not even in the same state anymore. So in that respect, rent is easier, but you're not building equity when you rent. So like I said, for some people that's a better option, but if given the option, I would take a mortgage any day. That's something that I'm really kind of working towards right now. Is I want to buy a house. I really want to buy a house. I probably could move out on my own and pay rent, but you're just pissing money down the drain. Like I said, unless you have some special circumstance or something. But given the option, I would take a mortgage. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, rocks, blocks, or rally mud flaps. Those are pretty good as far as I know. Nick GT350R, who has a BRZ, he runs those, and he's very happy with them, as best I could tell. Those are another options. A lot of times, it's not even that other companies are necessarily cheaper, they're just a different option. Because I know, like, I had a DRT Components skid plate, which I got rid of because I had issues with it. I actually had issues with the spacer, but that skid plate pissed my car off. But it was a little bit cheaper than the Rally Armor skid plate. But there's a lot of different companies that go out and make good stuff. So I think just about any mud flaps that are polyurethane are probably going to be decent. I do know that the Rally Armor mud flaps, they use stainless steel screws, which is a very, very important thing. I think that's a bonus. Not everybody is going to necessarily use stainless steel hardware, which it's stupid because it's just going to rust away. I'm not sure what Rocks Blocks uses, but Rally Armor uses stainless steel, and I know they did a lot of test fitting and stuff like that, so you're getting a product that fits right. I'm sure Rock Blocks is solid too, but if you're going to run a different company, like, there's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure that it that it fits right, and because there's some real shady under the radar companies that put out garbage, and they try to rip off a good design, and they'll pass it off as being the same thing, and it's garbage. So if you're going to run a different company, a less known company, nothing wrong with that. Just make sure it's solid. But yeah, I approve that. I think that's awesome. Any plans for the Steel City Expo? No, I didn't. I don't have anything planned. That's not to say that I won't, but I don't have any plans. I had planned to go to the auto show. What was it, like 2 weeks ago? I think it was like 2 weekends ago. I planned to go there. I already had my tickets and everything, and I ended up not going. I got really busy and I was kind of sick and under the weather anyhow, and I never went. So I don't have any plans for this Steel City Expo. I don't know. That's not to say that I can't change my mind. Maybe I will go. We'll see. Any updates on the 04 to 07 STI Cobb E85 fuel kit? No. As far as I know, we're still waiting. I am still desperately waiting for their flex fuel. I don't have any updates. I think they're still working on it. I've heard, don't quote me on this because I've heard this like secondhand. Supposedly they're supposed to be coming out with it fairly soon, like within the next several months. But I honestly wouldn't hold my breath. I've been waiting for like 2 years for them to release their flex fuel for the 04 to 07 STI. I do know they were going to release it, and they announced a flex fuel several years ago, and they were going to do it in like increments for different things. So right now they have the 08 to 14 WRX and STI released, I think. So I don't know what their next, the next model they're going to release for. It might be the GD's STIs. I hope so, because I really want flex fuel for my car. I've been wanting flex fuel for like 4 to 5 years, but I don't really have any updates. I don't know anything more than you do, honestly. I'm still waiting. Any day, Cobb can let me know. They could send me an email. They could call me up. They could send me one. They could make the announcement. Whatever they want to do, I'm waiting. Whenever it comes out, I'll probably get it if I have the money. Yeah, Jeeps have not. Jeeps have a 9-speed. Jeeps are pretty crazy. 9 gears is ridiculous, man. That's like almost a semi truck that has like 20 gears. You have to shift every like 500 RPMs or something. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, gotta go to school. See you later, man. It is late. I'm probably gonna peace out pretty quick, honestly, because we have been running for 4 hours in roughly 20 minutes, and I had planned to go for 3 hours, which is awesome. I never planned on going that long. I never imagined that you guys would hang out that long. So if you guys have any other questions or comments, feel free to let me know, and I'll hang out with you guys. But otherwise, I'll drop out in a couple minutes. I think this was a pretty good live stream. I'm enjoying it. I'm loving talking to you guys. A lot of great questions. A lot of really cool conversation got started. So that's really cool. Yeah, you work at a dealership. That's really sweet, man. 2017 Chevy SS. Yeah, hopefully it won't be wrapped around a pole anytime soon, because people have a habit of buying brand new nice cars and then just destroying them for one reason or another. Tell me why I always see like brand new cars with huge dents in them, or they're crashed already. That's just crazy to me, man. But yeah, see, I didn't know the Malibu 2.0 turbo had the same tranny. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's cool. You just got here. See, we can't be stopping a stream already, man. I was gonna run for 3 hours, but apparently people are still dropping in. So, what's up, Tommy? Just if you got any questions, man, let me know. But I've already been running for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and my voice was dead after like 15 minutes. But that's crazy. You think my insurance will be crazy for an 07 STI at age 16? Unfortunately, yeah, it's probably going to be insane. In fact, your car insurance is, and I can't really say because every state is different and every insurance company is different, but your insurance, there's a good chance that that's going to be as much as your car payment, if not more. STIs are ridiculous to insure. They're just crazy expensive. I know my insurance is like $180 a month. I have a pretty clean record. I'm not saying it's perfect, but yeah, mine's like 180 and I'm like 27. So at 16, that's gonna be rough. I would definitely give your insurance company a call, and see. I know some insurance companies, like I was with State Farm way back in the day, and they had like a little driver I don't know, like booklet, like training booklet that you went through and you filled stuff out, and it was like a little training course or whatever, like out of a booklet. And that, if you completed that, signed off everything, and turned it in, that helped reduce your insurance rate slightly. So there may be some options like that, but regardless, an STI isn't cheap to insure, and at a young age, it's going to be even more ridiculous to insure. So unfortunately, you're probably going to be paying a pretty penny for insurance. And for that situation, honestly, I would say, I know you want an STI, but I would say get something that's cheaper, something that's both more affordable for your overall costs, cheaper to maintain, and cheaper on insurance, and save money for an STI, so that, you know, when you're 20 or whatever, then you can get one, and you're not pinching pennies. You're not just screwing your money, you know, throwing all your money down the drain, paying an absurd amount for insurance. So yeah, chances are your insurance is going to be pretty crazy, but you know, sometimes your first car isn't going to be your dream car, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know that sucks to hear at that age, but if I had an STI for my first car, well, obviously I couldn't afford one, but I probably would have wrapped it around a tree, and if I didn't, my insurance still would have been ridiculous. So sometimes that's better to get the first car that you can afford, you know, and learn on that car, and then get your dream car as your second car or third car. In 2 weeks or so, your old VF39 should be spooling. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad I'm glad you were able to use it, because that has been sitting in the garage for 4 years, maybe. I think it's been about 4 years since I had my first engine rebuilt. Took that off the car, and I haven't used it. Basically because trying to sell on a forum sucks. I mean, I don't even use the forum, you guys. I hate the forums. And trying to sell on a forum is a pain. Trying to sell on Facebook is a pain. Yeah, I mean, that's really cool that I'm happy to be working with Panjo this year, so that I was able to sell some of that stuff. I still have stuff listed on Panjo. If you go on Panjo and you search the tag HawkeyeSTiGuy, all my stuff should pop up. It's all Subaru stuff right now. I sold a lot of stuff. I sold like half of the stuff that I had listed within a week or two. So I'm happy about that. I'm glad you guys are able to use some of my stuff, and I might be looking for certain things from you guys in the future, which I'll let you know. I need to list my wheels. I have my ProDrive GT1 wheels. Unfortunately, one of them is cracked. Nothing I could do about that. The other three, or all of four of them, have curb rash, but the other three are good. But I'm going to be selling those for like maybe $250 for all four. So maybe you could get it fixed. Maybe you could sell the broken one or something. But I have no use for them. And I also have my OEM JDM boost gauge that I need to post on Panjo as well. But I think that's really cool that you guys are able to use some of my older parts. I don't know. I'm just really excited to be working with Panjo this year. I think there's a lot of potential there that I'm pretty excited about. Yeah, you already bought it. That's cool, man. I mean, if you bought it, then there's nothing you could really do about that. It's just that insurance is stupid expensive. And I know, like, when I first got my STI, I was 21, and my insurance was still ridiculous. It was still over like $200 a month. So it's just crazy how much they are, and that's because people wreck them all the time. Mostly, I mean, it's not a super cheap car to insure to begin with, but people are always crashing STIs, man. So unfortunately, especially being a young guy, it's not going to be super cheap. But there's not much you can do about that. It's just kind of the way the things go. Yeah, good grade discount. A lot of insurance companies do that. Driving school, you could also go to driving school. I had to go to driving school several years ago to get some tickets dropped off so that I didn't, because I had too many points. But I'm not going to really get into that. That was again, I was joining the military, and I really couldn't fight the tickets, and they were BS tickets. And I got 2 tickets. Both of them were like 3 points or something, so it was just ridiculous. but I had to go to driving school and just to get get a couple points dropped off of my license. But a lot of insurance companies do offer a discount if you have you do driving school. Yeah. So there are options, and I know for a lot of you guys, if you're like just getting your first car or whatever, you're probably going to be on your parents' insurance. But sometimes the more things that you have insured, they'll also give you a discount for that. So I know at the time when I was getting started, we had State Farm. So my mom had her house insured with State Farm. She had her car insured with State Farm, and she had my car with State Farm. So I was still like a junior driver or whatever. But it was a little bit cheaper than being on my own, or if she didn't have the house insured. So a lot of companies will happily package stuff together. Right now I have USAA, which is only available to military and veterans. But I have a ton of accounts with USAA. I have checking, I have savings, I have an IRA account, and I have my insurance through them. And having all those kind of packaged together helps reduce what I pay each month for my insurance. So there are definitely options to help reduce stuff. But yeah, you should definitely look into that. Call up your insurance, see what they can do for you. What chassis bracing is best to do first for a front-wheel drive car? That really, I guess I don't know. I'll say I'm not an expert on chassis bracing, and I'm not an expert on front-wheel drive cars. I'm not even an expert on Subarus, honestly. But I think it depends on the car. Some cars are built differently than others, obviously. I know that my Eclipse that I had came with a factory strut brace for the front strut towers. Aftermarket ones I think would probably be a little bit more rigid, but it had it from the factory, so in my case that wouldn't be the first thing that I would do. I don't think that's a bad place to start. If you have a front-wheel drive car and your strut towers aren't connected at all, a tower brace, assuming they have one for your car, is probably a good place to start. There are other braces. There's so many braces out there for your car, that you could stiffen up pretty much everything. But I think a strut tower brace is that's a pretty good solid start. It definitely should improve performance a little bit, improve your handling. It's going to tie your strut towers together so that your wheel alignment stays more correct. And most of them are pretty cheap. Most of them are like $150, $200 or something, like not crazy expensive. So I would start there, but I'm really not an expert on that specifically chassis bracing. But yeah, O2 Eclipse. You have an O2 Eclipse. That's awesome. That was what I had. That was my car. An O2 3rd Gen Eclipse Spider GT. I had an accident with it at one point, and I had it swapped over. The front end I swapped to a 2003 bumper and 03 fog lights because I liked that design a little bit better. And it actually worked out a little bit cheaper than replacing it with a 2002 front end. But the Eclipse is I don't even know how to. It's a love-hate relationship with that car. I loved it and I hated it at the same time. But yeah, that's a pretty cool car. I will say that the Eclipse in some ways is underrated. I think it was a lot cooler than some people portray it or regard it. But I really genuinely enjoyed that car. My biggest gripe was that it could not make a U-turn to save its friggin' life. I couldn't turn. If you had any less than 3 lanes, you can't make a U-turn with that car. And it's just awesome. What's up, dude? Just tuning in. See, I'm already an hour and a half past where I was going to end, and I still have people just tuning in. But, yeah, my Eclipse, man, love, hate. I do need to make a video talking about that car because that was 3 years of my life. But I haven't done it yet because I, first of all, don't have any video of my Eclipse. I have some pictures, but I need to talk about that car because that car, in some ways, that car was really, really cool, and it was just awesome. But in other ways, it was garbage. And that's no disrespect to you, man. That's no disrespect to anybody who runs a third gen Eclipse. I get it. I had one, but it's just like I don't know what Mitsubishi was thinking when they designed the turn radius of that car. If you had less than 3 lanes, you couldn't make a U-turn. There were times I went to turn around on the highway and I had to make a friggin' 3-point turn on a 3-lane wide road because it couldn't turn around. Terrible, absolutely terrible. And that car is part of the reason I think I was less enthusiastic, or I became less enthusiastic of the Evo over time. And I know the Eclipse was kind of a joint venture with I think Chrysler or whatever, but oh, that car, man, terrible. I don't know what they were thinking. Yeah, my STI looks amazing. Thanks, man. I'm glad people like it because honestly, I don't care what people think. I'm very happy that people like my car. I built my car for me, and I see a lot of people on YouTube and especially on Instagram, they build their cars for views, and it's so sad. Like so many people wide body their car because that's the thing to do. And if you want to wide body your car, go for it. I think that's awesome. But wide body it because you want to drive a wide body car. Do your research. So many people run a wide body just because it's the Instagram thing to do or the YouTube thing to do. And right now, like everybody's wide bodying their cars. So I think it's kind of cool, but it's like everybody's doing it. For my car, I don't ever plan on wide bodying my STI. It just ruins the drivability of it, honestly. Your wheels and tires instead of weighing like 30 to 40 pounds each suddenly weigh like 70 plus pounds each, and it's wide on a daily driver, especially in Pittsburgh. You have narrow roads, you have narrow parking spaces. It's not ideal, and so many guys just, whether it's wide body or something else, so many guys build their cars for everybody else. Well, guess what? Nobody else gives a damn about your car. Nobody. So many guys, and this has been happening on the forums for years. It's just now spilling over into YouTube and Instagram. It's been like this on the forums for years. It's been like this in the car scene for years. Guys, show up to the car meet and they build their car for the guys at the car meet. Guys running bigger turbos than they ever need to run. Which, if you want a big turbo, like go for it. But don't go with a turbo to try and impress everybody else because nobody else gives a damn. You'll roll into the car meet. The first week, the second week, maybe even the third week, and everybody will think you're God. They'll love it. They'll be like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. And after that, they aren't going to care because it's not their car. So many people just ruin their cars trying to make other people happy. They go with the hood that other people like. They go with the wheels that other people like. They go with the turbo or the engine build that other people like. And they ruin their cars because it's not what they like. So I'm always happy to hear people say that they like my car because I built it for me. So if other people like it as well, that's awesome. That's really cool. That's always kind of flattering to hear that people like my car because I did build it for me. So I'm glad that people like my style or my taste. But yeah, just build your car for you. Missed this one. Yeah, you could go back and watch it, man. It will be on the channel. I'll post it. We haven't been talking about a whole lot, honestly. I don't think you missed too much. We've just been BSing for the last 4.5 hours. But it's been pretty chill. It's been a cool live stream, so you could definitely check it out. I'll be sure to post it on the channel after this ends. Yeah, slow cars can be cool. There's this idea that you have to be running like 700 wheel horsepower to have fun, and that could not be further from the truth. Some of the most fun cars are the slow cars. The Mini Cooper, especially like the Mini Cooper S, Miatas, the Eclipse. I think the Eclipse is a fun car. I had a blast driving my car. Of course, it couldn't freaking turn. But the handling on that car was pretty good. And I can't compare it to a BRZ. I've never driven a BRZ, so I'm not going to make that comparison. But the handling in the corners for my Eclipse, considering it was a sports car and not really like a high performance car, and that it was convertible, it was amazing. It was pretty awesome. I really enjoyed that car. And there's a lot of cars that are a lot of fun at slower speeds, at lower power. And I guess that's kind of something that's come out of the horsepower wars, is like everybody's just throwing numbers out like crazy, you know? They have, Dodge came out with the Hellcat, which was like 707 horsepower. Now they're talking about releasing a freaking Demon. Like, the horsepower has gotten so cheap that even car manufacturers can make whatever horsepower car they want for dirt cheap, and they could sell it for cheap, and people could buy it. So it's like you're always chasing these horsepower numbers, and you just don't need that. My car is capable of about 400 wheel horsepower. It's tuned down a little bit right now. I wouldn't want more than 400 horsepower on my STI. That is plenty. And honestly, in an all-wheel drive package, that's a good bit of power. That is not slow at all. And I just feel like so many people get hung up on numbers, and they'll sit there and they'll compare, and they'll be like, oh, your STI has 350 horsepower, but this car has 500, so this car is better. Nothing could be further from the truth. High horsepower can definitely be fun, but there comes a point where you lose street drivability. Cars that are slower are a lot more drivable on the street. You could use them more. Even my car, I could hit full throttle every once in a while. If I had much more power, I would never get into full throttle. And, you know, you could see that on David Patterson's channel. Anytime he's talking about Jasmine or especially Nessa, I was watching a vlog I think they were doing where he was cruising with the guys, and he was cruising with the owner of Nessa, and he's like, the owner was like, dude, you can't ever get full throttle on it because it's just freaking gone. And that's what happens when you have super high horsepower. So I would much rather have a car that's balanced, that has like 350, 400 wheel horsepower, has a good suspension, good brake setup, good tire setup, and everything like that. And just have fun with it, man. It's all about balance. It's not about power. So yeah, it definitely, you know, it's not about numbers. And a lot of companies don't, a lot of horsepower sells cars. So of course they're going to say it's, you know, 700 plus horsepower or whatever. And a lot of performance companies, a lot of, you know, companies that make performance parts or aftermarket parts, what are they selling? They're selling horsepower. You buy their parts because you want your car to go faster. So they're never going to tell you that, no, you don't need that. You don't need that racing car part or whatever it is. So yeah, it's all about balance, honestly. Yeah, oh, the cup holder placement. That's another. Oh man, I don't know. I got to make a video about my Eclipse, man. The third gen Eclipse is something else. It's as good as it was. It was love to hate, honestly. It was great and it was awful in the same package, and it's just wrapped up and you have to accept it. Would I consider getting an R32 or R35 in the future? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan on R32s or R33s as far as looks go, and that's it. I know they're good as far as performance, but I'm not really a fan of the look, and I don't know. I think they are great cars, but I probably wouldn't get an R32 or an R33. I definitely would love to get an R34 once they are legal to import to the U.S. That's like my dream car. That's always been my dream car. I think that's sick. Ever since I saw one, I don't even know where I saw one first. Probably Too Fast, Too Furious, honestly. That GTR was sick. That was probably the first place I saw one. In video games, obviously. I've never seen one in person, I don't think. But yeah, R34 is like my dream car. If I could have one Skyline, any Skyline, it would be an R34 GTR. The R35, the new GTRs, probably not. I think it's an awesome car. It has a lot of potential, and I know a lot of tuning shops like to have them and tune them because it basically shows how good they can be at tuning, and it shows what they are capable of. But I don't think I would get an R35 because everybody and their grandmother has an R35 right now. TJ Hunt has one, Smurf and WRX has one, there's a ton of other people who have them, and they're awesome cars. Like, I'm not knocking them. I think they are sweet, but I wouldn't get an R35. Just too many people have them. I don't want to be another guy with an R35. Also, Their drivability on the street is not the best. They're decent for the street. They make a lot of power for the car that they are, but they're not. I don't know. I mean, honestly, if I was getting a Skyline, like I wouldn't really be worried about too much about the streetability of it. But I've heard that their transmissions are noisy, and I don't know. It's just not my thing. Like, it would be cool to have an R35, but everybody has one right now, and it's been done to death. It's absolutely been done to death. It's the same reason I wouldn't buy a 240. I just don't have really any interest in getting one because everybody's done them. Yeah, you love the color of my Brembos. I love the color of my Brembos. I'm so glad I went with that color because I needed to rebuild them, and I was like, well, if I'm going to rebuild them, I might as well powder coat them, right? Because mine were, the powder coat was failing. They were marred up in a couple areas, I should say, and the passenger side Brembo, I had a valve that was leaking a little bit at one point, and the brake fluid just ate through the clear coat on the powder coat, so it was always dirty. It always looked like crap. So I was considering repainting them, powder coating them, and I was considering going with gold because I do think the gold Brembos on a World Rally Blue STI looks sick. It also looks, I think it looks good on all STIs, especially white ones and black ones as well. But the gold on a blue looks really good, and I'm not a fan of gold. Let me just say, like, I don't like gold. I've never liked gold. Gold is definitely not my color. But gold BBS wheels, gold Brembos on a WRB STI always, I don't know, it just looked great. So I was going to just go with the same color, and then I was like, well, if I'm going through all that hassle, if I'm busting my ass to rebuild my Brembos, and I'm going to re-powder coat them, why not go with something different? You know, like, why not go with a different color? So I ended up going with I ended up going with the neon yellow. In fact, I have these cards right here. These are from Prismatic Powders, and I got these. They sent them out for free. I just requested them. And I remember lining this up against my car in the sun, and it was so ridiculously bright. I was like, holy crap. I was worried they might be too bright and they might be obnoxious, but I don't think they are. I love them. I love that color to death. I love how bright it is. You can't not look at it. I get so many more looks from my brakes, and now my wheels, the Hyper Silver wheels, just really bring that much more attention to my brakes. I absolutely love it, so I'm glad you enjoy it, man. I could not have been more happy with the color. In the future, we'll see. Whenever they release the 2018 STIs, I kind of want to see how much those Brembos are, the 6-putt Brembos, and see if I could use those. If it's not stupid expensive, which it most likely will be, I might just upgrade to those at some point. I think that would be pretty cool too, but I'm loving the color. I was inspired by the 2013 WRX concept, though. I think it was 2013. Was it 2015? Whatever. The WRX concept where they had the killer brakes. I don't know why they waited so long to introduce the new color, but I think it looks awesome, so I'm very excited about that. Yeah, 2013 Abarth. Exactly. That's another good car, man. The Fiat 500s. You know, the Abarth version especially is a good, fun, small, quick car. There's this, like I said, there's this idea that you need high horsepower, like you need to be freaking balls to the wall, 1,000 horsepower Supra to have any fun. Like, that's BS. You could definitely have a lot of fun in a fairly small car. Especially when a car gets small, it becomes a lot more lightweight, so you don't need the horsepower. You know, even my Eclipse wasn't that light. I think it was probably about 3,300 pounds or so. It was only making 200 horsepower, and even that car accelerated 0 to 60 in like 7 seconds, which was pretty good for the day. And even today, that isn't slow. But yeah, once you start cutting off the pounds, start losing weight, man, it opens a lot more options, and you don't need crazy high horsepower to have fun. Selling the wheels with the tires, and is it possible to text a picture? I'm gonna post them on Panjo. I will definitely have a picture on Panjo of the crack. I'll probably do a video on them as well so you guys can see. I'm not trying to like scam anybody. I'm not, I'm going to give you guys full disclosure. There's actually two cracks, basically in one quarter of the wheel. It's the inner lip of the rim, and I don't know, they're probably about like 5 inches apart, 6 inches apart or so. So I'll definitely post pictures on Panjo whenever I go to sell it. I might even throw a picture up on Instagram or something like that, so you guys could check it out before I even post it. But they're not. My plan is, so for that wheel, I don't recommend using it. I recommend either taking it to a shop that can fix it, or maybe you could just sell it. But my idea is I still want to sell them because maybe there's somebody out there who has Pro Drive wheels like mine that maybe they have a broken wheel, right? So then they could take my wheels and use the good ones or something like that. I don't know. So I'll definitely have a picture of that. I'm not trying to scam anybody, but it is cracked, unfortunately. I don't plan on selling it with the tires, only because shipping is stupid expensive. So shipping my new wheels and tires, I paid like $150 from Tire Rack, and I bought them mounted. So the tires were already mounted on the wheels. It was like $150 with UPS. I don't know exactly what my wheels will cost, obviously. But I was going to unmount the wheels, or unmount the tires, and just ship the wheels, so that I'm not paying to ship the weight and size of the tires. But I don't know that it would matter, because then by the time you get them, then whoever buys them would have to pay to have the tires unmounted on top of whatever they already paid for, the wheels and tires and shipping them. The tires aren't any good. They're not threadbare, but they're done. They're down past the the markers that show that it's time to change your tires. So those are done. I definitely need new tires. So the tires aren't any good on them anyhow. So yeah. Let's see. EA40. Kenny says, whoa, how have you been able to stream so long? I have no idea, man. I don't know why I'm still here. I've been talking to you guys for like 5 hours. My voice is dead. It's been dead since 15 minutes into the stream, but I'm having a blast hanging out and talking to you guys. So we'll see. We'll see. I have no idea why I'm still here or how I'm able to go for so long. We'll see. Yeah. My WRX channel says, I'm only at 330 wheel horsepower, and I'm happy with it. 330 is a good number, man. 330, anywhere between 300 to 350 wheel horsepower is plenty of power. And beyond that, like I said, I have no desire to go past 400 wheel horsepower, honestly. You just don't need it. My previous setup on my previous engine, not the one that I have right now, but my previous build before my MAF sensor went bad and screwed up everything else, that setup was making like 380 to the wheels on a dyno jet, basically. It was actually tuned on a mainline all-wheel drive dyno, but the corrected numbers for a dyno jet were like 380. I think on the mainline it was like 330 or 340 or something like that. But and every dyno is different. Some read high, some read low. Especially Mustang dynos, the tuners can change those to say pretty much whatever they want just by changing a couple parameters. So it's really hard to get an accurate number between Mustang dynos, but even, yeah, 330 is a good number. Like, there's just this idea that you need to have crazy horsepower, and you don't. You don't at all. And I would rather have a car with 350 horsepower that has a good suspension setup, good tire setup, and everything else, rather than just, balls to wall like 600 wheel horsepower. That's not even usable in most cases, especially depending on where you live. When I lived in Charleston, South Carolina, everything was flat. Everything was level and flat, and the roads were wide open and straight. And you come to Pittsburgh, and the roads are windy, and they're more narrow, and they're going up hills and down hills and everything else. And there's blind corners, and there's blind hills that you crest over. So, that's the other thing, is like having 350 horsepower in Pittsburgh is not the same as having 350 horsepower out in the Midwest. It's not. So it really depends on your car and where you drive and where you live and how you drive and a whole bunch of things. But this idea that you need crazy horsepower is just nonsense, really. Let's see. You ever plan on making a project car in the near future? Yeah, I talked about this a little while ago. It was probably like 2 hours ago now. I don't really have any plans for a project car. My goals, my priorities are probably a little bit different than a lot of car guys. My priority, my goal is to buy my own house. I would really like to get my own house, so that's a priority for me. I would like to get a different daily driver. I love my STI to death. I love driving it, but I put a lot of miles on that car, and I want it to last a long time. So I probably would get a different car, like a daily driver, that I wouldn't really modify at all. So I don't really have a project car planned. I don't know. If I did have a project car in the future, it would probably be at least 3 years or so before I got into that. Like I said, I'm going to settle down, probably get married, get a house and all that. But I don't know. I think an NSX would be pretty cool. I've always liked the NSXs. I did look at a 1990 NSX when I was like 19 years old, and I had no chance in hell of ever affording it. But it was really cool. So I think an NSX would be a pretty cool project car, not as far as like modifying it, but as far as restoring it. Kind of like what David did with his 240 build, you know, where he kind of went through everything and made it right. I think that would be really cool to do that with an NSX. Not build it for power so much, maybe boost the power up a little bit, but just restore it and have a really nice NSX. That would be kind of my, I don't know, project car. I would like to build a GC, like a GC series, like a basically like a 22B replica. You know, get like an old GC and do an STI motor swap or something like that. That would be cool, but I'm kind of done with Subarus right now. I love my STI, but I don't really care for my next project car to be a Subaru. I kind of want to break out of that, and I don't want another EJ motor right now. I think there's other awesome options out there that I kind of want to screw around with and see what I could do. Let's see. Jeremy Clarkson disagrees with it's not about the power. Yeah, well, Jeremy Clarkson also uses a hammer to perform brain surgery, so just kidding. Like, Jeremy Clarkson's awesome. He freaking cracks me up. And his answer for everything is more power, regardless of what the car is or anything. So, but yeah. The Grand Tour is awesome, by the way. I made a video about that a few months ago now. I think it's been out for a minute. Grand Tour is awesome. Season 1 was great. I can't wait for Season 2. I hope they get rid of the stupid American. Oh, like it's. I think they were going with like the funny stereotype joke, but it's bad. It's not even that I'm offended. It's just terrible. He's not funny at all. He always has some stupid ass saying. I don't even know. I can't even think of stupid things he said. It's just terrible, and it's so painfully scripted. But overall, the Grand Tour is awesome, and I'm so happy the guys are back. I'm very, very excited about that, because I know many of you guys are as well. You got to drive a 124 Spider. That's pretty sick. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, manual's the only way to go. I don't know, man. I don't know. They're coming out with a lot of crazy automatic options. So I am a big fan of manuals. I like stick. I like the interaction I have when I'm driving a stick. But some people like automatics. I don't hate autos. I'll say that. I don't hate autos. There are situations, especially when you're in traffic, that an auto is nice to have. But I don't mind shifting that much either, so I do prefer manuals. I think it's pretty sweet. I literally just won $10 on a scratch off watching this. $4 of profit. Well, that's good luck, man. I know a lot of people lose a lot of money playing scratch offs. I think if my grandmother had as much money as she spent on scratch offs, she probably could have retired by now, and she would be fine. But congratulations on the huge score. R34 life goals, yeah. Everybody wants one. Yep. I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen once they're actually legal to import to the U.S. because everybody's wanted one from basically since ever, and I think unfortunately it's kind of been a victim of its own success, at least in the U.S. And us not being able to have them for so long. I think when it does come out, it's going to be just stupid expensive. Maybe I could get one cheap. Well, I'll have to see. Maybe I could buy one in Japan and then just import it here for cheap. I don't know. I think the market is going to explode. It's just going to be crazy. It's kind of like how STIs are right now. STIs are just stupid expensive for whatever reason. Or Supras. Mark IV Supras. Those are selling for like 20, 30 grand still. And it's like, they're amazing cars. I understand it, but I'm not paying $30,000 for that car, you know? And I think R34s are going to have the same issue whenever they come here. They're going to be, a lot of them are going to be old and used up from Japan, and they're still going to be commanding probably a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 price tag, something ridiculous, because they're everybody's dream car, and, you know, people will pay whatever for their dream car. So there are people who are paying over $20,000 for used 10, 12-year-old STIs. So as long as people pay it, they're gonna be they're gonna cost that much. It's just gonna inflate the market. So I'm kind of interested to see what happens when they actually are released. I don't know if their price is going to go down because now they're introduced to the U.S. and a lot of people are going to buy them, so they're cheaper to buy, or if they're just going to continue to be ridiculously expensive. As that's kind of what I expect might happen, but I hope not. But we'll see whenever they come out. I don't know. We're kind of starting to see that with the R32s right now, I guess, where there's still a lot of people who would like R32s that just aren't buying them, that aren't dealing with the importing and all that. But yeah, when the R34s come out, that's going to be interesting. Peace out, Justin. I just lost my damn place again. Oh, man. Let's see. Here we go. No, we don't. Okay. Yeah. You got gold on the Aspen White STI. That's awesome, man. Especially the Aspen White STIs, and I think Aspen's if I'm not mistaken, Aspen is the white STI, and then they also had a pearlescent color. I don't remember what the color code for that is or the name of it, but they have like a pearlescent white that was offered on the 07s. Gold on those cars looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, the BBS wheels are awesome. Did you put the new rubber on? Yeah. I put on new wheels yesterday? Maybe it was the day before. I think it was yesterday. Yesterday. Pics are on my Instagram, so check that out if you're interested. I will have a video out tomorrow talking about them and showing them off a little bit. I love them. The new Michelin PS4S tires are incredible. I definitely want to get more drive time on them, get more miles on them before I really do a review. But initial impressions are good. Initial impressions are very good. They blow my Bridgestone Potenzas out of the water. My last summer setup was Bridgestone Potenza RE760 Sports, 255/35 18s. My new Michelins are 245s, but they grip way better than my Potenzas did. And my Potenzas were like 170 a tire. The Michelin PS4Ss are only like 200. So considering the amount of performance that they're offering, the price is amazing, honestly. And I know 200 might be a lot for some guys, and I fully understand that. But PS4S tires, man, they're I'm in love with them already, and I've only driven on them for a day. they just grip and grip and grip, and it's freaking awesome. It's awesome. Let's see. Yeah, JR Garage. I don't know anything about JR Garage. I don't follow them. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with that. I don't. There's a lot of times that people say there's drama between YouTubers, and there's really not. But I can't comment one way or another. I don't know anything about JR Garage. It's just not a channel that I have followed. In fact, I follow so many channels that I struggle to keep up with some sometimes. So a lot of times it's not that I don't follow a particular channel for any reason other than I don't have time. But I don't know anything about JR Garage or what's going on with that, so I can't comment. Is that Plastidip removable on the BBS wheels without too much elbow grease, and would you ever sell them? I'd pick them up. We will find out if the Plastidip is removable. I just did it temporarily because I was in the middle of like painting my brakes. I was like ready to do my brakes, and then I was like, you know what? Gold wheels on neon yellow brakes would look terrible. So I just decided to, like at the last minute, Plastidip them. I've never Plastidipped the wheels before, and it didn't turn out quite as I had hoped. But I think I'm going to peel off the Plastidip. My snow tires still have life in them. I was expecting them to be in worse shape than they are at the end of this season. This season was kind of short, actually. So I was planning on having to get new snow tires anyhow, in which case I would have the snow tires removed. Then I could powder coat my wheels. But I'm not going to remove my snow tires now. They're fine. They have at least another season in them, if not two, based on how the weather has been. It's been pretty decent. So I plan on removing the Plastidip. We'll see how it comes off. I'm not really hopeful about that. It hasn't been on a long time at all, but Plastidip is pretty finicky. It doesn't always remove easy. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So I plan on removing the Plastidip. We'll see if it comes off easily. I'm not selling my BBS. I'm sorry. I'm going to be keeping those for a while. Those are my winter wheels, and I love them, and they are bomb-proof. Because in the winter, especially, we have so many potholes that pop up in Pittsburgh. And I've hit so many potholes. Oh, you can't avoid them. And sometimes it's dark out and it's pitch black, and you'll hit a pothole and you won't even see it. So my BBS wheels have been good to me. They haven't cracked, so they are perfect for my winter wheels. And I still like the OEM look, honestly. There's a lot of awesome aftermarket wheels out there, but I have no desire to sell my BBS wheels right now. I love them. I think they're awesome. So sorry. But we'll see. I'll make a video whenever I repaint them. I'll probably put on more Plastidip. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with it yet. Like I said, I'll eventually powder coat it, but obviously you can't powder coat them with the tire still on because you have to bake it. So I'm not sure if I'll paint them, spray paint them, or Plastidip. The good thing about Plastidip is it doesn't chip. I have painted them in the past, spray paint, and it chips. As soon as any rock or anything hits it, it just chips. So Plastidip has a lot more of a rubber property to it, and it absorbs the impact rather than just chipping. But whenever I take it off, I'll show you guys. I'm not a huge fan of Plastidip, honestly. I think it has a lot of good applications, but we'll see how it is on the wheels. If it comes off easy, I'll show that it comes off easy, and if it sucks, then I'll show that it sucks. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Exposing JR Garage, okay. Like, I don't know, and I'm not, honestly, I'll check it out, but I'm not going to say anything here on the stream. I don't have any issues with any YouTubers, really. Like I said, some people have beef with other YouTubers. A lot of people think there's beef when there isn't any. I don't know anything about any fake YouTubers or anything like that. But I'm not going to make a official statement or on anything. I don't even know what's going on. And if there was something going on, maybe I'll address it if, I don't know, if something comes up. and it affects me personally. But otherwise, I'm not gonna worry about it. But Fireweb says, "I love you, heart." Thanks, man. I love me too, and I love you guys. Yeah, just got in this stream. When are you going to reshoot your car? Are you referring to the paint, like repaint my car? I actually, I had the estimate. I met with the shop, the body shop, to have my estimate done today. See you later, Justin. I had my estimate done today. He looked over the car. He's going to still, he still has to print it up and everything, and he's going to email it to me. We went over a couple different options for paint. The best option, the most intense option, I should say, that will do the best work is to have everything repainted top to bottom, and that is not cheap. I think I said this in a previous video. That's going to be about $10,000 or so, and that's because the work that they are doing is very intense. It costs $10,000 because they basically will take every panel off of the car, strip everything down to bare metal, and respray paint everything. Or I shouldn't say spray paint, but like repaint everything, you know, with the best materials. They do all the prep work. They don't skip any steps at all. And they do it right. And that's what it takes to really, truly repaint a car to that degree. And it's not cheap. And a lot of people don't understand that. Sometimes people want to compare that. You know, they'll look at that price and be like, "Oh, 10 grand, that's insane. That's way too much." Well, I could get Mako to paint my car for $1,800. Okay, yeah, but Mako is gonna probably screw up your car. That's not a swipe at Mako, but it's not the same level. There's so many different tiers when it comes to getting paint work done. And there's a lot of good shops that do a lot of good work for, you know, $3,000, $5,000, whatever. But for 10 grand, that's them taking everything off of the car and not cutting any corners, using the absolute highest quality materials, doing all the proper prep work and stuff like that. So that's not really an option for me right now. I was hoping to be able to do that this spring and, you know, into summer, before Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. But I don't have that money, and I have to start looking at other options. Also, having to get new wheels and tires, and now having to get new suspension, is not helping my cause at all. So I think I said this earlier in the stream, but for anybody who just joined recently, when I was installing my wheels, I learned that my rear driver side shock, I have Fortune Auto 500 coilovers. My driver side rear is blown, and there was oil dripping all down the strut, so I have to replace them. I can have them rebuilt by Fortune Auto, but for the condition that they're in, and the my height adjustment is all seized up because of rust and corrosion and grime and stuff. They've been on my car for like 4 years now or so, maybe 5. I think it's been like 4 years. For Fortune Auto to go through all that and get everything unstuck and get everything in good condition, it's going to be like $200 per corner or more. So even if it's $200 per corner, that's 4 corners, that's $800, plus shipping is not covered. So I'm looking at $800–900 easy. Brand new coils, the Gen 6s, they just came out with their Generation 6 coilovers. I'll probably still go with the Fortune Auto 500 series. The 510 is more of a race series coilover, and beyond that is way more than I even need. So I'll probably go with the Fortune 500s with some other options, upgraded Swift springs, a radial bearing, some things like that. Those I'm looking at like $1,700, I think $1,750 or so. So yeah, new wheels and tires and new suspension kind of really ate into my my budget, my paint job budget. So I knew 10 grand was kind of a stretch for me right now to begin with, But with those things coming up, it's just not happening. I did talk to the body shop, and I'm going to see if I could get... The biggest issues that I have is my roof is starting to delaminate. My hood scoop is garbage. That's all... The clear coat is all breaking down and turning white. And my driver's side fender is awful. And that's already broken down. A lot of the clear coat's already gone, and it's just the paint. So if I could get those three things taken care of, I'll be good. I'll be happy. I'll be pretty happy with that. At least temporarily, at least before Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, at least for this summer. The rest of the car isn't that bad. It annoys me that none of my paint matches, but you know, I could live with it for now. So yeah, I don't think I'm getting my car repainted completely this summer, unless I get like a ton of subs overnight and everybody just watches all my stuff and gives me free money, basically, which I'm not asking for. But I'm not probably going to get my car fully repainted, but hopefully I could get some of the worst areas taken care of. You know, because that's something that really annoys me, and my fender kills me, and my hood scoop kills me, and my roof kills me every time I see it. Let's see. Yeah, Street Speed 717. I've been falling behind on Street Speed's videos. I've been falling behind on a lot of videos. I've just been crazy busy, and I don't have that much time. When you're a YouTuber and you're making videos and you're editing and you're putting out stuff, it takes a good bit of time, a lot of the time. And on top of that, like I said, I had work and school, so I've kind of been falling behind when it comes to keeping up on my other channels. But yeah, Street Speed's an awesome guy. I definitely want to collab with him as well. I met him at last year at Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix at the subscriber meet. He came out, so that's awesome. WRX channel says, "Preach on, brother." I don't know what I was saying when you typed that, what I was preaching about, but yeah, I believe in everything that I say. Yeah, see you, Justin. I'm kind of behind on the stream, but crappy Pittsburgh roads. Yes, they are awful. Potholes are so bad, so bad. I've hit so many freaking potholes, and yeah, they wrecked my Pro Drives. They wrecked my wheels on my Eclipse, on my 3rd gen. Admittedly, from the factory, I think they were terrible. I think they're very soft aluminum. I don't know what aluminum they used, but they were not good. I broke freaking 3 wheels on that car. I bent 2 to the point that they wouldn't hold air, and I think I cracked 1. Or maybe I cracked 2, whichever. But I screwed up like 2 or 3 wheels on that car. Terrible. Yeah, GC chassis is a goal for your project car. That's awesome. I think a GC is a really sweet project car, but it's not always the cheap option. Like I said, like a Miata is a great option for a project car. It's a cheap option. A GC is kind of like almost like a 240 build. And I know a lot of people say 240 builds are cheap, but a lot of the older 240s have rust. They have things that need addressed. It's kind of on par with that. Like, there's a lot of things with the GC that you kind of have to tweak. You kind of have to work around for a project car. But it's definitely sweet to... that would be a sweet project car. That's a sweet build. There is a federally legal R33 with 12K miles on it, going for 65K. Exactly. That's crazy. Like, that's just nuts. The fact that it has 12K miles on it is awesome. I think that's really cool. You know, of course, you want it to be legal so that it doesn't get chopped up. I know there was a company doing imports on Skylines for a while, and I think they got shut down by the feds several years ago. 12,000 miles is really good. But 65K is like, I don't know. If you want one, like if that's your dream car, like that would be sweet. When the R34s are released, I wouldn't mind paying 60,000 or so, but that's only because it's like my die-hard dream car, you know. I don't think an R33 is worth 65,000 today. And it's the same with Supras. I don't think they're worth what they're being, you know, what people are asking for them, honestly. And I don't blame people for asking that much because that's where the market is. I mean, right now I could probably sell my STI for like 20 grand because the STIs are just crazy. Everybody loves them. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I mean, people paying 20 grand for like a 12-year-old car with high miles is crazy. But that's where the market is. So if people want to pay that much, I'll sell my car. Actually, I'm not going to sell my car, but I get why they go for that much. Can you recommend some good all-season tires? I really can't. I haven't run all seasons in years. I haven't run all season tires in probably 5 or 6 years. So I don't even know what's available. Um, I think I know Michelin makes good tires. I'm sure their all season options are pretty good. Um, I'm sure there's other brands as well that are pretty decent. I would go on TireRack.com and check out what they have. They allow people to rate tires and leave reviews and stuff like that. So that's a pretty cool place to shop for tires if you're interested, at least to gain information on what's out there and what people like and don't like about the tires. So I would definitely recommend doing that, but I personally can't recommend all-season tires. I haven't run them in a long time, and I don't know what's out there. Yeah, 225, 40, 18, so thin tire, yeah. 225 is kind of, I don't think it's bad. I don't think 225s are terrible. I mean, that was the stock size, or at least the stock width on the STIs, at least mine, my '06. But 225s they're not that meaty, really. They are pretty thin. And now the new WRXs come with, I think, 235s, which is much better. For my setup, my car, my suspension, the power that I'm making, I have found that 255s are the best setup for me. The Michelin Pilot Sport 4Ss that I have are 245s. They're 245, 40, 18, I believe. They're 245s because they didn't offer them in 255s yet. They had a limited run, I guess, a limited number of sizes that they were going to release with the initial release of the tire. I'm sure they're going to add more sizes later. I'm not sure if they're going to add 255s in 18s. I know it's an option right now for a 19-inch wheel, but that's not an option right now. But yeah, 225s are pretty thin, honestly, as far as performance cars go anyway. That's probably kind of wide for non-performance cars, but or average at least. But yeah, if you're making any type of power, that's not ideal, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know anything about the BFG G-Force Comp 2s. Um, I did run the BFG KDW 2s, and I was not a fan. Oh, I was not a fan at all. They were okay. They were decent. But I said this earlier in the stream, like 3 hours ago. um, they were only good if you had heat in the tires. If they weren't warmed up, like if you weren't driving on them constantly, if you ran into a store or something like that and you came back out, they wouldn't grip. They were okay until you went to make a corner. And there was a point where I went to make a U-turn, and this was on Rivers Avenue. It's like not quite a highway, but it was like 3 lanes each way. And I went to make a U-turn, and I came out of that. I went into it a little bit fast, but because the tires were cold, they let go like halfway through the corner, and I came out a little bit, I don't know, not sideways, but like fishtailing when I shouldn't have been. Funny thing is, a cop was behind me, and he saw all that, and it was a cop SUV, and he just like blew past me. So I don't know if he didn't see it, and he just kept on driving, or if he was like pissed off and was driving or what. But I'm not a fan of the. I don't even think they make them anymore. I'm pretty sure BFG discontinued the KDW 2s. They were not. They were good when they were hot, when you had some heat in them, but other than that, they were kind of terrible. Let's see. Yeah, any plans to for a track or autocross this season? No, not really. My car is my daily driver, and I really don't want to do anything to make it mad. I know that an STI should be able to handle an occasional track day and stuff like that, but if for whatever reason something were to break on it for whatever reason, or I would crash, someone crash into me, whatever, I can't do that with my daily. If I had another car, like if I had another car, I might do it, and if I had a different track car, I would be all about it. I would like to get an Evo. I think an Evo as a track car would be pretty sweet, like an Evo 8 or 9. I would track that car absolutely, but I wouldn't track my STI. It's just not a good idea in my opinion, and it's putting way more abuse and strain on my car than I care to. So I would like to do track events at some point, but it's not in my budget right now. It's not. I don't have the time for it right now, and I don't have the car for it right now, basically. I'm looking to wrap my STI from Unique Auto Finishing in Pittsburgh. Might it be an option? I don't know anything about that particular shop. I may have heard of them. I don't remember. I don't want to wrap my car. I have a video on, I think it's called Why Paint, and I talk about, this came out maybe a month ago or so, ballpark, and I talk about the difference between painting your car, wrapping your car, and plastic dipping your car, and I lay everything out in that video. I think I explained it fairly well why I went to paint, but basically, for me, plastic dip is not an option. I think it's a terrible option for painting a car. I think it sucks. As far as wrap is a good option if your paint underneath is in good condition, which mine isn't. Mine is starting to fail, and I really want to fix it. I don't want to, just cover it up. That would just annoy me, knowing that my paint is underneath and it's just failing and it's degrading and falling apart. That's part of the reason, is I'm not a fan of like cover-ups, band-aid fixes. If you just want a color change, then a wrap is a sweet option. A wrap is a pretty cool thing to do. But I don't consider it a fix for bad paint. I'd rather just fix it and do it right. Also, I'm not really a fan of wrap as far as the colors. I don't really see any colors that grab me. I love my World Rally Blue. I love the metallic. I love the gloss finish. I know matte finish is kind of big right now and everybody loves it. And I do like it, but it's not really my thing. Also, with the wrap, it doesn't last that long. Most good wraps are good, I think, for 5 to 7 years, which is, I understand that's not a short time either. And that's 5 to 7 years in the best condition, so it's probably more like 5 years or so. And, I realize that's not a short time, but for me, I'd rather just fix it right from the beginning. I don't want to cover it up for 5 years and then try and paint it then. It's just, I don't know. It's just not something I'm really interested in. I'd rather just fix it right from the beginning. But it is an option. It is an option for, I think, a lot of other people. If my paint was in good condition and I just wanted a different color, then I would definitely look into a wrap. I'm not trying to knock wraps. It's just not what I want. I don't think it's the appropriate avenue to address my paint issue. I'd rather just paint my car and, and take care of it correctly, fix it right the first time so that I don't have paint breaking down underneath the wrap. So yeah, it's not really an option that I'm interested in. Yeah, tire rack is pretty sweet, man. Tire rack is, I've been making purchases from Tire Rack for about 7 years or so. I should say, I've only bought tires from them until my last set of wheels. My last set of wheels, the end keys, I got the wheels and tires mounted and shipped to me as a package. The Pro Drives that I had before, I got those from, I don't know, I think it was Okos, or maybe My Fast WRX. I don't recall. But the tires for those, the KDW2s, I bought those from Tire Rack. I've bought plenty of stuff from Tire Rack, and they've always been an awesome company for me. And it makes it easy to get, hard to get tires. You're not going to find PS4s, the PS4S at your local tire dealer, usually. Some might have options like that, but Tire Rack is very, they have a very wide selection, and they'll let you have whatever tires that are available pretty much, in pretty much any size that you want. And they ship from a number of different warehouses. So it only took me a day to get my wheels and tires from the day I ordered them. I ordered it Wednesday. They were here by 5 o'clock Thursday, which is freaking awesome. Mounted, ready to go. I have nothing bad to say about Tire Rack. I'm a huge fan, honestly. The RE71Rs for grip. Yeah, for a street tire. I have no knowledge of that tire. I don't know anything about it. From what I've seen, from my experience, most of the grippy tires out there, like the higher performance street tires, most of them sacrifice tread wear significantly. One of the first tires that I had when I first got my STI, there were some Atomos on there, I think, and I had to replace those fairly soon. And I went with Hankook Ventus RS3s, great tires. I was very happy with them, but they were too soft for a daily driver. They were a little bit too soft for, just for public roads. And on a track, they would be amazing. On freshly paved asphalt, I'm sure they would be amazing. But they were just a little bit too soft. So whenever I would go into a corner, instead of them gripping, the road would just shred the tires, basically. So yeah, the RE71s, they wear fast. My Hankook Ventus barely lasted a season. They were sweet tires. I enjoyed them, but they lasted maybe a year, not quite, which they were cut short a little bit because I basically got into an accident. I was driving through the parking lot on base, and dumbass kid who was getting kicked out was pissed off. He didn't look in his rear view before he backed up. He just threw his car in reverse. Carl, if you're watching this, you owe me 500 freaking bucks for my deductible. But he threw his car into reverse, hit my car, hit me in the passenger side front fender, and he screwed up my alignment. And it took State Farm, who I'm not a fan of, it took them I think about 2 weeks to send an adjuster out. And in those 2 weeks, I didn't really drive anywhere. I lived on base, and I had to drive to work, which was 2 miles, if that. Not even. It's probably a mile and a half one way. And I went there, and I drove from there to Walmart occasionally, maybe once a week, if that, to get groceries. So I only put I don't even know, maybe 40 miles on the tires, and my alignment was so jacked up that they were threadbare. So they wear very fast, but they were already pretty much worn down. They only had a few months left anyhow before that, but they wear so fast. That's why I'm kind of interested with the PS4S tires, because they grip like crazy, but the tread wear on them is 300, which is actually pretty decent. I think by Bridgestone Potenzas, the last ones that I had were 340 or something for the tread wear. So 300 should be decent. I'm hoping that they last a good long time. If I get 2 seasons out of them, then I'll be completely happy. Which it's kind of hard to do, especially with me. I drive pretty spiritedly, I'll admit. But yeah, I'm interested to see how the new Michelins hold up. But in most cases, the softer tires, the grippy ones, just wear stupid fast, unfortunately. It's usually a trade-off that you kind of have to deal with. Do you think a catch can is necessary on an STI with just a cob intake? Yes, I would recommend running either a catch can, an oil catch can, or an air oil separator, one of the two, on an STI or a WRX. Just by their design, the EJ motors give a lot of blow by. There's a lot of oil that just gets recirculated. A lot of it is because of emissions, which we talked about earlier. A lot of emission regulations are garbage. They're terrible for cars. They're terrible for your engine. They hurt performance, and they just suck. So the STI and many other cars, they have a PCV valve, which is, it's for emissions. It basically vents your crankcase gases, the gases that build up in your crankcase inside your engine. It vents those, and there's oil vapor in that. And instead of just releasing that or whatever into the atmosphere, because of regulations, because of the environment, manufacturers now recycle it into your intake. So that those oil vapors are going right into your intake pre-turbo. They go through the turbo, they go through your intercooler, and they go into your engine, and then they get combusted again and burned up, which lowers the octane, which is terrible. But it coats everything. It coats the inside of your turbo, it coats the inside of your intercooler, in the inside of your intake manifold, all that crap with oil. So I definitely recommend running, I think for a daily driver, I would recommend an air oil separator. It's a little bit easier than a catch can, because a catch can eventually will fill up and you have to maintain it regularly and empty it. Which, if you're getting moisture in your engine or something like that, if you're running E85, then a catch can is better. But on a standard STI, I would recommend definitely running one of the two. But an air oil separator is better than nothing. I have on my car right now the Grimspeed air oil separator. There are better options out there, but that's not a bad option. It kind of helps separate the oil out and drain it back into the oil pan, so it's not going through your intake. So yeah, I definitely would recommend running something, even if your STI is bone stock, or if you have a WRX. For anybody, even if that's bone stock, I would definitely recommend running one of the two. That's probably one of the best first modifications for a Subaru, honestly. Yeah, which insurance company do I like? I'm not a fan of State Farm. State Farm is, I don't know. I just haven't had a good experience with them. They're okay until you need to make a claim, and then they pinch pennies, and they don't want to cover things, and they don't want to cover, certain work, and they'll just fight with you tooth and nail. In fact, the kid who hit me, right? So this kid backs up, whacks my car, screws up my alignment, wears through my tires. So now that was actually the excuse for getting my ProDrive GT1s, which are the wheels that I'm selling right now. So that wore through my tires. That meant that I needed to get new tires. State Farm would not cover my tires because it was not a quote-unquote direct cause of the accident, or a direct result of the accident, which is, I think, absolutely ridiculous. Their argument was that because the accident itself didn't damage the tires, because it was me driving on the tires that caused the wear, driving on an alignment that was bad, that's what caused the excessive wear on the tires, so they wouldn't cover it. I said that's ridiculous, because I had to wait 2 weeks for them to send out an adjuster, and I still had to get to work, and they weren't going to cover a rental, so I didn't have an option. I still had to go to the store to get food. I still had to go to work. So they wouldn't cover it. I tried arguing with them, and I argued and argued and argued, and I got on with a supervisor, and he told me the best he could do, which I understand that they weren't brand new tires, okay, I get it. They probably had 3 to 4 months left, but my point was I have to get new tires now when I don't have the money for it, and I was also out $500 for my deductible because that kid wasn't insured. So my argument was I have to get tires now, because of this accident, instead of 3 months or 4 months from now. And they wouldn't cover it. They said the best that they could do is 20% on one tire, or maybe it was 2 tires or something. I laughed in their face, because that comes out to like $20, like $20 or $30 for tires. A brand new set of tires, decent tires for an STI, is in the $600 range. So I mean, that's like Come on, dude. Really? You know, you're gonna give me $20. Like I said, keep your change. Like I don't want your money. That's ridiculous. So yeah, I'm not a fan of State Farm. They just, I don't know. They seem happy to take your money until they have to pay out on the claim, and then they're real quick to drop you. They're real quick to nitpick. They don't they don't cover like quality work, and that's just my experience. Other people may have State Farm, and they might, um, they might have a good experience, but my experience with State Farm is not great. Right now, I do have USAA. Which is only available to military and veterans, but USAA has been pretty good to me. I think I've only had 1 or 2 claims with them. But first of all, my insurance is really cheap with them, actually. Much cheaper than some other options. But USAA has been good to me, so I'm very happy with USAA. That's the insurance company that I like. That's who I like, yeah. Yeah, I should have sued that kid. So yeah, this kid, my mistake. If anybody could learn from my mistake, um, my mistake was that I trusted the kid. I knew the kid. I worked with him for a couple months while I was on like a, I don't know, like a special duty, if you want to call it that, working with a different squadron. But so I trusted the kid. He backed into me. He was real upfront, honest. Hey man, sorry, all that good stuff. Cool. I'm not here to wreck people. Like I'm not here, to make a big deal over nothing. So my mistake was I didn't file a police report. And I trusted him. I got his insurance information and everything like that. I didn't file a police report because I was like, well, what's the difference? I have his information, so I'm good. Turns out he wasn't paid up on his insurance. So while he gave me all his insurance information and his insurance information checked out, he wasn't paid up. So his insurance company didn't pay. They didn't cover it. It was like he was uninsured. So that's first of all why I lost my deductible, and second of all because I didn't file a police report, I didn't really have a leg to stand on. Like I really couldn't go after him. I potentially could have sued him, I guess, but I didn't have, I didn't have the legal fees for that. I don't have the time for that. On top of that, he was being forced out of the military for drug use. Anybody ever joins the military, don't use drugs. They will find out. And I've seen so many people wreck their careers. Both, new people and old people wreck their careers because of drugs, which is ridiculous. But yeah, he was basically forced out, and he was traveling back to Arizona. So it was hard to get a hold of him anyhow. And after this happened, he basically just cut ties and was gone. So the insurance company had a hell of a time even getting in touch with him, and I don't think they ever did get in touch with him. So unfortunately, there wasn't a whole lot that I could have done. Yeah, like I might have been able to sue him, but it probably wouldn't have been worth it, honestly, as far as my legal fees. And this kid had no money anyhow. He was getting kicked out of the military. They were already taking money from him because he was an idiot. So he already had other fees. So I don't even think he had the money. I never got my deductible back. I didn't get reimbursed the cost of tires or anything. So it's kind of a sad story. But it's a good learning experience. It sucks. Sometimes I still think about that $500 deductible, but I don't know. That's a good learning experience. That's life. Sometimes things don't pan out the way you expect them to. Things happen that you didn't think would happen. I didn't even give that a thought. I was like, I just said, hey, he's got his insurance info. Okay, I'm good. I'm not going to create any drama about this. Now I always create drama. It's just one of those things that, I didn't really think about that because I was young at the time. I was like 21, 22, and I just didn't think about that. But now it's like I will always follow a police report. And it's not that you're trying to be a douchebag or an asshole or anything. You just have to cover your own ass. You have to make sure you have all your bases covered and that you follow procedure, because otherwise you are going to be the one who's going to get screwed. And sometimes you don't get screwed. Sometimes things do work out. Sometimes people are honest and trustworthy, but there's a lot of cases where they don't. So So yeah, that definitely sucks. That was an interesting experience to have. But I don't know. I got my Pro Drive GT1s out of that. I had to get new wheels, so fortunately, I was able to get approved for another credit card because I didn't have any money for new tires or new wheels. But that was part of the reason I got my new Pro Drives, because I basically had the option of getting new tires for my factory BBS wheels, or I could get new wheels and tires and get the tire size that I wanted. Which at the time I had 225 tires, and they were too narrow for me for the power. I think I was only making, I was only on a stage 2 cob map, so it wasn't anything crazy at all. But I knew I wanted to go wider, so I really didn't want to stretch 255s, and try to squeeze those onto 8-inch wide wheels. So I went with my Pro Drives, which were 18 by 8.5. So if anything, I did get new tires and wheels that I wanted. So that was a pretty good experience. So yeah, it's been 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's crazy. Yeah, that's that's a beautiful statement, my friend. You got an extra $500 automatically from the other person's insurance for inconvenience. I wish that's how it worked. I don't think that's ever worked out for me. I've been in a few accidents, mostly in South Carolina because nobody could freaking drive down there. But that's never been my luck. No, I've gotten hit by people who were uninsured. I've been hit by I had a girl. Oh man, I don't know if you guys are ready for the fire truck story. I've been hit by other people who were either uninsured or had garbage insurance or whatever, or the insurance company couldn't determine who was at fault, so they just take everybody's money. Short story. One time I was driving, and this girl, there was a red light that had turned green, and there was traffic, right? So this one girl was in the middle lane, and I was in the fast lane. She pulls out at the last minute to get in the fast lane, right in front of me, cuts me off, and then she hears a fire truck, and she hears sirens, so she slams on her brake. Mind you, it's raining out, okay? It was wet, so the roads were wet. Pulls out in front of me, slams on her brakes, and stops because she heard a freaking fire truck. She didn't even make it up to the light, so it's not like she was going to enter the intersection and it's like, oh crap. No, she still had like 20 feet to get to the light before the intersection. And slammed on the brake, so I rear-ended her, clearly. Insurance, we both had State Farm. Another reason I'm not a fan of State Farm. They deemed that it was my fault because I'm the one who hit her. I was like, you can't just pull out in front of somebody, cut them off, and then slam on your brakes in the rain because you heard a fire truck. And that was another... Oh man, that was another situation. I've never had good luck with accidents. Hardly any of them have ever been my fault either. And I know people don't believe me about that, but it's unfortunately true. Or maybe it is fortunate that it hasn't been my fault, but it never works out in my favor. So I always have crazy experiences with insurance. But yeah, I hit the girl because she slammed on her brakes. She was a complete ditz. She was kind of your stereotypical, I don't know, ditzy blonde, I guess. And then like her super old boyfriend, she was like 20-something, her super old boyfriend who looked like he was 50, cool, came up. I thought it was her dad. I thought her dad came to meet up with her or whatever. But it was her boyfriend, and they were like kissing and stuff. And I'm like, what the heck? But yeah, it was... Yeah, I didn't have a dash cam at the time, unfortunately. Now I do. I have a Papago P3, and I've been very happy with it. I need to do a review on it at some point, but I don't even think they make it. It seems that they have discontinued it for one reason or another. But I always run with a dash cam now. One of the things I want to do is get a dash cam for my rear window, because there are people who do crazy stuff, tailgate me, flipping you off and all that stuff. I want to get that on camera so that if there's ever an accident or an incident or anything that is crazy that happens, so that I could show that as well. Because a lot of times, I've noticed with my dash cam, it's awesome that it's in front of me and it captures everything in front of my car. But there's a lot of things that happen that go on behind you, where somebody's cussing you out or pissed off or being an asshole, tailgating you, and then something else will happen. But because I don't have a dash cam on the back, you don't see all that. So then it looks like I'm the asshole, right? It looks like I'm the crazy person. So yeah, I definitely would like to get a second dash cam for the rear. I'm not sure when, at some point. But yeah, that's about that. So I think I'm going to cut this stream here. I've been going for 5 hours, 45 minutes, which is way, way longer than I had ever anticipated. I was planning on only hanging out for like 3 hours with you guys. But it's been a great stream. I've had a blast. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. A lot of good conversation going on, a lot of good discussion and questions and things like that. I hope I was able to answer some of your questions, and I had a blast. So I'll definitely have to do this again sometime. Thank you for 5,000 subscribers. I'm excited to have that many. That's just awesome. I'm really excited about my channel, and just making more videos for you guys. Once school starts winding down a little bit, I should be able to crank out some more videos. But this summer is going to be pretty busy for me, same as last summer. But yeah, I'll keep cranking out videos. If you guys have any requests, just let me know. And I guess that's it. I'm gonna get off right now because it's already, what is it? It's basically 10 minutes to 1 a.m. here, so I'm pretty tired. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I had a blast hanging out with you guys and chatting. So come to Ice Cream Cruise. I have never heard of Ice Cream Cruise ever. Is that in Pittsburgh? I'm not even familiar with that many car cruises, honestly. I've only been on like 1 or 2 car cruises. Yeah, it's a real long stream. I've only been on a couple car cruises. I'm usually busy, man. I'm always busy. Like, I'm always running around. I have other things to do, so I don't always have time to just cruise. But I am interested in doing more of that stuff, so that would be cool. But yeah, this is a stupid long stream. Oh, man. But it's a good time. But it's time for me to go to bed. I still have to edit a video for you guys tomorrow and do all that stuff and eat and go to sleep. So with that being said, I think I'm going to peace out now. And it's been a great time talking to you guys. So I'll catch you guys later.